Facing Ao Yan's provocation and contempt, Yun Qi only indifferently glanced at him once before retracting his gaze. He had somewhat paid a little attention to him before, but now he directly disregarded him to the extreme. Let alone respond, he didn't even bother to look at him again. For someone who was as insolent, arrogant, and supercilious as this, whose IQ may even a bit on the low end, the evaluation Yun Qi gave was only one word. Trash. He was unqualified to be his friend, and even more unqualified to be his enemy. He reckoned that his decent, profound strength was also forcefully piled up using his family's resources. Seeing that Yun Qi didn't give any sort of response, Ao Yan thought that he was obviously too afraid to the point of not even daring to reply. With a sneer, he turned his head away. To go this far? Yun Xiaofen's face was brimming with anger, and he muttered in displeasure. He's obviously inferior than Big Brother Yun, yet actually spoke these kind of words. How awfully shameless. What did you say? Even though Yun Xiaofen deliberately lowered his voice, the place where Ao Yan stood was close enough to hear everything. His eyes squinted as his gaze filled with maliciousness. Repeat that for me. Yun Xiaofen's body unconsciously shrunk as his complexion turned slightly pale. He knew of Ao Yan's background, and he himself had only come from an ordinary family. How could he, a youth who came here alone to chase his dream, while burdened with the hopes of his entire family, possibly dare to make enemies with someone of great influence right after entering the Blue Wind Profound Palace? Then again, this was, after all, the examination grounds of Blue Wind Profound Palace. Ao Yan also did not dare to blatantly stir up trouble here either, so he turned his head away with a cold snort. But the sneer in his eyes proved that he had already marked this grudge in his heart. Only then did Yun Xiaofen finally breath out a secret sigh of relief as his expression started to become uneasy. Yun Qi glanced at Yun Xiaofen's somewhat plain attire and said, Xiaofen, you're afraid of this Ao Yan? Yun Xiaofen hesitated for a second, but still nodded in the end. I am not some scaredy cat, but hearing that he is the second heir in line of the influential Ao Tian family in the western enormous desert city, and the fact that his profound strength is so much more superior than mine, I probably won't be able to stay in the Blue Wind Profound Palace anymore if I were to offend him. Being able to enter the Blue Moon Profound Palace is me and my family's greatest dream. I don't want to let this kind of possibility happen. Be at ease. Yun Qi shook his head while smiling. The identity of a great family's heir indeed sounds quite great, but this place is the Blue Wind Profound Palace. His identity isn't worth a single cent here, and he could at most oppress you a little using his profound strength. If you don't wish to be bullied, then you need to train even harder. This Ao Yan can coincidentally become one of your motivations for cultivating. Moreover, this Ao Yan can only bath in limelight right now. In the future, he's destined to be unsuccessful. In just a few years, you ought to be able to surpass him, so there's no need to be afraid of him at all. Yun Qi's words made Yun Xiaofen feel extremely satisfied in his heart. In addition to his reverence toward him, there now also existed a hint of gratitude. His expression became relaxed as he fiercely nodded. Big Brother Yun, you are right. I won't be afraid of him. I've decided. My first goal in this Blue Wind Profound Palace is precisely to surpass this Ao Yan, he. After another long period of time, the profound strength assessment of Yun Qi's group was finally over. Within the 120 young profound practitioners who took the examination, only 29 passed in the end. It was even less than 1/4. The young profound practitioners who had been brushed away all had very decent profound strength and talent and came here carrying a fluke mentality. But in the end, they only could sadly leave before the overly high standards of the Blue Wind Profound Palace. What came next was the second stage of the examination, combat strength assessment. The elderly man glanced at the number of people who passed the first round of examination and spoke with an expressionless face. It should also be clear to you that this first round of examination can't even be considered an examination. It was merely to weed out those people who had obviously not reached the standard, yet still wanted to muddle through. The combat assessment of the second round is the real examination. The level of profound strength does not represent the level of combat strength. What we Blue Moon Profound Palace need are the most outstanding of profound practitioners throughout the empire. Not only must an excellent profound practitioner possess profound strength of a high enough rank, what's even more important is their ability to fully utilize their profound strength. Not only can a true genius easily prevail over an opponent of the same rank, it is also possible to challenge someone that's 2 ranks, or even 4 ranks higher. Yet for someone who only possesses profound strength but do not know how to apply it, one will only remain a piece of trash in the end, no matter how high their rank may be. This second round of examination is to test your ability in handling your profound strength. This strength will directly display your talent of handling profound energy, and this talent will determine how high of a height a profound practitioner can reach in the future. Don't think that everything is already well just from passing the profound strength assessment. Within the 29 of you, at most half would be able to pass this combat strength assessment. If you want to stay in the Blue Moon Profound Palace, then display your profound strength to the best of your abilities. The second round of examination starts now. The words of the elderly man dressed in black attire made most people present gulp down their saliva in secret as their expressions became nervous once more. After the first round, only 29 people were left, and in second round, at least half of the 29 would also fail. This was really a little too cruel. The examination's content is very simple. Every one of you will exchange 7 blows with one of your future senior brothers. Victory or defeat does not matter in this exchange of blows, and it's impossible for you to win anyways. What we wish to see is the extent of your ability to unleash profound strength in a real battle. I'll be watching from the side and will also make the final decision. Those who pass will become our Blue Moon Profound Palace's disciple. Those who fail will have to leave. Feng Yue, it's your time to enter the stage. As the elderly man was speaking, a slightly pale-faced man who appeared to be 18 or 19 walked out with a smile on his face. He stopped before the elderly man and slightly nodded at him. "Don't worry, Instructor Qi, leave it to me." The moment he appeared, the outer palace disciples who were spectating for fun immediately let out a burst of exclamation. "Look, this group's opponent is actually senior brother Feng Yue of the Middle Palace." "Ha! That Feng Yue of the Middle Palace. I heard that out of more than 1,000 groups of examination in these few days, there weren't even 10 who had a Middle Palace disciple as their opponent. This group is really unlucky. Even though this is only a combat assessment, and it's impossible to win no matter if the opponent is a Middle Palace disciple nor a Outer Palace disciple, the pressure still ought to be far greater when encountering a Middle Palace disciple. Also, senior brother Feng Yue was rumored to be very heavy-handed. The people in this group will surely suffer. The sound of discussions that came from far away made the examinees of this group tremble with fear. All of them basically knew that the contents of the second examination would be to exchange moves with one of the stronger Outer Palace disciples. But they had never imagined that the opponent they had to face against would actually be a disciple of the Middle Palace. Even though this Feng Yue was a third-rate disciple in the Middle Palace, he still belonged to the Middle Palace. Feng Yue, 19 years old, true profound realm level 3. I hope to receive a lot of advice from all of you junior brothers. Feng Yue stood before everyone with a smile on his face. That arrogant expression and gaze looked as if an emperor was surveying his peasants. After hearing the few words, true profound realm level 3, the hearts of many winced, especially the few young profound practitioners who were younger and relatively lower in profound energy. They tightly clenched both fists and were so anxious that they perspired profusely from their heads filled with sweat. Yet when Ao Yan, who stood at the forefront of the line, saw that the opponent was Feng Yue, his eyes suddenly brightened by quite a lot. The corner of his mouth curled up as he silently gave Feng Yue a signal with his eyes. "Now let the second round of examination officially begin. Whoever I call, come up and exchange 7 moves with Feng Yue." The elderly man who had been referred to as Instructor Qi by Feng Yue spoke. Number 1, Li Mo, the person whose name had been called, walked out of the line and stood before Feng Yun. Even though he tried to maintain his calm, it was still difficult to conceal the nervousness between his eyebrows. After all, to fight a Middle Palace disciple before even officially entering the Blue Wind Profound Palace was something that he wouldn't even dare to imagine. "Senior brother Feng Yue, I hope that you'll be lenient." Li Mo bowed toward Feng Yue. "No need for superfluous nonsense, let's start already," Feng Yun said aloofly. Li Mo took a deep breath. His expression calmed and a longsword was already grasped in his hands. With a low shout, he suddenly thrust it out. "Dispel the cloud to see the sun." When facing against a formidable opponent of the true profound realm during this combat strength assessment, Li Mo didn't dare to hold back in the slightest. His first move was already one of the strongest sword skills from his family. This sword move carried quite a remarkable power and headed directly for Feng Yue, as a continuous aura of profound energy wavered on the sword's body. Feng Yue's movements were simple and crude. He took a step forward and swung out a fist. Poof! The continuous uninterrupted of the sword was instantly broken apart as Feng Yue's fist directly struck at Li Mo's chest. Under the strong, profound strength of the true profound realm, Li Mo flew backwards like a stringless kite and violently crashed onto the ground with a ghastly face, but his right hand still firmly grasped the sword. First move, Feng Yue extended his finger toward Li Mo as his face revealed a trace of a contemptuous sneer. The first person's first round made everyone's hearts fiercely jump. They had originally thought that this was an exchange of pointers to test one's combat strength, and Feng Yue ought to prioritize in defending to let the examinee display their strength to their greatest. But no one had ever thought that this Feng Yue would actually directly counter-attack in such a ruthless and heavy-handed manner. Instructor Qi's brows also creased a little, yet not a word was said. Feng Yue directly attacking in a heavy-handed manner was indeed a bit too much. After all, this wasn't an actual battle, and he was only an assessor. The opponent's level of profound strength was far below his, so how could the young profound practitioners who had not even entered the palace endure his counterattack? However, Instructor Qi thought again. For those who passed the first examination, not a single one of them would be unremarkable in talent without arrogance in their hearts. Encountering this kind of setback could extinguish their arrogant air to a certain extent, which meant that it was also something good for them. Moreover, he understood Feng Yue all too well. This kind of event was just a common occurrence. Even if he were to seriously injure his opponent later on, he would still not be surprised. Li Mo's fight with Feng Yue could only be described as pitiful beyond words. While exchanging pointers in 7 moves, Li Mo consecutively used 7 types of sword techniques consecutively, then fell 7 times consecutively. The sword in his hand still did not touch even the tip of Feng Yue's shirt. Feng Yue's profound energy was 7 whole levels above Li Mo's, and they even had a realm's gap between them. It was as if he forgot, or rather, he didn't care that this was an assessment of strength while crushing his opponent as he wished with his profound strength throughout the process. There was even a sliver of a smile on his face, as if he enjoyed this feeling of trampling on others without restraint. After 7 moves, Li Mo's clothes were already torn and tattered. Falling over 7 times also made him suffer many injuries. 7 moves have passed, you can stop now. Instructor Qi voiced, and then spoke quietly to Li Mo. You flinch a little when you attack, but your profound energy control is still quite okay. You've passed, but barely. Tomorrow morning, you can report to the outer palace. Ah! Li Mo exclaimed in a low voice, as his face revealed an expression of extreme joy. In his happiness, he completely forgot about the injuries on his body. Unable to contain his joy, he bowed repeatedly to Instructor Qi. Thank you, Instructor, for allowing me to accomplish my dream. Thank you for allowing me to accomplish my dream. After a round of endless thanks, Li Mo left in joyous happiness with the other practitioners staring at him in envy. Next, Chen Lu. The second examinee did not get much better treatment than Li Mo the moment he went up. His head was smashed by Feng Yue, and within 7 moves he was left bruised and swollen. As the examination proceeded, the examinees at the back got increasingly nervous, because the outcome of those who went up against Feng Yue could be said to be worse with each person. Within them, there were many who had witnessed the examination a few days ago. Those teachers and disciples who were opponents never retaliated. Rather, they allowed the examinee to exhibit their profound strength as they wished. Occasionally they would hit back, but it would only be to shake off their opponent. But this Feng Yue was merciless with each move. 7 moves to exchange pointers. The examinee would use 7 moves, and he would retaliate 7 moves without any mercy, and almost every move he used injured his opponent. He didn't seem like he was there to help the examination, but rather to enjoy the process of bullying and oppressing others. This sort of situation persisted until Ao Yan went up, then some sort of change occurred. After Ao Yan went up, immediately, he displayed his profound energy substantially. In an imposing manner like the gathering of large winds and dark clouds, his first move actually forced Feng Yue back by a small step, inciting large applause and surprised exclamations from the audience. Within 7 moves, Ao Yan responded calmly. Forget about getting injured, he wasn't even beaten back by Feng Yue even once. Oh, pretty impressive. After 7 moves were over, Feng Yue nodded smilingly, saying to the elder, "Instructor Qi, this is a rare genius. Not only does he have uncommon profound strength, even both his presentation and control of profound energy are superb. To reach such a state at this age, he can be said to be one among millions." "Senior brother's praise is too absurd," Ao Yan said with a frightened expression, but his eyes were filled with complacency. "Indeed, he's an uncommon talent. Ao Yan, you've also passed. Report at the Outer Palace tomorrow." "Instructor," Qi said, nodding. Yun Qi shook his forehead, giving a cold laugh silently. The exchange of looks between Ao Yan and Feng Yue really gave some food for thought. "I thank Instructor Qi." Ao Yan bowed composedly. When he walked down the stage and passed Feng Yue's side, he spoke quickly and extremely quietly. "Cousin, help me teach Yun Xiaofen and Yun Qi a lesson. Let them look as bad as possible. Tonight, the 18 flower pavilions in the Imperial City. Choose as you wish." TL. Flower pavilions equals brothels. Feng Yue's eyes instantly lit up. He licked his lips slowly as a sinister smile revealed at the corner of his mouth. "Next, Yun Xiaofen. Phew, it's finally me." Extremely nervous, Yun Xiaofen let out a low-sounding exhale. "Be more careful, this Feng Yue isn't anything good," Yun Qi reminded in a low voice. "Amen, I'll be careful." Yun Xiaofen nodded. With a rise of profound energy, he jumped onto the tall stage in front of Feng Yue. "Senior brother Feng Yue, please give me your guidance." "Oh." Yun Xiaofen, seeing the youth before his eyes who still possessed a childish innocence, the look in Feng Yue's eyes began to grow dangerous and sardonic. He smiled blandly and said, "Looking at you, you should be only 15. It's really such a pity. Show me your moves and let me see what you're worth." "It's really such a pity." These few words from Feng Yue made Yun Xiaofen confused, but he didn't dare to say anything else. Crossing his arms in front of his body, profound energy from his entire body surged. Atop both palms, 2 lumps of purple light slowly gathered and sizzled. "Oh, you actually have lightning attribute profound arts, not bad." Feng Yue stretched out his right hand slowly and said laughingly, "Rolling thunder palm." Both of Yun Xiaofen's palms clapped into one as a traditional family lightning attribute, profound art combined with a lightning attribute, profound skill, and crashed straight for Feng Yue. Yun Xiaofen's profound energy was only at the 2nd level of nascent profound realm, falling short of Feng Yue by 11 whole levels. To practitioners at the same level as him, this attack was definitely uncommon, but to Feng Yue, it didn't even pose the slightest bit of a threat. Just before Yun Xiaofen approached Feng Yue's figure suddenly shook and neared in front of Yun Xiaofen out of his own accord. With his elbow, he knocked aside Yun Xiaofen's protective profound energy and heavily knocked on his chest. In the split second of impact, the corner of his mouth revealed a trace of evident malicious smile. Crack! A clear sound of breaking bone rang out beside everyone's ears. The condensed bright lightning in Yun Xiaofen's hands immediately vanished as his body flew out like a thrown sandbag. Blood spurted from his mouth in midair, and he fell heavily outside the stage. Immediately, a large commotion broke out in the surroundings. Everyone was shocked by this unforeseen situation. Yun Qi's expression fell solemn, and he rushed hurriedly to Yun Xiaofen's side. Yun Xiaofen laid on the ground with an ashen face and lips full of fresh blood. 3 of his ribs were broken on the left side of his chest, and it was completely impossible for him to stand up. The fury in Yun Qi's heart came out with a whoosh. He turned towards Feng Yue and said in a deep voice, "Feng Yue, even though this is only an examination, you actually dealt such a heavy blow." Feng Yue spread both hands and showed an innocent expression. "How would I know that his profound energy would actually be so low? I saw that he had lightning attribute profound arts and thought that he would be quite resilient. But it turned out that, tusk, it's really such a disappointment." Ao Yan, who was on the other side, grinned and laughed coldly. "Yun Xiaofen, this is the price you have to pay for speaking rudely to me. As the one up next is Yun Qi, to actually dare steal my limelight. I want you to never be able to dream about entering Blue Wind Profound Palace for the rest of your life. Feng Yue, you've done it too harshly." Instructor Qi also furrowed his eyebrows and said severely, "Indeed, your disciple did not have a good grasp of the situation." Feng Yue said as he turned towards Instructor Qi, "However, your disciple does not regret it. Within this profound palace, one of the fastest methods of raising profound strength is to fight hand-to-hand with a strong opponent. So getting injured is a very common thing. Although I might have somewhat made a miscalculation, it is just as well that I can let them understand and integrate earlier." As compared to the injuries we Middle Palace disciples have suffered while exchange pointers, this small bit of injury doesn't amount to much. If he can't even withstand this small bit of pain, then he doesn't have the right to enter our blue-wind profound palace anyway. Instructor Chi furrowed his eyebrows, but did not say any more. You actually have the nerve to say something so pompous. Glancing at the cold smile on Ao Yan's face, and thinking back to the previous unusual looks exchanged between them, Yun Qi was still somewhat confused. This was obviously Ao Yan's act of petty revenge on Yun Xiaofen by using Feng Yue's power. But only because Yun Xiaofen had lectured him a little previously. Since he had revenge on Yun Xiaofen, then it would certainly fall on him too. He was about to speak when suddenly a trembling hand fell on his. Yun Xiaofen clenched his teeth, exerted his body to sit up, and said in a pained voice, "Brother Yun, I'm fine. The examination hasn't ended. I'm fine. Fine." In his struggle, Yun Xiaofen's upper body actually managed to rigidly sit up. His internal organs were hurt and 3 ribs were broken. To finish this action must have taken gargantuan willpower and extreme pain. The moment his upper body sat up, Yun Qi clearly saw 2 streams of tears flowing from his eyes. Because he understood, in the situation he was in now, he was completely unable to continue the examination. Being unable to participate in the examination meant he was unable to enter Blue Moon Profound Palace. His dreams and all of his family's hopes were all ruined in that moment. How could he not shed tears in heartbreak? Xiaofen, this incident was not caused by you, so there is no reason for you to be stripped of your right to enter Blue Wind Profound Palace. Don't move about now, else your body would truly be damaged. By then, it would really be impossible for you to enter the palace. Yun Qi pushed Yun Xiaofen back down from his upright position and placed a medium-grade heaven-returning pellet in his mouth. Then he took a step and leapt in front of Feng Yue. "My name is Yun Qi. This time I'll accept your assessment." Yun Qi's voice was flat. His gaze was as tranquil as water, and there was not even a hint of emotion or color to be found within. "Oh, so you are Yun Qi, number 1 in this group's profound strength assessment?" Feng Yue gave Yun Qi a look over and narrowed both eyes. In regards to the fact that he had just severely hurt Yun Xiaofen, it seemed like he completely didn't take it to heart. "That's right," Yun Qi indifferently replied. "Before we start, I have something I want to clarify with you. You just said that in Blue Moon Profound Palace, suffering heavy injuries after an exchange of pointers is the common norm. Isn't that so? Then if I accidentally hurt you, do I have to take any responsibility?" The moment Yun Qi said these words, everyone present was stunned. Even Feng Yue, who started laughing manically a bit after, "You hurt me. H-A-H-A-H-A-H-A-H-A-H. This must be the funniest thing I've heard this year. Good, very good. A person who's confident to this extent is also a rare sight. Then please try to hurt me as much as you like. Not mentioning hurting me, even if you kill me, it would be of your own capabilities. Absolutely no one will fault you for it. H-A-H-A-H-A-H-A." After saying this, even he himself found it too hilarious and couldn't help but mockingly laugh again. "Then I'm relieved." Yun Qi smiled faintly, and the look in his eyes gradually sharpened. "Then what are we waiting for? Let's start." Feng Yue hugged his chest with both arms and stared at Yun Qi like he would at an idiot. Loftily and disdainfully, he continued, "Since you vainly wish to hurt me that much, I'll give you a chance. I'll stand here without moving and let you attack me with 3 moves. If I move or get hurt, I'll walk upside down in future when I see you. If you can't injure or make me move within 3 moves, then obediently get out of this Blue Moon Profound Palace. And before you get out, I might just give you a big gift." The tip of Yun Qi's brow, which was originally furrowed in concentration, instantly smoothed out. He tapped the tip of his nose and said with a smile that wasn't quite a smile, "Are you sure?" Seeing that Yun Qi's expression suddenly relaxed, and that it appeared to have a bit of a secret, delighted feeling, Feng Yue almost laughed out loud. "Sure. Of course I'm sure. However, as for you, do you have the guts to agree to it? I've heard that your profound strength is at the 10th level of nascent profound realm. Tusk, it's really not that bad. If a mere nascent profound realm 10th ranker doesn't even dare to accept this challenge, then you should just get out obediently and not be a disgrace here." Far away, in a simple, small pavilion, Qin Huayu sat calmly on a stone bench, clad in purple robes while drinking tea leisurely. His attention was always on Yun Qi. Even though the distance between them was large, he could still see anything and hear anything that happened to Yun Qi. Hearing the excessively arrogant pact of 3 moves that Feng Yue had proposed to Yun Qi, Qin Huao's expression suddenly changed. Standing, he said, "Sikong, go stop Yun Qi immediately. Absolutely do not let him agree to Feng Yue's words. You should be clear on what Feng Yue is an expert in." "Yes, Instructor Qin." A young boy beside Qin Huaio who looked to be below 20 nodded and answered before walking quickly towards the direction Yun Qi was in. Yun Xiaofan's grievous injuries had attracted much attention there. Young practitioners who were waiting to be assessed were all stunned. Yun Qi's profound strength was of the 10th level of the nascent profound realm, while Feng Yue's profound strength was of the 3rd level of the true profound realm. Although it was only higher than Yun Qi's by 3 levels, there was also the difference of an entire realm in between. But forcibly taking 3 hits from the other party without moving was also pushing it a bit too much. Let alone 10th level of nascent profound realm, even if it was 3 full-out strikes from a 7th ranker at the nascent profound realm. Granted that it wouldn't go as far as to harm him, how could he possibly not be made to move? And those profound palace disciples who had come to join the commotion revealed gleeful expressions of schadenfreude. Seeing that Yun Qi was clearly about to agree, their hearts started to feel pity. If it was another profound practitioner of the 3rd level of the true profound realm, it would be true that they were fundamentally incapable of not moving after 3 full-out hits by a 10th level in the nascent profound realm. But Feng Yue was a special case. He could most definitely do it with all the ease in the world. Just when Yun Qi was about to open his move to speak, a solemn, ear-splitting voice suddenly came from behind. "Feng Yue, I've long heard that you were sinister and contemptible, and they have not been wrong about you. To actually use such a despicable ploy to trap a disciple who is about to enter the palace, you have completely disgraced our Blue Wind Profound Palace." These words caused Feng Yue's expression to change. He was about to burst into agitated fury until he saw the young man who walked through the crowd of people. His expression changed again abruptly and obediently swallowed back the words he was about to say. His face was completely red, but he didn't dare to voice his anger at all. The moment this man appeared, the surroundings fell silent for a short period of time. Thereafter, loud exclamations and discussions rang out as all of their gazes grew passionate. "Look at his armband, that is the sign of an inner palace disciple. My heavens, an inner palace disciple." A disciple who had just passed the examination said with complete respect and yearning. "It's the 39th senior brother on the heavenly profound list, Sikong. Crap, it's really him. These senior brothers and sisters from the inner palace usually stay in the inner palace and are rarely seen, but he actually came here. I've heard that Sikongdu's profound strength is already at the 10th level of true profound realm. Within a year, he'll be able to break into the spirit profound realm. If I could reach his current stage by the time I'm 30, I'd be laughing even in my dreams. But why would senior brother Sikong come here? And to even scold Feng Yue harshly, unless he's got some sort of animosity towards Feng Yue? I've never heard of it before. Also, even though Feng Yue often bullies the outer palace disciples, he still wouldn't have the guts to piss off any inner palace disciples. Out of the 50,000+ disciples within Blue Wind Profound Palace, only 100 of the disciples were in the inner palace. It was obvious what kind of geniuses this group of 100 were. To call them unrivaled demons wouldn't be an exaggeration. And competition was the most intense within these 100 people of the inner palace. They have already reached the highest tier within Blue Wind Profound Palace. Therefore, their ambitions and goals were now concentrated on the Heavenly Profound list. They trained as if their lives depended upon it to raise their standing on the Heavenly Profound list. As for the Outer Palace and Middle Palace, they didn't even deign to visit them. So usually, Outer and Middle Palace disciples wouldn't even get to see disciples from the Inner Palace. In regards to the discussion and the watchful eyes of the audience, Sikongdu was the picture of calm. It was evident that he had long ago gotten accustomed to it. At close range, he gave Yun Qi a once-over with a good-natured gaze. "You're called Yun Qi, right? Don't agree to that 3-move, whatever pact he put forth. This Feng Yue comes from Western Great Desert's Solid Earth Villa. Solid Earth Villa family's profound art specializes in defense. While his profound strength may only be at the 3rd level of the true profound realm, if he were to put his all into defending, let alone you, even practitioners of the same level as him wouldn't be able to push him back at all in 3 moves. If you are to agree, it would definitely be falling into the trap he has set for you." The moment Sikongdu said this, those around them came to a sudden realization. Then fury blossomed in their hearts, and they looked towards Feng Yue with disdain and disgust. relying on what he was good at to make this sort of pact of 3 moves, with a disciple who was going through an assessment to enter the palace, was so thoroughly despicable and dark to an extreme. Xianxia nodded and smiled gratefully to Sikong-du, saying, "So it's like that. I thank Brother Sikong for the reminder. Dare I ask, is Brother Sikong's father Elder Sikong Han from New Moon Profound Palace?" As a disciple of the Inner Palace, Sikong-du had absolutely no reason to get involved with this incident, and had even less of reason to help him, a person who hadn't even entered the palace yet. Besides, the moment Sikong-du had appeared to him, he had been displaying goodwill, and along with the surname Sikong, it made Xianxia think of one possibility, because at that time, that person had told him that his son was in Blue Wind Profound Palace. Sikong-du was stunned for a moment, then smiled and nodded. "You're right, Sikong Han is indeed my father. Instructor Qin said that your thoughts were extremely meticulous. Haha, he didn't praise you for nothing." Suddenly, Xianxia completely understood everything. Sikong-du was Sikong Han's son, and if Qin Huayu had told Sikong-du about his identity, then Sikong-du's actions would be explainable. And it was no wonder that Sikong Han had spoke of his son with such pride in his eyes back then. It was because his son was actually an impressive inner palace disciple of Blue Wind Profound Palace. Sikong-du bowed to Instructor Qi and said, "Instructor Qi, this Feng Yue used the opportunity of helping with the assessment to heavily injure disciples receiving the assessment. Also, he's setting such a dangerous trap for an assessment's disciple. It's completely unpardonable. I believe Feng Yue has absolutely no right to continue to stay here and should be made to leave immediately and be punished severely. As for the matter of the assessment, this disciple will willingly take his place." This, Elder Qi showed an expression of being put on the spot. If it was an inner palace disciple, and especially a disciple within the first 50 placings on the Heavenly Profound list, even though he was an instructor in the outer palace, he still didn't dare to forcefully reject him. However, the reason why Instructor Qi had allowed Feng Yue to assist in the assessment was because he was one of the disciples he had oversaw proudly back when Feng Yue was still in the outer palace. After Feng Yue had entered the middle palace, he brought even more glory to him. Feng Yue was also always very respectful towards him and always secretly sent him all sorts of expensive gifts, so of course he would be very pleased and fond of this disciple. This was also the reason why Feng Yue dared to be so unscrupulous in front of Elder Qi. If he were to go along with what Sikong-du had said, Feng Yue would definitely lose all his prestige. His bad reputation for harming and putting disciples taking the assessment on purpose would be solidified. It would be extremely unfavorable for the rest of his life in the Profound Palace henceforth. Immediately, Instructor Qi said firmly, "While what Feng Yue did might indeed have been slightly overboard under this situation of exchanging pointers, it's hard for him to control his strength. Feng Yue was fighting hand-to-hand with Yun Xiaofen for the first time, so he wrongly estimated his opponent's profound strength. Therefore, it is pardonable for him to have been too harsh while attacking. Since he had absolutely no reason to seriously hurt a disciple taking an assessment he isn't familiar with, it definitely wasn't on purpose. As for the pact of 3 moves he had proposed, it must also be agreed on by both parties willingly. Feng Yue doesn't seem to have any intention of forcing it on him. If he is confident, he can agree to it. If he feels that it's not suitable, he can also turn it down. I actually think that it's harmless." Elder Qi's words caused Feng Yue's expression to relax immediately. He also immediately stacked up smiles on his face and said, "Instructor Qi is right. Senior Brother Sikong, each of Instructor Qi's words is true. Even if I had a lot of nerve, I still would never dare to intentionally do something that might cause harm to my prospective younger juniors. As for having harmed Yun Xiaofen, it was completely unintentional on my part. Later on, I will personally give him a heaven-returning pellet with my own 2 hands as an apology. If Senior Brother Sikong is interested in assessing disciples' combat strength, I'll gladly concede this position. For our prospective younger juniors to see Senior Brother Sikong's graceful bearing on their own would be an extremely fortuitous thing." While Instructor Qi's words were obviously biased, his argument was very rigorous. Feng Yue's look of acknowledging his mistake also caused Sikong-du to be unable to voice his anger. After all, even though he was an inner palace disciple, he still wasn't willing to offend an outer palace instructor. Yet at this, he heard Xianxia say suddenly, "What Instructor Qi said is right. Feng Yue's pact of 3 moves indeed needs both parties to be willing. Even though it's somewhat despicable and shameless, but since Feng Yue has proposed it, I'll definitely have to accept it. Else if I don't accept it, won't I be laughed at by many for being someone who can't confront his problems after I enter the profound palace? Once Yun Qi said this, everyone was momentarily stunned. Sikong Du's brows knitted violently, saying, Yun Qi, did you completely not hear what I just said to you? His clan's profound technique is built on the foundation of defensive profound energy. It's completely not something you can shake. If he stands there, let alone 3 moves, even with 30 moves, you won't be able to make him move back even half a step. Hurry up and take back what you just said, and not accept this sure-fail pact of 3 moves. It will not be shameful to you at all, and no one will say that you're someone who can't confront his problems either. If you really accept it, you'll be truly stupid then. Against Sikong Du's expectations, Yun Qi instead shook his head and said, Thank you, Brother Sikong, for your reminder, however. I've always had a lot of confidence in my profound strength. For this pact of 3 moves, it is not certain that I would lose. If I win by a fluke, then Senior Brother Feng Yue will have to walk upside down in front of me in future. Just that alone is something to rejoice over. WH, why are you so stupidly stubborn and conceited? Sikong Du's face hardened, and his gaze towards Yun Qi became one of puzzlement and disappointment. You're completely unclear of how strong Feng Yue's profound arts defensive capabilities are. It definitely surpasses that of what you can imagine. You definitely won't have any chance of winning. You're only vainly thinking of winning just to see him be humiliated to relieve your hatred. Have you not thought about how, if you lose, you'll have to leave Blue Wind Profound Palace forever? Yun Qi's stubborn conceitedness caused hints of anger to slip into Sikong Du's voice. But after his tirade, Yun Qi still kept a mild smile of not caring in the least. Brother Sikong, you just have to watch well at the sides. I've already hardened my heart into wanting to see how this senior brother will look like walking upside down. You! Sikong Du swung out his hand in frustration. Forget it. I've already said all I've had to say. What you choose is your own business. I hope you won't regret your decision later. Finishing his speech, he sulkily walked aside. However, he did not leave, and instead furrowed his eyebrows as he thought about how he should clean up the mess for Yun Qi after his defeat. He was someone who would repay favors and gratitude. Yun Qi's grandfather had saved him back then, so he wouldn't just watch his benefactor's grandson be entrapped like this. Yun Qi had already stood before Feng Yue and said while smiling indifferently, Are you ready? I'm about to start attacking now. H-A-H-A-H-A-H-A-H-A? Feng Yue's lungs had almost exploded from laughing too hard. Such a big shot like Sikong Du had specially appeared to save Yun Qi from his predicament, yet he still forcefully insisted on embarrassing himself. He had met idiots before, but had never seen someone so stubbornly stupid to such an extreme. Damn, is this Yun Qi retarded? What kind of figure is Sikong Du? Even he said that Feng Yue's defense is abnormal, yet Yun Qi actually still went up to seek death, simply incomprehensible. Tusk. Does he think that he's special just by being first in the profound strength assessment? It looks like he's too used to being arrogant elsewhere. He'll be taught a good lesson this time. There's plenty of time for him to cry later. With an IQ like this, he's actually the first in this group's profound strength assessment. The heavens are simply blind. Sounds of mockery flooded Yun Qi's surroundings. Right now, everyone's impression of Yun Qi could be summarized in one word. Idiot. Yun Qi paid no attention to the voices around him and looked directly at Feng Yue's sneering face with an indifferent gaze. To deal with you, do I even need any preparation? Feng Yue faced Yun Qi and contemptuously beckoned at him with his pinky. You can attack any time, and it's not a problem even if you need to prepare a little while longer. Ha 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 ha. Very well. The corner of Yun Qi's mouth slightly widened as he took a step forward. He opened Evil Soul, and the once peaceful, profound energy in his body suddenly began to madly expand and berserk, just like an evil dragon being jerked awake. The aura surrounding his body suddenly changed as well, and the air current restlessly flowed about in chaos. The moment this aura of profound energy was emitted, Sikong Du, Instructor Qi, and even Feng Yue's expressions had all changed. Because this aura of profound energy was so formidable that it was definitely not something that belonged to a nascent profound practitioner. This was especially true for Feng Yue, as he actually felt a kind of oncoming pressure all of a sudden. My first move, H-A-A-H. Yun Qi bellowed loudly as his figure fiercely charged forward, leaving a long array of afterimages. His right fist, instilled with profound energy, struck directly at Feng Yue's chest. Even before his fist arrived, a gust of suffocating wind had already rushed towards Feng Yue. Feng Yue was slightly startled in his heart and did not dare to be careless anymore. He hastily gathered all the profound energy in his body, and a 2-meter-tall, light yellow barrier instantly formed before him. This was his clan's profound earth barrier, formed by using his family's profound art. With its degree of toughness, no profound practitioner of the same level had been able to destroy the barrier in one strike before. Boom! Yun Qi's fist fiercely smashed onto Feng Yue's profound earth barrier, as the berserking profound energy violently released. The enormous sound emitted was actually akin to the collision of two giant boulders. A large chunk of the ground underneath Yun Qi's foot instantaneously crumbled. This enormous sound almost shocked everyone in the area dumb. Looking at Yun Qi, who was on the stage, they all stared wide-eyed and were unable to recover from their shock for a long time. It was because they simply could not believe that this was actually a strike from a profound practitioner of the nascent profound realm. The barrier in front of Feng Yue's body trembled violently, and lines of quickly spreading cracks appeared one after another. In an instant, the entire barrier became covered with cracks and was almost about to completely collapse. And at this time, the strength in Yun Qi's fist had also finally run out. Yun Qi slowly retracted his arm and watched the Feng Yue, who stood there without moving in the slightest, and said casually, "As expected of a profound technique specialized in defense, it is indeed a little interesting." Looking at the profound earth barrier before him that was covered with cracks, Feng Yue's complexion became extremely ugly. He was simply unable to accept and believe that his profound earth barrier was be ruined to this extent, by one strike, from a profound practitioner of the nascent profound realm. After hearing Yun Qi's words, he barely forced out a laugh and said gloomily, "It looks like I've underestimated you. However, this should roughly be your full power, no? This is just a single layer of profound earth barrier after all. I can construct 3 layers at the same time, do you believe me?" "I do." Yun Qi nodded very seriously, then said with a beaming smile, "If I said I had only used half of my profound strength for my first strike, would you believe me?" "Half, ha 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 ha," Feng Yue laughed with disdain. "That's the funniest thing I've heard all day. Then you can laugh as much as you want." Yun Qi took a step back and once again aligned his right arm horizontally. "Prepare to receive my second move." Just as Yun Qi's voice faded, a layer of crimson flames suddenly flared up on the exterior of his body. While the flames leapt up, the phoenix blood within his body began to vigorously burn. The aura of Yun Qi's profound energy abruptly changed and became even more violent and fiery. "Fire attribute profound art? He actually possesses a fire attribute profound art," Sikong Du said in a low voice, surprised. Right at this moment, Yun Qi's second move struck out violently. It was still only a plain punch without any embellishment. The instant the punch struck out, it was just like a water dragon erupting from the sea. Following the movement of his body, it struck towards Feng Yue, carrying unrivaled violent profound energy and crimson blood-red flames. The pressure exerted upon Feng Yue from the power of this one strike was more than twice as strong as the previous strike. The expression on Feng Yue's face finally changed greatly. In this instant, he realized, in shock, that Yun Qi's previous claim that he had only used half his profound strength in the first strike was actually true. Triple profound barrier. Feng Yue finally began to regret. Before he had declared the pact of 3 moves, how could he have thought that Yun Qi, who was only at the 10th level of the nascent profound realm, could actually display this sort of frightful power? At this time, how could he dare to reserve even a little bit of power? With a low growl, the exterior of his entire body emitted a yellow light, and 3 profound earth barriers consecutively appeared in front of his body in an instant. Boom. As if it was fragile glass, the first profound earth barrier directly shattered into pieces and completely dissipated. Boom. The second profound earth barrier cracked completely. Then it started to collapse from the crack and dissipated in a similar fashion. Boom. Yun Qi's right fist landed heavily on the third profound earth barrier, and amidst a short pause it also shattered. The fist, which had gone through all 3 profound earth barriers, proceeded forward and directly collided onto Feng Yue's chest with a dull sound. Feng Yue's body shook a bit as his expression paled, but he still didn't move backwards. The 3 profound earth barriers had all been destroyed by Yun Qi, but had also managed to reduce most of his profound energy. "This is not possible." Feng Yue forcefully swallowed the fresh blood that had surged up to his throat, the color of his face as white as paper, even though he still hadn't taken a step back. That one strike from Xianxia was still extremely violent after penetrating through 3 layers of barriers, and directly gave him an internal injury. The surrounding people were all frozen still, especially Sikongdu and Instructor Qi, who understood Feng Yue's strength. Both had an expression of shock. To destroy 3 profound earth barriers consecutively in one strike, even if it was a strike with the full strength of a 5th ranker of the true profound realm, it would still essentially be impossible to achieve this. No wonder Instructor Qin valued him so much. This Xianxia actually. Sikongdu did not know how to describe the shock in his heart with words. He finally realized that Xianxia did not accept the pact of 3 moves out of stupidity and impulsiveness, but had done so out of genuine self-confidence. However, the concern in his heart did not lessen, because after 2 strikes, Feng Yue still had not taken a step back. And this strike was obviously a strike with Xianxia's full strength. Feng Yue only needed to continue defending using triple profound barrier. The chances of Xianxia defeating him was very small. Not bad indeed. Xianxia earnestly nodded his head. That expression of his was just like the strong praising the weak, and it almost made Feng Yue feel like throwing blood. Then, the 3rd move. Whoosh. The air around Xianxia moved about violently, and the fiery light around his body suddenly soared up dramatically, shrouding his entire body. The heat emitted flames, causing the surrounding area to drastically rise in temperature, and Feng Yue, who was relatively closer to Xianxia, felt a burning sensation on his face. The expression on Sikongdu's face drastically changed again, and Feng Yue became ugly to the point that it was as if he had just eaten a pile of dead flies. Those suddenly surging profound flames proved that Xianxia's strike earlier still wasn't his limit. That tiny floating cloud city actually produced such an abnormal brat. Sikongdu's face was filled with shock as he looked at Xianxia. Although he is only at the 10th level of the nascent profound realm, but to be able to output such immense strength, it is completely enough to directly enter the middle palace. Feng Yue's intestines had almost completely turned blue from regret. Originally, he had prepared to help Aoyan harm Xianxia through the pact of 3 moves, but now he had practically dug his own grave. He had actually personally said earlier, if he lost in the future, he would walk on his hands whenever he saw Xianxia. The only reason as to why he had said something like that was because he didn't think about the possibility of himself losing at all facing Xianxia right now, whose profound power had increased again. His heart spasmed. If he really lost, one could only imagine how enormous of an humiliation and insult that would be. If it was only the 2 of them, he could have gone back on his promise. However, this was the central plaza of the Blue Wind Profound Palace, which was completely flooded with people. The event here had long been surrounded with layer upon layer of spectators, along with Elder Qi, Sikongdu, and Qin Huayu, who was also watching from a distance. All were witnesses personally seeing and hearing the event. He simply had no escape route. Going all out is the only choice. Feng Yue clenched his teeth. Even though this profound technique would permanently reduce his profound strength by 1 level, it was better than enduring the great humiliation that would come otherwise. The 3rd move. Xianxia slowly took a step forward. With a light stomp, the rocks under his feet instantly cracked. Xianxia's body had already soared up high. Striking down from midair, his flame-covered right fist struck at Feng Yue's newly constructed triple profound barriers with all his might. Boom, under Xianxia's strike with full power, the first profound earth barrier was just like thin paper and punctured with just a poke. Boom! In the short moment of half a breath, the second profound barrier also directly shattered. Feng Yue's complexion changed again and again. He fiercely bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a large field of bloody mist, which sprayed all over the last barrier. This bizarre action caused Sikongdu to freeze for a moment. Right after, his expression violently changed, and he muttered in his mind, "Crap! This Feng Yue, just for victory, actually didn't hesitate to use such forbidden technique of irreversible self-destruction. Profound blood barrier." In the midst of Feng Yue's muffled yell, all the profound energy in Feng Yue's body began pouring unreservedly into the barrier's last layer. Instantaneously, the barrier actually became a frightening crimson color amidst the fog of blood he had sprayed out. Bang! Xianxia's right fist landed heavily upon the last profound barrier, yet the sound emitted was actually a dull sound of impact. After, it was unable to proceed forward at all. Behind the barrier, Feng Yue's pale face began to distort into a hideous grin. "Ha ha ha ha! Xianxia, with just a nascent profound realm practitioner like you, how could it be possible to break my defenses? This barrier of profound strength is my most powerful profound blood barrier. Even if there were 10 of you, don't even bother to think about breaking it. You have already lost. Just wait till you have to forever leave Blue Wind Profound Palace. Ha 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 ha. The profound blood barrier was a forbidden technique from Feng Yue's clan. When used, it would need to consume the user's vital blood and a tremendous amount of profound energy, and would permanently decrease the user's lifespan and profound strength. It was usually used only to protect one's own life under life-threatening circumstances. After deploying the profound blood barrier, Feng Yue knew that he had already won, but had paid a huge price for it. So even though he was laughing maniacally, his heart was full of regret, resentment, and unwillingness. Xianxia's strike with all his power smashed onto this profound blood barrier as his profound energy exploded out. Yet it was unable to affect the profound barrier in the slightest. He first furrowed his eyebrows, then squinted his eyes as all the profound energy in his body that seemed as if they were being swept up like a tornado, flooded into his right arm with incomparable frenzy. Falling, moon sinking, star. Crack. The flames on Xianxia's body vanished, while the flames on his right arm instantly soared many times higher. Feng Yue's maniacal laughter stopped, and he stared wide-eyed at the crack which appeared at the point where Xianxia's right fist and the profound blood barrier came into contact. A pair of pupils contracted to the size of a needle hole. Impossible. How can this be possible? Why are cracks appearing on the profound blood barrier? Impossible. This must be an illusion. An illusion. Crack, crack, crack. Lines after lines of cracks that rapidly appeared one after another were just like steel swords that stabbed into Feng Yue's fragile heart. The sound of the cracks spreading was like the low crooning of a devil that made his mind teeter at the brink of collapse. Bang! Once the cracks spread to the very edges of the barrier, the profound blood barrier finally broke open, breaking into countless scattered profound energy fragments. Xianxia's falling moon-sinking star was akin to a loose tiger. Advancing wildly, layers upon layers of bombardment hit on Feng Yue's chest. There was only less than half a foot's distance between the barrier and Feng Yue's chest, yet it brought about a deafening roar. Boom! A tremendous sound of rocks exploding rang next to Feng Yue's ears. Both of his ears and head were immersed in the huge roaring sound, and he felt as if a huge sledgehammer had struck his chest. A jet of blood spurted out of his mouth as his body flew backwards like an arrow as he flew outwards. The violent power of falling moon-sinking star carved a deep groove into the ground. Feng Yue's body flew off the stage over the crowds of tightly packed onlookers, traveling almost 20 feet before smashing into the ground. After, he rolled for a while like a rolling gourd, then laid on the ground, never to make another movement. A pool of scarlet blood slowly spread under his body. At this moment, it was as if the entire world had fallen into a frightful silence. Xianxia slowly retracted his hand. In front of him, a ghastly deep ravine extended outwards by 10 feet. A cold smile flashed on his mouth. He was a man who never treated his enemies with even a shred of mercy. If there were no outsiders here, he wouldn't have hesitated even a moment to kill Feng Yue. But this was the Blue Wind Profound Palace after all, and he was about to become a disciple of the Blue Wind Profound Palace, so he absolutely wouldn't deal a killing blow to Feng Yue. However, at least for the next month, Feng Yue shouldn't even think about getting out of bed, much less using profound energy. Furthermore, the forceful destruction of the profound blood barrier also dealt considerable damage to his vitality and profound veins, so the aftermath would definitely not be as simple as just the decrease in one level of profound strength anymore. Not a single sound could be heard from all of the witnesses. Seeing the half-dead Feng Yue, who had been flung several tens of feet away, and the long, deep ravine, a cold air surged out of their bodies. They all looked at Xianxia as if he was a monster. Feng Yue's strongest ability was his defense. He had not attacked and concentrated all his profound energy into his defense, but even under the condition of using a life-threatening forbidden technique to protect his life, Xianxia had still managed to deal a grave injury within 3 moves. No one doubted that, if this hadn't been one attacking and one defending and was a real fight, Feng Yue would still have been defeated by Xianxia, possibly even faster and even more miserably. 10th ranker at the nascent profound realm completely defeating a 3rd ranked at the true profound realm. And this was not just a difference of 3 levels, but also the divide between realms. All the spectators had originally thought this feat to be completely impossible. However, this situation had truly happened right in front of their eyes and overturned their previous knowledge. Qin Huaiyu, who had been residing in the pavilion, had already stood up. With profound strength at the Earth Profound Realm and the status of the Blue Wind Profound Palace's Middle Palace instructor, he had a broad range of experience. He had a rather unmoving state of mind, yet his expression was colored red. At this moment, he had finally begun to realize why Lan Zuruo had been so insistent on choosing him. The Monarch Heart's secret arts, which could examine one's potential to an extent, was truly worthy of its name. Heh, this brat you brought here is really incredible. Behind Qin Huaiyu, a middle-aged man with a beard that dangled to his chest, who was clad in a green robe, slowly walked over. His appearance was similar to Qin Huaiyu, but he looked to be slightly younger. He stood next to Qin Huaiyu and watched Xianxia on the stage with a face filled with praise. "He is someone Princess Kang Yue had selected," Qin Huaiyu slowly said. "Oh," the middle-aged man's face showed a little shock, then he nodded slightly and went deep in thought. Xianxia, standing on the stage, had long since become everyone's focus, especially the new disciples who had just passed the assessment. No matter male or female, everyone's eyes filled with unparalleled fanaticism. The disciples who had been thoroughly thrashed by Feng Yue before were all filled with fanatical admiration. They all felt gratitude and a sense of being avenged. Xianxia stubbornly stood up. Even though his body suffered an unbearable pain, his mouth revealed a pleasantly surprised smile as he passionately looked at Xianxia with adoration. The shock in Sikangdu's heart lasted for a long time before he slowly suppressed it. Others may not be aware, but he clearly understood just how powerful Feng Yue's profound blood barrier was. Even a 10th-level true profound realm profound practitioner like him would not be able to break the barrier with one strike if they were not serious. No wonder instructor Qin valued him so much and had personally come to watch his assessment process. Being able to exhibit such a frightful power at the 10th level of the nascent profound realm, it was impossible not to be in shock of this boy's talent. The worry and warnings he had given him before were completely unnecessary. Xianxia's gaze glanced at Feng Yue's body for a moment, then swept around to finally land on Aoyan's body. When Feng Yue had been blasted into the air, Aoyan's face had become pale in a flash. At this time, when he suddenly made contact with Xianxia's cold gaze, his entire body shuddered, and he unconsciously scooted 2 steps backwards in panic. His face was filled with fear and beads of sweat uncontrollably rolled down his forehead. Xianxia laughed in disdain and glanced away. Turning to Instructor Qi, who had an extremely ugly expression, he called out brightly, "Instructor Qi, you've been personally witnessing this event the entire time. This pact of 3 moves between me and Feng Yue, I should be the victor, right? In accordance with our agreement before, from now on, wherever I am, Feng Yue must walk backwards. To all my friends present, please bear witness." Instructor Qi's expression was uncertain for a moment. He clenched his teeth and said while bracing himself, "Xianxia, even if you are the victor, this was only a learning experience, yet you attacked so heavy-handedly. With such a vicious heart, how are you fit to be a disciple of my Blue Wind Profound Palace?" "Ah," Xianxia laughed contemptuously and said lightly, "My profound strength is only at the 10th level of the nascent profound realm, and Feng Yue is at the 3rd level of the true profound realm. The difference between us is so great, so I have no reason not to display my full power, right? Only, how would I know that even though Feng Yue has such great profound strength, he's actually just an idiot who can't even take an attack from a nascent profound realm profound practitioner? Can you really blame me for this? Furthermore, Feng Yue also said before, when disciples spar, getting injured is a common occurrence, and even Instructor Qi accepted that. Feng Yue seriously injured Xianxia, yet you didn't rebuke him at all. Now that I've injured Feng Yue, you criticize me, and even said that I'm not fit to be a disciple of Blue Wind Profound Palace. This is a little bit of a stretch now, isn't it?" Instructor Qi was an instructor at Blue Wind Profound Palace after all. As a disciple of the Profound Palace, even a disciple from the Inner Palace wouldn't willingly offend an instructor. Middle Palace and Outer Palace disciples would not even consider this notion. But what kind of temper did Xianxia have? Whoever gave him face, he would give them face. Whoever didn't give him face, even if it was God, he would definitely not give even a little face. Why wouldn't Instructor Qi think that Xianxia, a soon-to-be disciple of the Profound Palace, would bear accusations and ridicule him in front of everyone? Furthermore, everything he had said was justified, made perfect sense, did not leave a single droplet of information out, and forced him to a position where he could not respond. He could only stand there with a face completely colored red in embarrassment, and hold in his anger while not able to act upon it at all. Sikong-du walked over and said while cheerfully smiling, "Elder Qi, about this assessment, Yun Qi has definitely passed, right?" Yun Qi was also the victor of the Pact of 3 moves with Feng Yue, and all the spectators present can bear witness. I believe that Instructor Qi, who is fair and just, must not have any objections. Also, Yun Qi defeated disciple Feng Yue in the assessment, so he can enter the Profound Palace, which means he has the right to directly enter the Middle Palace. Instructor Qi must not have any objection to this, right? As for the remaining battle assessments, since Feng Yue has suffered serious injuries, this disciple can step in and complete the task. What do you think about this, Instructor Qi? Instructor Qi's face shivered a little. He held his breath for a while and could only fiercely respond with a HMPH sound. This event had occurred at the Central Plaza, and countless spectators had witnessed the entire process personally. Even if he wanted to protect Feng Yue, it was simply impossible to punish or make things difficult for Yun Qi. Otherwise, he might not remain in Blue Wind Profound Palace any longer. Enter the Middle Palace directly? Sounds of exclamation spread throughout the crowd, especially those who had just entered the Profound Palace and those who had been stuck at the Outer Palace for a long time, who were disciples who could not even hope to enter the Middle Palace. Their faces were filled with envy. At the Blue Wind Profound Palace, if one wanted to enter the Middle Palace, one's profound strength must at least be at the 3rd level of the true Profound Realm. Feng Yue could only be considered one of the lowest disciples in the Middle Palace. While Yun Qi was only at the 10th level of the nascent Profound Realm, he had defeated Feng Yue in front of everyone, so he was definitely qualified to directly enter the Middle Palace. Right at this moment, a thundering howl suddenly sounded through the crowds of people. "Out of the way! Which one's Yun Qi? Get your ass out here!" In the midst of the screams, the crowd was forcefully split. A tall and brawny, roughly 20-year-old man walked out. Behind him, shockingly, walked Murong Yi. The entire right half of Murong Yi's face was swollen. The bleeding from the wound had stopped, but the gory wound was still quite scary. Once he saw Yun Qi standing on the stage, his eyes stared wide and reached out to point at him. He screamed, "Cousin, it's him, he was the one who hit me. That person's armband, he's also an Inner Palace disciple. He's Murong Yi, ranked 73rd on the Heavenly Profound list. What's happening? These Inner Palace disciples who are gone for most of the year, 2 of them actually appeared today. I heard this Murong Yi's father is the Northern Field Marshal. Not only is his talent frightening, his influence is also monstrous. It looks like he came for Yun Qi. Yun Qi couldn't have offended him, right? Offending an Inner Palace disciple, who is also the son of the Northern Field Marshal. He'll have his fair share of trouble later." Following Murong Yi's pointed finger, Murong Yi glanced at Yun Qi for a moment, then flew onto the stage in one jump. He eyed Yun Qi coldly. "So you're Yun Qi?" "That's right." Once he saw Murong Yi, Yun Qi understood what had happened. Qin Huayu had just informed him about Murong Yi's cousin Murong Yi. Indeed, after he had beaten this useless scrap of wood up, he had exhibited the behavior of trash and ran, crying and screaming for help from someone more powerful. "Were you the one who hit his face?" Murong Yi pointed at Murong Yi and asked with a dark glare. "That's right, I was the one who hit him," Yun Qi admitted very calmly. "Very good," Murong Yi nodded slowly. His eyes suddenly flashed as his body charged forward, bringing about a violent gust of turbulent air. His right hand formed a claw and grasped at Yun Qi's throat like an eagle. Just as Murong Yi moved, a silhouette flashed from the side. Profound energy exploded outwards, and a palm slammed against Murong Yi's right claw. With a bang, both people flew backwards. A crack sound resounded from the point they made contact, and the meter-tall stone stage directly split. A half-foot-wide crack directly spread to the edge of the stage, splitting the stage right down the center. A gust of profound energy spread outwards, nearly pushing Yun Qi over. He was shocked in his heart. These were indeed Inner Palace disciples. Even the aftermath of their strikes contained such astonishing power. Murong Yi landed on the edge of the stage and almost fell off. He suddenly raised his head, glared at the person who attacked him, and yelled, "Sikong-du, what do you mean by this? I'd like to ask for your intentions instead." As he stood in front of Yun Qi, Sikong-du stared at Murong Yi with a frown and spoke without yielding in the slightest. "Murong Yi, this place is the important grounds for new disciple examinations, not a place for you to fuss about and unjustly assault others. Unjustly assault others, Murong-Yi arrogantly sneered. So what if I want to assault him? He pointed at Murong-Yi and said furiously. The wound on my cousin's face is precisely caused by this Yun-Chi behind you. He injured my cousin first. Don't tell me that you want me to just let it pass. Move aside quickly and don't stick your nose into other people's business here. Otherwise, don't blame me for turning against you. Turning against me? Sikong-du made a loud laugh. I just happen to not be afraid of you turning against me. This business I'm absolutely sticking my nose in. If your bones are itching to be fixed up a bit, then feel free to try and come at me. You! Murong-Yi flew into a rage. He clenched both fists but forcefully suppressed himself and didn't immediately strike out. Because he knew that he wasn't a match for Sikong-du. He was ranked 73rd on the Heavenly Profound ranking, yet Sikong-du was ranked 39th. However, he wasn't afraid at all of Sikong-du either. It was because even though Sikong-du's aptitude was extraordinary, his background was still very ordinary. Sikong-du's father was only a measly little elder of a branch profound palace in New Moon City, while his own father was the Northern Field Marshal whose authority shook the entire Blue Wind Empire. Sikong-du, you and me had always been two different streams of water that didn't offend each other. This time, are you really so hell-bent on shredding all cordiality with me? Whatever you, Murong-Yi, wishes to do, I don't care one bit. But as for this person behind me, his grandfather is the benefactor who saved my life. In this Blue Wind Profound Palace, no matter who it is that wants to cause him trouble, they'll have to pass through me first, Sikong-du said sternly. The surroundings was immediately filled up with chatter. No wonder why Sikong-du would personally go rescue Yun-Chi earlier and stand so unyieldingly in front of him to protect him now. It turned out that he and Yun-Chi actually had this kind of history. Just after entering the Profound Palace, he already had the backing of an inner palace disciple. There wasn't any newly entered disciples who weren't envious and jealous toward Yun-Chi. HMPH, what a benefactor. Then what about my younger cousin's wound? Don't tell me that the cousin of Murong-Yi could be hit without holding anyone accountable, Murong-Yi said with an angry tone of voice. Since this is a grudge held between your younger cousin and Yun-Chi, then just let them settle it themselves. Since it's your cousin who got injured, then just let your cousin avenge himself. And since he is a disciple of our Blue Wind Profound Palace, don't tell me that he doesn't even have this much backbone and need an inner palace disciple like you to harass a newly entering disciple. Sikong-du spoke with a mocking tone. Just these few short sentences made everyone's attention turn toward Murong-Yi. Most of their gazes were full with disdain and contempt. Sikong-du was right, to not avenge his own grudge, but instead went to cling on to someone more powerful. It was simply despicable. Murong-Yi's face and ears were flushed red from the gazes, as his hatred for Yun-Chi reached the extremity in his heart. With Sikong-du blocking in front of Yun-Chi, Murong-Yi basically arrived at a difficult situation that was similar to getting down from a tiger's back. If he was to go with force, he simply wasn't a match for Sikong-du. If he were to just let it pass like this, with countless disciples watching from the side, where would his face be as a dignified disciple of the inner palace? He took a step forward and said unyieldingly, "Since it's like this, then all right. Sikong-du, I'll just give you this face and won't assault Yun-Chi. But I can't just let the matter of Yun-Chi injuring my younger cousin rest, or else what face could Murong-Yi, have? If you make Yun-Chi apologize to my younger cousin right here and slap himself on the face 10 times, I will then let this matter go. If you are still ignorant of what's good for you, HMPH, then from now on, it's either you or me in the inner palace." Sikong-du tightly knitted his brows. Actually, he had also arrived at a dilemma. Even though he could defeat Murong-Yi, Murong-Yi's powerful background was something that no one in the Blue Wind Profound Palace dared to look down upon. If he were to completely offend him, it would bring nothing but harm to both himself and Yun-Chi. However, if Yun-Chi had to apologize to Murong-Yi as he demanded, and even slap himself in the face under the gazes of everyone, this was entirely a kind of great humiliation that no normal man would possibly accept. At this moment, a hand rested onto his shoulder. Yun-Chi walked out from behind him, stood by his side, and said with a relaxed smile, "Big brother Sikong, I thank you for your graciousness. However, since this is a matter that I instigated, it's naturally best for me to settle it myself." As he finished speaking, he directly faced Murong-Yi, who had a grim expression without waiting for Sikong-du to respond, and said without any hint of fear, "Murong-Yi, it was indeed I who had hit your younger cousin Murong-Yi. To speak out for him can also be considered as the way of the world. But with my big brother Sikong here, it should be a bit difficult for you to do as you wish right now. If you really want to personally teach me a lesson, I can actually give you a chance. You, give me a chance? H-A-H-A-H-A-H-A? As if he had heard some funny joke, Murongye started to guffaw with extreme disdain. Who the hell do you think you are? Yunqi didn't become angry in the slightest. His brows sunk as his eyes narrowed and unfeelingly replied, Do you have the guts to give me 3 months of time? Murongye, 3 months later, I'll voluntarily challenge you. If I were to lose at that time, no matter if you want me to apologize to Murongye or to injure and cripple me, I will never resist. Including big brother Sikong, no one would stop you either. As Yun Chi's words came out, the expressions of everyone around instantly became remarkable. Ha, what did he say? Challenge Murongye after 3 months. Am I hearing things? You didn't hear it wrong. Is this Yun Chi insane? To have defeated Feng Yue, he is indeed pretty great, but what kind of character is Murongye? He is someone on the heavenly profound ranking, and his profound strength is as high as the 9th level of true profound realm. Yun Chi is only at the 10th level of nascent profound realm, which means that there's an entire realm of difference. What kind of challenge is this? This Yun Chi, did he get carried away to the extent of knowing no bounds just from defeating Feng Yue? Let alone one of him, even if there were 100 of him, he still wouldn't be a match for Murongye. This is simply overreaching and seeking his own death. I'm guessing that this is certainly Yun Chi's stalling tactic. Think about it, no one with a normal head on his shoulders would ever propose this kind of arranged battle. Yun Chi is obviously saying this in deliberation, in order to solve the present situation after seeing Murongye come seek him out. He wanted to solve the stalemate before his eyes first, and then apologize to Murongye in private, or just directly flee. This is definitely the most perfect explanation. Hearing Yun Chi's words, Sikong Du's eyebrows abruptly creased as he said with an anxious tone, Yun Chi, what are you saying? Are you insane? Murongye is someone on the heavenly profound ranking. Let alone arranging a battle with him, you don't even have the qualifications to exchange moves with him. Are you trying to drive yourself into a dead end? However, Yun Chi turned a deaf ear and continued to speak toward Murongye. Murongye, do you dare to or not? Of course, if you are afraid of getting beaten by me to the point of looking everywhere on the ground for your teeth, you can totally decline. In this world, aren't cowardly turtles the best at preserving their own life? The expression of Murongye, who was below them, cramped, as he forcefully endured to not laugh out loud. The inside of his heart had long become overjoyed. This Yun Chi was as expected, a reckless and arrogant idiot. He was boundlessly arrogant at New Moon Profound Palace before, and was still so arrogant after coming to this Blue Wind Profound Palace. He was even so arrogant in front of the face of his elder cousin Murongye. He simply wouldn't know what had hit him even if he died. Murongye didn't laugh, because he felt that this Yun Chi brat before him was a complete moron. Moreover, he had seen quite a lot of morons before, but someone moronic to this degree, it was a first in his entire life. Brat, are you serious? Murongye pinched his chin and looked at Yun Chi as if he was looking at a clown. He had already confirmed again and again that Yun Chi's level of profound strength was truly, and undoubtedly, at the 10th level of the nascent profound realm. Amongst the newly entering disciples, this was unquestionably outstanding. But in his eyes, he was merely a slightly bigger grasshopper that he could crush on a whim with any 2 of his fingers. A grasshopper like this actually wanted to voluntarily challenge him. Moreover, he even professed about what would happen if he lost, and even used cowardly turtle in order to instigate him, lest he were to decline. Of course I'm serious, Yun Chi said while smiling. But you are the one who has not responded yet. Do you dare or not? H-A-H-A-H-A-H-A? Murongye finally laughed wildly. His laugh was incomparably contemptuous. To challenge me, there's only the question of whether you are worthy or unworthy, not whether or not I dare to or not. It is very obvious that someone as insignificant as you at the nascent profound realm is not worthy. However, given that you actually have a dog's gall and dared to injure my younger cousin, then I may as well. After 3 months, I'll take a minute or 2 to play with you a little. Training in the inner palace is very boring. Occasionally finding a flea or grasshopper to play around with for a bit isn't bad either. But you better remember what you said earlier. To be handled as I wish after you lose without any outside meddling. Everyone who's present are clearly listening. Sikong Du, I think that you heard it clearly too, no? Murongye's gaze turned toward Sikong Du as he spoke with a sneer. Sikongdu's complexion fluctuated for a while and said to Xianxia in a low voice, Xianxia, do you know what you're doing? If you are to retract your words earlier right now, you would still barely have enough time. If this is your stalling tactic, it's not necessary. As long as I am in this inner palace, I will never let Murongye harm you. But Xianxia actually shook his head while faintly smiling, and then said with a clear voice, Very well, since you've already accepted, you can't go back on your words anymore. 3 months later, right here in this spot, we'll have a showdown then. Everyone here are witnesses. Ha 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 ha, I also can testify. An amiable voice came from the outside of the crowd. This voice wasn't very loud, but it overshadowed the chatter and clearly traveled into everyone's ears as if it was magical. The crowd split apart and 2 middle-aged men, respectively wearing a purple robe and verdant-colored clothing, walked over shoulder by shoulder. One of them was Qin Huaiyu and the other had black hair, a black beard, and a slender figure. His verdant attire was plain yet elegant. His face carried kindness and a faint smile, and his gaze was like an unmoving, calm pond of water. Just by standing there in a casual fashion, his entire body naturally exhibited an elegant, otherworldly, and sage-like disposition. When people looked at him, he evoked the uncontrollable growth of reverence in their hearts. Palace Chief Qin, Instructor Qin. The moment these 2 middle-aged men appeared, the scene instantly became restless. Because among these 2, one of them was Middle Palace Instructor, Qin Huaiyu, and that verdant-clothed man was shockingly the Blue Wind Profound Palace's Vice Palace Chief, Qin Wushang. Sikongdu and Murongye simultaneously retracted all of their oppressive air and respectively yelled out, Palace Chief Qin, Instructor Qin. Sky Profound Realm. As Xianxia's gaze fell onto Qin Wushang, Jasmine's voice traveled to his mind and greatly shook his heart. Qin Wushang was Qin Huaiyu's biological brother who was 12 years older than Qin Huaiyu. However, his talent in profound cultivation was far greater than Qin Huaiyu, and he had already stepped into the Sky Profound Realm at the age of 50, arriving at a supreme level that countless profound practitioners wouldn't even dare to aspire toward in their dreams. His lifespan had also greatly increased, and thus, he even appeared to be much younger than Qin Huaiyu. Blue Wind Profound Palace's palace chief's whereabouts were erratic and rarely ever bothered with matters in the Profound Palace. There were some disciples who had stayed in the palace for 3 or 4 years who had yet to have met the palace chief even once. The matters inside the Profound Palace, whether big or small, all basically fell onto Vice Palace Chief Qin Wushang. When the palace chief was absent, he possessed the highest right of speech and decision-making authority. Palace Chief Qin, why have you come here? Instructor Qi immediately rushed to escort him and solicitously asked. Qin Wushang laughed but did not reply and turned his gaze to Xianxia instead. After giving him a once-over, he said, Xianxia, you just said that you wanted to challenge Murongye 3 months later, is this true? If it was something you just said without thinking through the matter, it is still not too late to take back your words now. In regards to Qin Wushang calling him by name, Xianxia wasn't surprised at all. He nodded and replied, Of course it's real. Murongye has also agreed. Since Palace Chief Qin also happens to be here, I'd like to ask of you to bear witness for us. Within Blue Wind Profound Palace, I believe there is no one who has more authority than Palace Chief Qin to be a witness. After the other newly admitted disciples came to know of Qin Wushang's identity as Palace Chief, most of them revealed expressions of reverence, yet Xianxia's expression seemingly did not change. His gaze was calm and his speech was neither servile nor overbearing. May Palace Chief Qin coincidentally bear witness for us. This sentence was spoken in an incomparably natural tone, as if he wasn't speaking to the earth-shaking Blue Wind Imperial City's palace chief, but a normal passerby on the road. This sort of reaction made Qin Wushang feel slightly surprised. He nodded while laughing and said, With profound strength at the 10th level of nascent Profound Realm, you're challenging a 9th ranker of the true Profound Realm. It's my first time encountering such an interesting matter in all my years at Blue Wind Profound Palace. Not bad, young man. You have courage and drive. If you are certain that you're not playing around here, I am quite willing to be your witness. Murongye, you've just agreed too. About this, do you have any other questions? Qin Wushang asked Murongye. Murongye laughed, but it was a very contemptuous laugh. He said respectfully, reporting to Palace Chief, although agreeing to a little rat's challenge is very demeaning, but he wounded my cousin first. After Sikongdu prevented me from taking up for my cousin, he still came to me of his own accord to get abused. I have no reason not to agree. And with Palace Chief bearing witness yourself, I won't be afraid that he'll take back his words after he's beaten into a sorry state. Very well. Qin Wushang nodded as he revealed a hint of a smile on his face. It's settled then. The appointed date will be 10 o'clock in morning 3 months from now, and the location will be right here. At that time, I will be here personally. Yun Qi, if you lose, you won't retaliate no matter how Murongye decides to punish you, and you can't let anyone hinder him either. This is what you've said personally. You cannot go back on your words. Of course, Yun Qi replied without any hesitation. Then he narrowed his eyes and stared at Murongye, saying, But what if I win? You win. Haha, ha. Murongye laughed loudly, and the audience also burst into raucous laughter. For a new disciple at the nascent profound realm to challenge Murongye of the inner palace. And think of winning. This was practically the biggest joke under the heavens. Murongye laughed until he was rocking back and forth and was unable to catch his breath for a long while. It was only after laughing for a long time did he stutter out in the midst of his laughter. I lose. I will lose. If I lose, I'll accept your punishment. Whatever you make me do, I'll do. I won't need that. Towards his face filled with sneers, Yun Qi also began laughing. If you lose, I only need you to agree to 3 conditions. 3 conditions you definitely cannot reject. Do you dare? Dare. There isn't anything I wouldn't dare to do. Let alone 3 things, even if it's 30 things or 300 things, I still wouldn't frown upon that. Murongye shouted out straight away without any hesitation. Rather than believing that Yun Qi could possibly beat him, he would rather believe that hogs could climb trees. But there was a niggling doubt in his heart. It was strange that Palace Chief Qin Wushang would suddenly have interest in witnessing this sort of thing that didn't concern him one bit. It was also totally meaningless and was a challenge initiated by a fool. Very well. Qin Wushang nodded his head again with a gentle look on his face. All these years, Blue Wind Profound Palace has been peaceful and always conformed to norms. Many years have passed since a challenge has appeared with an entire large gap between realms. 3 months can indeed change a lot. Perhaps after 3 months, you would really have the ability to fight against Murongye. Nobody knows for certain. It really makes one anticipate. Yun Qi, you're the top scorer in the profound strength assessment for this group. This shows that you have good foundation. In the combat strength assessment, you've transcended your level to beat Feng Yue. This shows that you're stunningly gifted in your usage of profound strength, and today, you've challenged Murongye. This shows that you have a shocking amount of courage and boldness. These few attributes you've manifested prove that you are qualified to be an important disciple that the profound palace would nurture. As Vice Palace Chief, I'd really like to see what you'll bring forth to fight Murongye with after those 3 months. Murongye always trained within the inner palace, so for the sake of fairness within these 3 months, Yun Qi, you don't have to report in tomorrow. Within the 3 months' time from tomorrow onwards, although you are an official disciple of my Blue Wind Profound Palace, you don't belong in any of the 3 palaces, not outer, middle, or inner. But you can freely enter all 3 palaces, and you can also enjoy all the resources in the inner palace. Your living quarters will also be arranged to be within the inner palace. The moment Qin Wushang said these words, apart from Qin Wushang, everyone's jaws dropped open in shock. Even Yun Qi was also greatly shocked. Allowing a disciple who had been recently admitted, who was only at the nascent profound realm, to enjoy all the resources within the inner palace. Within the history of Blue Wind Profound Palace, this was a definite first. It was something that all the disciples who were just admitted didn't even dare to dream about. Qin Wushang disregarded the crowd's reactions and continued. With this, you and Murongye will have the entirely same set of training circumstances, and this will be considered fair to a certain extent. 3 months later, if you win, you will replace Murongye's position on the Heavenly Profound ranking, and will officially become an Inner Palace disciple. But if you lose, not only will you be chased out of the Inner Palace, you'll also never be able to become an Inner Palace disciple thereafter, even after your strength afterwards is satisfactory. Yun Qi, do you have any objections to this sort of arrangement? Qin Wushang's initial words were undoubtedly an enormous grace to Yun Qi, but the few very last words added an extremely cruel condition. As such, some people's dissatisfaction at Yun Qi being allowed to enter the Inner Palace straight away were completely eliminated. At 16, Yun Qi was an astonishing genius who actually defeated a Middle Palace disciple. There was a definitely possibility for him to be able to enter the Inner Palace in a few years. But if he were to enter the Inner Palace now for 3 months and then be defeated, Even if he had the right to enter the inner palace a few years later, he can only feel powerless and regret his past deeds. Yun Qi glanced at Qin Wusheng and nodded. All right, I agree. Yun Qi understood the sudden special treatment he received was definitely related to Qin Huayu. At the same time, it was also definitely related to Lan Zuruo. To let a stately vice palace chief come in person for him and break traditions that had never been broken before in order to allow him to enter the inner palace. Yun Qi was sure that even if Qin Huayu was Qin Wusheng's own brother, he still wouldn't let Qin Wusheng make such decisions. Then the only explanation would be Lan Zuruo. What exactly was Lan Zuruo's identity and background? Isn't this rather inappropriate? For such a lowly person like Yun Qi, what right does he have to step into the inner palace? It's just like allowing a pariah to enter a lion and wolf's den, Murongyi said as he knitted his eyebrows. Murongyi, you have objections? Qin Wusheng shot Murongyi an indifferent glance. His voice was as calm as usual, but it contained a force that made one's heart beat rapidly. Murongyi trembled in his heart and rushed to say, No, your disciple doesn't dare to question Palace Chief Qin's decision. Your disciple was only worried that the inner palace's reputation would be tainted by this kid at the nascent profound realm. This matter is settled here. Within this 3 months, there must be no conflicts between the two of you. All right, continue the assessment. Elder Qi, I'll leave it to you to personally assess this group's combat strength assessment. Sikong Du, take Yun Qi for a walk through the inner palace later and help him settle into his living quarters while you're at it. My order will immediately be sent through a sound transmission to the inner palace. After he finished speaking, Qin Wusheng looked deeply into Yun Qi's eyes and prepared to leave. Yun Qi suddenly spoke, Palace Chief Qin, this disciple has a request to make. Qin Wusheng had just acknowledged Yun Qi's identity as a palace disciple straight away, so Yun Qi naturally felt like referring to himself as a disciple. Qin Wusheng turned and replied, What is it? With his gaze, Yun Qi hinted at Yun Xiaofen, who had been beaten up by Feng Yue, and said, In the strength assessment, Yun Xiaofen has yet to display his abilities. He was hurt gravely in malice by Feng Yue and is incapable of continuing his assessment. Yun Xiaofen is merely 15 years old, but has come here all on his own from a distant place. If he has to give up on the assessment just because of this, it'll be simply too cruel and unfair to him. So this disciple would like to request Palace Chief Qin to give him a chance to take a make-up exam after his injuries have healed. Yun Xiaofen, who was previously ashen-faced due to being grievously injured, lifted his head and gratefully looked at Yun Qi as the light in his eyes violently trembled. Qin Wusheng took a look at Yun Xiaofen and nodded while smiling. So I see. Even though he is still young, he has a good foundation and will be accomplished in future. My blue-wind profound palace would also hate to lose any moldable talent. Sikong Du, later on, bring Yun Xiaofen to the medicine hall to treat his injuries while you're at it. After he's healed Huayu, I'll let you assess his combat ability personally. How about that? Qin Huayu chuckled. Of course, there's no problem. Yun Xiaofen's eyes were already filled with tears. As he struggled to get up, he spoke while choking back his emotions. Thank you, Palace Chief Qin. Thank you, Instructor Qin. Brother Yun, thank you. After he said this, his consciousness relaxed and he completely passed out. At this moment, regardless of male or female, all eyes on Yun Qi held an extra portion of respect. Qin Huayu and Qin Wusheng left. Murongyi also left with Murongyi after passing a disdainful look at Yun Qi. Yun Qi then propped Yun Xiaofen up and followed Sikong Du. After bringing Yun Xiaofen to the medicine hall, he then followed him towards the inner palace. I simply do not understand what you were thinking, but based on how calm you are, I just cannot relate you to an idiot, Sikong Du said in confusion. There's a phrase that goes, place someone on a field of death and he will fight to live. Yun Qi replied, the higher the pressure, the greater the motivation. Place someone on a field of death and he will fight to live. But what you're doing is simply just rushing towards death. Sikong Du shook his head and continued. Do you know the disparity between Murongyi and yourself? You have an entire realm's worth of difference. In just 3 months, even if you're a world-class genius, even in the most extreme of circumstances, in 3 months, you will only be able to close the gap by 2 levels. What's more is that in these 3 months, you will be training under the same conditions as Murongyi. Not only does he have resources from the inner palace, he also has tremendous supplies from his clan. His improvement speed can only be faster than yours. When the moment comes, what can you possibly bring out to fight against Murongyi? The inner palace was situated in the deepest region of the Blue Wind Profound Palace, and a small expanse of dense forest separated the inner palace from the middle palace. After passing through the forest, the main entrance would be presented right in front of one's eyes. A gate did not block the entrance. Rather, it was a slowly revolving purple-colored seal formation. After Sikong-du walked near, the seal stopped revolving and disappeared shortly after. But when Yun-Chi took a step forward, the seal suddenly reappeared, and an irresistible repulsive force came from the front, forcing Yun-Chi to take a step back. At the same time, a hoary voice came from an unknown direction. "Sikong-du, is this person you brought the Yun-Chi whom Palace Chief Qin mentioned?" Sikong-du called out brightly. "Yes, may Elder Su authorize passage." Ding. A thin strand of profound energy suddenly came from the front, touched Yun-Chi's body, and disappeared promptly after entering his body. Right after, the hoary voice sounded again. "This is the inner palace's mark of passage, but its effectiveness only lasts 3 months. 3 months later, the mark will automatically disappear. You may enter now." "Let's go." Sikong-du took a step first and entered the inner palace. The environment of the inner palace could only be described as simple and peaceful. Looking around, there wasn't even a single person in view, and a sense of rusticity permeated from the simple buildings. However, the moment Yun-Chi took a step into the inner palace, he clearly felt that the atmosphere of profound energy here was especially rich. It was at least twice as thick as the atmosphere outside. "Do you feel it?" Sikong-du glanced at Yun-Chi's reaction and explained. "Although the inner palace is small, under the inner palace, there actually lies a rare natural profound pulse. This is the reason for the especially rich profound energy atmosphere here. The seal we just passed is not there to simply seal the entrance to the inner palace. Its greater purpose is in fact to prevent these profound energies from leaking out. This tower directly in front of us is known as the Profound Gathering Tower and contains a total of 10 floors. There is a special formation set up in the tower which is able to greatly condense and gather the profound energy in the inner palace's atmosphere, thus making the profound energy in the tower thicken up to an incredible extent. While cultivating inside the tower, one's cultivating speed will certainly far surpass their cultivation speed outside." Following the direction Sikong-du pointed, Yun-Chi saw that 10-story tower erected in the heart of the inner palace. "You only have 3 months' worth of time, so you must seize all of your time and cultivate. It is best to not waste even a minute or a second," Sikong-du said seriously, even though he knew that no matter how desperately he cultivated, it was simply impossible for Yun-Chi to defeat Murongye. The only thing he could hope for was for some kind of miracle to occur. For example, Murongye in the next 3 months, choking to death while drinking water, dying from eating too much food, dying by getting struck by lightning, falling to his death while walking, or dying on a woman's belly from exhaustion and etc. So, you should probably enter the Profound Gathering Tower as soon as today to cultivate, dedicating all your time and effort, and even eat and sleep in there. As for food and drinks, it's no big deal for me to personally bring them to you every day." Yun-Chi's heart warmed as he heard this and said with a face full of gratitude, "Big brother Sikong, thank you for your hospitality." "Ha ha, don't mention it." Sikong-du smiled and said, "Even my life was saved by your grandfather. Without your grandfather Zio Li, Sikong-du, would not be here today. These years, I have always been thinking about how to repay your grandfather's kindness. Your arrival has finally provided me a way to an extent of expressing my desire. No matter what I do for you is what I should be doing for you. All right, let's go. I'll bring you to the Sky Weapon Pavilion first." Sky Weapon Pavilion? Blue Wind Profound Palace has 3 great weapon pavilions, which are respectively the Common Weapon Pavilion, Earth Weapon Pavilion, and Sky Weapon Pavilion. The Common Weapon Pavilion is in the outer palace, Earth Weapon Pavilion is in the middle palace, and Sky Weapon Pavilion belongs to the inner palace. These 3 pavilions are places where disciples can select weapons. Of the 3, the weapons in the Sky Weapon Pavilion are naturally of the highest level. Any single inner palace disciple will have one opportunity to enter and select a weapon. After choosing a weapon, you can go to the Supreme Profound Hall to select profound arts and profound techniques that you wish to cultivate. In addition, only inner palace disciples can cultivate Blue Wind Profound Palace's unique profound arts. As for profound techniques, naturally, they are also of the highest level. Also, the inner palace do not have any instructors. All of the cultivation will depend on one's own abilities. While he was speaking, they had already arrived at the Sky Weapon Pavilion. The Sky Weapon Pavilion was located beneath the ground, yet it didn't seem dusky at all. Weapons of all colors and assortments laid in sight. Swords, blades, spears, halberds, lances, axes, hammers, daggers, everything was there. The majority radiated all sorts of dazzling colors, but there was also some that were dim and devoid of light that laid in a random corner. The moment Xianxia entered, he felt gusts of ice-cold wind rush at him. The auras were either ethereal, or noble, or sharp, or overbearing. The lowest-grade weapons in the Sky Weapon Pavilion are true profound weapons, but the majority are spirit profound weapons. Originally, there were several earth profound weapons, but they were taken by our seniors long ago. The only remaining earth profound weapon is actually something insipid that no one wants. Xianxia, what weapon do you usually use? Xianxia asked. Xianxia went silent for a moment and nevertheless truthfully answered, I am not proficient at using any weapon. During his time at Azure Sky Continent, he needed to use his hands to control the Sky Poison Pearl, so he simply had no way to wield a weapon. After all, at that time, the Sky Poison Pearl had not been embedded in his body like it was now. You don't use weapons? Xianxia's face was filled with surprise, then shook his head and said, Since you are a profound practitioner, you shouldn't neglect the important role of a weapon. A comfortable weapon can allow a profound practitioner's attack and defensive capabilities to increase greatly. Its role is equivalent to that of a hand. In a battle between two people of similar power, taking other factors into account, a fighter not wielding a weapon simply cannot contend against a fighter wielding a weapon. But you're still young. If you start cultivating now, it is not late at all. Xianxia nodded his head. He approved of Xianxia's words. Before, he needed to control the Sky Poison Pearl so he didn't train with a weapon, but now he should definitely train with a fitting weapon. If you really haven't trained with any weapon before, then I'll recommend a sword to you. Xianxia said. The sword holds the respect of 10,000 soldiers. It can slash, hack, stab, cut, gouge, slice, parry, is flexible, easy to control, and has incredible power and defensive capabilities. Furthermore, it is easy to learn and easy to train. In the present profound Sky Continent, around 70% of profound practitioners use a sword. Unless a specific weapon is required to operate a profound technique to its fullest power, one will usually choose a sword as a weapon. My weapon is also a sword. Xianxia also agreed with what Xianxia had just said. Before, at the Phoenix Trials and fighting with the Black Demon mercenary group, he used the Tiger Soul sword he had taken from the Zio branch sect. Prior to that, he had never used the sword before, but when he had wielded the Tiger Soul sword, it was indeed very easy to control. A sword's flexibility, ability to attack and defend, and ease in learning and training were all traits other weapons simply could not match. All right, then I'll pick a sword. Xianxia nodded. Amongst the numerous weapons in the Sky Weapon Pavilion, swords also constituted the greatest number. There were several hundreds of swords. Xianxia's gaze meticulously swept through each and every type of sword. After going through all of them, he was a little disappointed in his heart. Because none of the auras of each sword there could compare to the Tiger Soul sword he possessed. After all the swords here were true profound swords and spirit profound swords, and the Tiger Soul sword was an authentic earth profound sword. Just as he was about to prepare to look for other weapons, Xianxia's footsteps suddenly stopped. His gaze focused underneath the weapons rack. Underneath the weapons rack that held all sorts of magic swords and weapons, a massive sword quietly lay there, covered by a thick layer of dust. That's right, this was a genuine greatsword, with a width of around 30 centimeters and no fancy decorations. It didn't even have any imposing external aura, and it looked just like a chunk of ordinary iron silently lying inside of the dust, as if it had long been neglected and forgotten. If Xianxia's vision wasn't especially acute, he would not have noticed the weapon's existence at all. This sword is? Xianxia squatted and asked curiously. Xianxia glanced at the greatsword for a moment, then trivially said, Oh, this is what I was just talking about. This is the only remaining earth profound weapon here. It's called Overlord's sword, and it was once wielded thousands of years ago by someone from the Blue Wind Empire known as the Overlord. He once used this sword to slaughter countless enemies and made several impressively outstanding military exploits. After his death, this weapon was sent to this Sky Weapon Pavilion, and it has silently lain here for many years. Unfortunately, this earth profound weapon is a heavy sword. As profound practitioner, there is simply no one who would pick it. Why? Xianxia asked. It's very simple. Because it is a heavy sword with a huge sword body and incredible weight, even though it is classified as a sword, it is not as flexible as a sword should be. Also, with its incredible weight, just controlling it is an incredible difficult task. And even if you could control it, after time you wave it, you will consume a considerable amount of profound energy. Cumbersome, difficult to control, consumes a lot of energy. These three disadvantages ensure that no profound practitioner will select it. Its greatest advantage is that once you strike with it, it will generate massive destruction. But with such a cumbersome weapon, it is impossible to swing it with any speed. Hitting the opponent is very difficult, and swinging it will create many opportunities for the opponent to strike back. Because of this sword is only suitable for the battlefield. If one can control it well, it would definitely be a weapon capable of slaughtering many. But this is definitely not suitable for us profound practitioners. When fighting someone, not only will it not provide assistance, it would even become a burden. Also, even though a greatsword is considered a sword, its characteristics are completely different than a regular sword, so all profound techniques involving swords are not suitable for this greatsword. As of now, the Supreme Profound Hall has 347 sword-related profound techniques, but none pertain to greatswords. As Xianxia spoke, Xianxia intently stared at the dust-covered Overlord's colossal sword. He imagined seeing himself recklessly brandishing this greatsword. At this time, he suddenly extended his hands, grasped the hilt of the Overlord's colossal sword, and lifted with force. Yet the Overlord's colossal sword didn't even move an inch. Xianxia was silently shocked in his heart. It was actually this heavy. He took a deep breath, fiercely clenched his teeth, and suddenly gathered all the profound energy in his body. He poured all the profound energy into his hands, and yelled loudly. H-A-A-H! Clang. In the midst of an incomparably heavy sound of metal scraping against the ground, the Overlord's colossal sword was finally being lifted up bit by bit as Xianxia grasped it by the hilt. The entire process was very tedious and slow. Only after more than a dozen breaths worth of effort did Xianxia finally manage to raise the sword hilt to his hip. After trying so hard, his entire face was flushed red from exhaustion, and his forehead was covered with hot sweat. So heavy? Why is it so heavy? Just what was the material used in making this sword? This Overlord sword was rumored to be made from meteorites. It weighs 1,950 kilograms. The fact that you can even pick it up with your current profound strength is already quite impressive. Xianxia said, You couldn't actually be interested in it. Evil soul? Xianxia uttered a low growl in his heart, opened evil soul, and the profound energy instantly surged wildly. Under the explosively increased profound energy, he roared and gathered all his energy in a frenzy. Instantaneously, the tip of the Overlord's colossal sword was lifted off the ground as he picked up the entire sword and lifted it in front of his body. However, just after keeping the sword raised horizontally for a few short breaths of time. Under the frightening weight, he was then unable to endure any longer. The tip of the sword suddenly dipped and crashed onto the ground with a boom sound. In the midst of the extremely loud noise, even the floor of the entire sky weapon pavilion trembled for a moment. Xianxia still clung onto the sword hilt, intensely gasped in a ragged manner. Yet on his face there actually revealed an excited expression. I'll be taking this sword. Xianxia was a person who did not adhere to common sense. This was one of Xianxia's impressions of him after the short time they were in contact. For example, he, a nascent profound practitioner, actually challenged Murongyi. And also, amongst all the weapons in the Sky Weapon Pavilion, he had actually selected the weapon he had continually warned Xianxia to not pick no matter what. Did you not listen to anything I just said? Xianxia said coolly. This sword is simply not fit for us profound practitioners. Controlling it is several hundred times more difficult than controlling a common sword. Even though it is in the Sky Weapon Pavilion and is of the highest grade, when picking a weapon, the first thing to consider is whether it is suitable for you. Don't mention that it's an earth-profound weapon. Even if it was a sky-profound weapon within the inner palace, there still wouldn't be anyone who would select it. I understand everything you've said. Xianxia clenched his teeth while trying to support the weight of the Overlord's colossal sword and said slowly, But I feel that this sword is a weapon that fits me the best. Just the simple action of lifting it requires almost all of your strength. How do you plan on controlling it? That's only because my strength is not sufficient. As my profound strength increases, there will be a day when I can easily control it. Xianxia responded. Inner Palace, and even the entire Blue Wind Profound Palace, does not have any profound techniques involving heavy swords or any instructors who use a heavy sword. If you actually pick it, you won't even know how to train with it properly. Sikongdu's eyebrows furrowed as he patiently tried to discourage him. He completely could not understand. He had clearly given so many reasons, yet Xianxia still directly selected this basically forgotten heavy sword. It's not a problem, learning by myself is also not a wrong decision. Xianxia breathed deeply, raised both hands, and stored the Overlord's colossal sword into the sky-poisoned pearl. After he patted his hands and said with satisfaction, "Big brother Sikong, I've already selected a weapon. I'll head over to the Profound Gathering Tower by myself, so let's head over to the Supreme Profound Hall." Sikongdu really wanted to say that he was simply ridiculous. Ultimately, he could only helplessly shake his head and said, "Forget it, I've said everything I needed to say. Since you're still going to make this selection, I don't have any right to interfere. Let's go." The Supreme Profound Hall, used by the Blue Wind Profound Palace to store all sorts of profound arts and profound techniques, accumulated by the Blue Wind Profound Palace over the course of several thousand years. The Supreme Profound Hall existed in the Inner Palace, but a transmission formation was set up inside, so anyone from the outer, middle, and inner palaces could enter. It was just that outer palace disciples could only enter the first floor, middle palace disciples could only enter the first 2 floors, and only inner palace disciples were allowed to freely enter the 3rd floor. The higher the floor, the higher the grade of the profound arts and profound techniques stored inside. After passing the gatekeeper elder's imprint inspection, Xianxia followed Sikongdu and directly arrived at the 3rd floor. This place was a field of silence, flowing with a mysterious and thick aura of profound energy. At first glance, everything in his line of sight was filled with all sorts of jade tablets and jade scrolls with inscriptions of profound arts and techniques. Inner Palace disciples may visit the Supreme Profound Hall once every 2 months and select up to 2 profound techniques or profound arts. And within 1 month, no matter whether or not you fully comprehend it, you must return it. Sikongdu took a few steps forward and stood in front of a jade rack and said while signaling, "Xianxia, your luck is pretty good. The unique profound art of our Blue Wind Profound Palace, Supreme Profound Heart Formula, is still here, and it has not been borrowed by the other Inner Palace disciples. Entering the Inner Palace, the first thing you must get is this scroll. Cultivating in the Supreme Profound Heart Formula will allow your ability to control profound energy to greatly increase. Once it reaches a sufficient level, skipping levels to battle will be a breeze. Furthermore, a majority of our Blue Wind Profound Palace's unique profound techniques also requires the Supreme Profound Heart Formula as a foundation to initiate. Other than this mandatory Supreme Profound Heart Formula, you can pick another sufficiently powerful profound technique." Xianxia walked next to Sikongdu and picked up the Supreme Profound Heart Formula. After using his profound energy to briefly ascertain the ability and properties, he put it down and started flipping through other jade tablets and jade scrolls. Sikongdu's eyebrows furrowed, but didn't say anything. Facing such an amount of profound arts and profound techniques, yet only being able to select 2, of course he'd have to choose and compare carefully. He thought of the time when he had first entered. He had been shocked so hard he didn't recover until a long time, and then spent an entire day excitedly choosing before leaving. However, he believed that after Xianxia finished comparing, he would definitely return and select the Supreme Profound Heart Formula. Xianxia went through one jade rack after another. Every time he picked up a jade scroll, he would examine it briefly before hurriedly putting it down. The one he spent the most time on only stayed in his hand for 5 or 6 breaths worth of time. After an hour passed, Xianxia still had not made a selection. "Xianxia, are you already bewildered to the point of being cross-eyed? It's not a problem, look slowly. That year I, your brother, spent an entire day searching," Sikongdu said, very understanding of Xianxia's situation. Xianxia nodded and walked to the next jade rack. This jade rack was close to the east wall, and as he walked over, he noticed a bamboo basket, which was half of a man's height, in the corner of his eye. The basket was completely stuffed with crumpled jade scrolls. These were obviously also jade scrolls, yet the aura they released were extremely weak. "Big brother Sikong, what's in here?" Xianxia said while pointing at the bamboo basket. "Oh, those are the profound techniques that Blue Wind Profound Palace had gathered through various means from the various places within the empire over these past few years. Some of the decently powerful ones would be placed in the first or second floor, and an extremely small portion are also placed in the third floor. And some run-of-the-mill profound techniques of the common folks that's extremely poor in quality and power are naturally placed in the first floor without anyone even bothering take another look at them. Thus, a while ago, the elder who looked after Supreme Profound Hall had picked out those overly useless and ignored common folk profound skills. He had said before that they would all be thrown away or destroyed. Seems that it was just tossed there and was forgotten about. Oh, Xianxia responded with a sound, walked straight towards the bamboo basket, and casually picked up the few jade scrolls that Sikongdu had called the common folks' run-of-the-mill profound techniques, and started flipping through them. After taking one up and putting it down, there came the second, then the third, the fourth, as Xianxia walked towards the bamboo basket. Sikongdu had a bad premonition. Considering his conduct before, Sikongdu had concluded, no matter how outrageous something was, that Brat would definitely be able to do it. Sure enough, Xianxia didn't let Sikongdu. Xianxia took 2 jade scrolls out of the bamboo basket and said, "Okay, I'll take these 2 books. Big brother Sikong, let's go." Flame Fist, Fire Cloud Palm, looking at the names of the 2 profound techniques, Sikongdu almost sprayed out a mouth of blood. He finally threw away his image of virtuosity and started yelling and cursing. "Xianxia, has water gotten into your head? You challenged Murongyi, I can't do anything about that. You selected a heavy sword that no one wants, I also put up with that. But what are you trying to do picking 2 useless profound techniques? Flame Fist and Fire Cloud Palm. Damn. These 2 techniques are the lowest of the low. All you need is some rudimentary knowledge of a fire attribute profound art to turn profound energy into fire. Even a 3-year-old would only need 1 hour to fully master that. Also, their power is the trashiest of trash. You want to select this type of profound technique at the Supreme Profound Hall. A single cyan profound coin can buy you half a kilo of those at any random store." Xianxia quickly waved his hand and smiled as he said, "Calm down, big brother Sikong. I just happen to have a fire attribute profound art, so I selected 2 fire attribute profound techniques. I think these are very fitting for me." "Fitting your sister," Sikongdu pointed behind him and said, "Even though there aren't many fire attribute profound techniques here, there are still several tens of them. The disastrous profound flame, sky sun finger, soul burning fist over there. Which one of those wouldn't be 100 times stronger than the ones in your hand? But I feel that these 2 are more suitable for me, because they look easier to cultivate." Xianxia's response almost made Sikongdu faint in suffocation from being unable to breath. "Now that I've selected a weapon and profound techniques, I'll trouble big brother Sikong to bring me to my living quarters." Xianxia stored the Flame Fist and Fire Cloud Palm and said seriously. The corner of Sikongdu's mouth twitched a little, and he didn't care to say even one more word. As Xianxia wished, he brought him out of the Supreme Profound Hall and directly led Xianxia to his living quarters. Blue Wind Profound Palace naturally wasn't stingy with their inner disciples' living quarters. When Xianxia saw the house in front of him, he couldn't but be a little shocked in his heart. The house was unexpectedly spacious and even came with a matching elegant courtyard. All the living facilities were readily available inside. Even the beddings were made from fine silk. Every single disciple of the inner palace were figures that even the Blue Wind imperial family would need to graciously invite, so there naturally wouldn't be any neglections. "This is your living quarters. I live in courtyard number 41. If you need anything, you can come and find me anytime. Also, your profound gathering room number in the profound gathering tower is 101. Your body had been implanted with the corresponding profound imprint, and you are also the only one who is able to enter, so you may cultivate there anytime without worry. Furthermore, don't forget to head to the inner palace's profound pellet pavilion every 7 days to pick up 10 medium profound recovering pellets, 3 bone quenching pellets, and 2 small heaven returning pellets. Also, if you happen to encounter other inner palace disciples in this inner palace, absolutely do not instigate any conflicts, because any single person here is not someone you can afford to offend. The profound palace doesn't have any restraints towards the freedom of inner palace disciples. You can freely move about in the outer, middle, and inner palaces, and may also freely leave the profound palace at any time, if you wish to waste the cultivation time in the inner palace." After he said what needed to be conveyed, Sikongdu stayed no more, went ahead and left. He had now started to become even more confident. that either there was something wrong with Xianxia's brain or he was simply a madman. After half a quarter of an hour, Su Kangdu appeared before Qin Wusheng. He was currently sitting directly facing Qin Huayu, leisurely enjoying tea. "Is everything properly settled?" Qin Wusheng asked while laughing. "Yes, this disciple has already properly settled Yunqi down." Only, Sikangdu had a muddled expression and seemed as if he could not bear to say it out loud. "Only what?" Qin Wusheng gave a sidelong glance. "At the Sky Weapon Pavilion, he selected that Overlord's colossal sword." "Oh." Qin Wusheng had a surprised expression and looked at Qin Huayu questioningly. "That little boy specializes in heavy swords?" "No." Qin Huayu shook his head. "To my knowledge, he actually doesn't use any weapon. As for why he chose that heavy sword, this is truly curious. However, at least with my understanding of him, he is definitely not one of those simple people that would choose the Overlord's colossal sword just because of its high grade." "Oh right, Sikangdu, which two profound arts and profound techniques did he choose?" "He didn't select a profound art." Sikangdu took a deep breath and said with hunched eyebrows, "Rather, he selected two profound techniques which are respectively Flame Fist and Fire Cloud Palm." "PFFF?" The tea in Qin Wusheng and Qin Huayu's mouths simultaneously sprayed out onto each other's faces. The inner palace was very quiet. Upon entering the inner palace a long time ago, Yunqi still had not seen a single inner palace disciple. At this time, most of them were cultivating in the profound gathering tower. Yunqi stood in the small courtyard and found a level spot. After taking in a deep breath, he activated his profound energy and summoned the Overlord's colossal sword out of the sky poison pearl. With the Overlord's colossal sword that was close to 2,000 kilograms in hand, even though Yunqi had been prepared for that weight, it sunk down and almost fell out of his grip. He gritted his teeth tightly as both hands unwaveringly grabbed at the sword's hilt, but he was simply unable to lift the greatsword in its entirety. "Evil soul?" After opening Evil Soul, Yunqi gathered all of his profound strength, gave a low growl, and lifted the Overlord's colossal sword. But after a mere breaths of time, half of the sword's body once again ruthlessly smashed back into the ground. If it weren't for Yunqi's teeth-clenching support, even the sword's hilt would fall as well. Phew, Yunqi heaved a long sigh of relief after withdrawing the Overlord's colossal sword. He wiped his sweat-filled forehead and whispered to himself, "Why did you pick this heavy sword? Is it really just because that it is of a high grade?" Jasmine's voice suddenly rang out within his mind. "Of course not." Yunqi shook his head and replied seriously, "Before entering the Sky Weapon Pavilion, I had already decided to pick a sword. A light sword that most profound practitioners use. But when I got closer to this heavy sword, I suddenly had a fantastic sort of feeling. Then I believed that it was the most suitable for me." "Why?" Jasmine asked. She rarely questioned something in detail, but it appeared as if she was extremely interested in why Yunqi had selected the heavy sword. "Because this is a sword used to protect." Yunqi slightly faced upwards as he slowly responded. "Jasmine, what Sikangdu had said was not wrong. A heavy sword is a weapon that isn't suitable for any profound practitioner and is only suitable to be on the battlefield. If I was purely a profound practitioner, I too would not select this heavy sword. But I am not. Previously, I had also frantically pursued power and still do to this day. The reason why I hastily challenged Murong Yi is also to give myself sufficient pressure. But my purpose in the pursuit of power and my way of thinking now is completely different than before, because I had gone through something that others would never be able to experience in their lifetime. That was death and reincarnation. The profound sky continent is named the profound sky continent because cultivating in the profound is this land's main objective, and probably even this world's main objective. The level of profound strength represented one's status and prestige in this world. The profound sky continent possessed an innumerable number of profound practitioners. They used most of their life to vigorously chase after a higher level of profound strength. However, amongst the majority of them do not understand the reason why they pursue power. They simply chase, and simply wanted to reach an even higher height. But I am not the same as them anymore. The current me is very clear in the reason why I pursue power." Yunqi closed his eyes and softly continued in a slow manner. "I want to properly protect all the people who are important to me by my side. Previously, I thought that as long as I had the heart, and as long as I treated my companion well, it would give my important person security and happiness. But it was only after losing them time and time again did I finally realize that in this place where the weak are preyed on by the strong, In this world that respected power, in order to give them a sense of security, I must get stronger myself. Strong enough to let people look up to me, enough to make people not dare to bully and humiliate me. Only in this way would I truly be able to protect and not lose anyone a second time. Jasmine. Light swords are suitable for profound practitioners. They are easy to use and easy to master. Not only are they agile, they vary in a multitude of ways. Since ancient times, they were the most perfect of weapons. But when it comes to protection, they would never compare with the heavy sword. When brandishing a light sword, one could at most protect 3 or 5. As for the brandishing of a heavy sword, even against an approaching 1,000-strong army, as long as the people I wish to protect are at the rear, they shouldn't even bother to think about harming them unless they obstruct my heavy sword and walk over my dead body. Know only that, in regards to compatibility with profound practitioners, I do not completely approve of what Sikongdu had said. The reason why none had picked the heavy sword is because it is hard to master the heavy sword. Mastering the heavy sword is hundreds of thousands of times harder than a light sword. Becoming familiar with the heavy sword takes time and also takes hundreds of thousands worth of time. But if there is a day in which one could swing a heavy sword as agilely as one would for a light sword, then, in this world, what could possibly withstand the might of the heavy sword? Xianxia said each word without hesitation. Ever since the first time he saw the Overlord's colossal sword, that was the image he had in his mind. However, he was completely aware of how difficult it was to accomplish this one bit, and how much time it required. One could choose the light sword and achieve mastery of the sword in 20 years. But in regards to someone else who chose the heavy sword, perhaps he would barely be able to control the heavy sword in 20 years. Moreover, in this 20-year time period, their profound strength cultivation might even be implicated. Against an opponent on the same level, there was an extremely low chance of winning, and they might even be looked down upon. As a result, practitioners who chose the heavy sword were as rare as phoenix feathers and killin horns. Nevertheless, Xianxia stubbornly wanted to do this. Perhaps there was an important additional reason. Perhaps he unconsciously did not want to choose the same option that the majority of profound practitioners chose to take. After Xianxia finished speaking, Jasmine also did not reply for a long time. It was only right when Xianxia was about to give the Overlord's colossal sword another go, did Jasmine's voice faintly come out. The reason why you selected the heavy sword is exactly the same as brother's. Xianxia's movements halted as he softly asked, "Your brother, he also used the heavy sword." Jasmine's voice was filled with emotion. Xianxia could basically imagine her red-eyed appearance because the word brother was the most warm and soft in her heart, yet also the one with the most deep-seated pain. In the very beginning, brother's weapon of choice was also the light sword. After he put down the light sword and picked up the heavy sword, because brother said the heavy sword is a weapon for slaughter, an overbearing weapon, but even more so a weapon for protection. He wanted to use the heavy sword to protect me, protect mother, and protect our homeland. In order to train with the heavy sword, brother took a great risk to cultivate the forbidden book Great Way of the Buddha, and after experiencing many untold hardships, he found the prison god's serious legacy and obtained prison god's serious tome. Afterwards, with great perseverance, brother successfully completely cultivated the Great Way of the Buddha and prison god's serious tome. When he carried the heavy sword on the battlefield, with only one swing of the sword, tens of thousands of soldiers would be completely eradicated. At that time, what I liked to do most was watch the image of brother brandishing the heavy sword on the battlefield. Brother was the most handsome, the most powerful, and he gave me and mother an indescribable feeling of safety and reliance. If brother was there, even if the sky was falling, we didn't need to be afraid even a bit, because brother would use his heavy sword and always protect us, the ones behind him. Jasmine's voice became lower and lower until it finally became a distinct tremble. Because her brother had died in the end from within her description, one could tell her brother was an unparalleled strong existence, possibly so powerful it was beyond Xianxia's realm of comprehension. Jasmine didn't actually say how her brother died, and Xianxia did not dare to ask, because that was probably the most tragic memory in her heart. Giving up the light sword and picking up the heavy sword in order to protect those around him. Your brother was definitely a very mighty person, Xianxia said with a sigh. If it is possible, I really want to meet him. Jasmine didn't speak for a long while, appearing to be stabilizing her emotions. After a long time, she calmly asked, are you really going to continue using the heavy sword in the future? Since I have already selected it, of course I wouldn't change my mind or regret it, Xianxia said without any hesitation. Moreover, I possess the evil god's profound veins. Under the same level, I can exert a stronger force. Controlling the heavy sword is much easier for me compared to other profound practitioners. Good, Jasmine answered, and after a brief pause, said simply, Then, starting from today, I will teach you the great way of the Buddha. Great way of the Buddha, the one you just mentioned, the one your brother cultivated. Xianxia was shocked. That's right. It is precisely the forbidden book my brother cultivated in order to control the heavy sword, Jasmine said coldly. The reason it is known as the Great Way of the Buddha is because it is just like the evil god arts in your body, a divine profound art that belonged to a true god of the primordial era. It came from a primordial true god once called the Rage God. What's different is that the evil god arts exists in the profound veins and do not need to be cultivated, but the Great Way of the Buddha affects your blood, meridians, muscles, skin, and hair, and actually has not even the slightest of relationships with profound veins or even profound strength. Similar to the evil god arts, divine profound art. Xianxia was shocked in his heart. The evil god art's immense power goes without saying. As of now, he could only open the first gate, and under the condition of being in the 10th level of the nascent profound realm, he was able to easily defeat Feng Yue, who was in the 3rd level of the true profound realm. Since the Great Way of the Buddha was also a divine profound art, its power shouldn't be any less than the evil god arts. After the death of the primordial true god, even though no one knew how the Great Way of the Buddha had been circulated, it has still become a forbidden existence. Since it is a divine profound art, it simply cannot be cultivated by humans. Over the course of countless years, the Great Way of the Buddha has passed through many hands. An uncountable number of peerless experts who relied on their own profound strength to reach the pinnacle of existence have ultimately exploded to death because of their attempts to forcefully cultivate the Great Way of the Buddha. The strength of gods is not something mortals can withstand. Xianxia. Only until later the Great Way of the Buddha vanished from the world, and the legends regarding it had also began to fade gradually. Only until one day, brother chanced upon it in a mystical, dangerous land. And his discovery of the Great Way of the Buddha is also a secret untold of to others. In this world, only brother and I knew about it. Not even father and mother were ever aware of it. Jasmine didn't lie. The Great Way of the Buddha was a secret between her and her brother. Other than the two of them, no one else knew about the reappearance of the Great Way of the Buddha. After Jasmine's brother died, the Great Way of the Buddha only existed within Jasmine's heart. She had never thought of cultivating Great Way of the Buddha, much less passing it on to someone. She actually intended to never tell anyone about it. Rather, she wanted the Great Way of the Buddha to forever stay in the depths of her soul with fond memories of her brother. But Jasmine kept seeing the visage of her older brother on Xianxia's body, and had even felt a trace of her older brother from him. The first time was in the Flame Dragon's den, when he used half his blood without hesitation to save her. When she vaguely regained her consciousness and woke up, she thought that she was looking at her brother, and when Xianxia selected the heavy sword, then explained the reason why he picked it, she felt as if someone had heavily pounded at her heart as it trembled for a very long time. She knew why she really wished to teach Xianxia this forbidden, Great Way of the Buddha, because she wanted to see the image of her brother brandishing the heavy sword on Xianxia, as if she was creating a scene that could only be seen in her dreams. Since the Great Way of the Buddha cannot be cultivated by mortals and gods no longer exist in this world, how was it possible for your brother to successfully cultivate it? Xianxia asked, while interrupting her thoughts. Because he is like you, someone who inherited a primordial true god's power. That primordial true god was known as Star God Sirius. Both his profound veins and blood contained the true god's mark, and thus, he was about to bear the weight of the Great Way of the Buddha's power. However, the Great Way of the Buddha has a total of 12 stages, yet the 6th stage was brother's cultivation limit. Continuing any further would result in the same exploding death that the previous others had futilely attempted to do. And you, with the evil god's profound veins, should be the same as brother, and can cultivate until the 6th stage of the Great Way of the Buddha. And as long as you cultivate to the 1st stage of the Great Way of the Buddha, you can easily control this heavy sword. Each and every line Jasmine had said shocked Xianxia. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva and asked with a somewhat unconvinced tone, "You're saying just the 1st stage of the Great Way of the Buddha, will allow me to master this Overlord's colossal sword. This heavy sword is not an ordinary heavy sword. It weighs 1,950 kilograms. And what Jasmine said after almost made Xianxia kneel on the spot. HMPH, of course I know the weight of this heavy sword, Jasmine said coldly. But if you were to successfully cultivate the first stage of the Great Way of the Buddha, under the condition of no increase in profound energy at all, it could increase your arm strength by 1,500 kilos. The second stage will be able to increase your arm strength by 4,000 kilos, and the third stage, 10,000 kilos. Just the first stage would be enough for you. If you reach the second stage, wielding this heavy sword in your hands would be no different than a light sword in an ordinary profound practitioner's hands. Also, even if you don't use the heavy sword, just with the addition of arm strength, and without activating evil soul, there will simply be no one who can be your match within the same rank. With the support of evil soul, it'll also be enough to defeat opponents half a great realm above you. Is it really that amazing? Xianxia said in shock. The first stage of cultivation could already increase one's arm strength by 1,500 kilos, and the third stage increases it by 10,000 kilos. Then if one reaches the highest 12th stage, couldn't they split the heavens and earth with a single fist? Raising one's strength is only one of the effects of the Great Way of the Buddha. If it was only capable of this much, how would it be worthy of the title, Forbidden Heavenly Tome? After cultivating the Great Way of the Buddha, no matter the inside or the outside, your body would be completely reborn. Not only will your physical body's strength increase by a great degree, the extent of your physical body's toughness will also greatly soar. At that time, even if you don't protect yourself with profound energy, it would still be very difficult for others to harm your body. The higher the realm, the tougher the body. After reaching a high enough realm, your body, veins, organs, or even the most fragile of all eyes would become as tenacious as fine steel. At the same time, your body will possess an extremely strong power of self-regeneration. The higher the realm, the greater the power. After Big Brother cultivated the Great Way of the Buddha to the 6th stage, for grievous wounds that others would need 2 months under the nourishment of profound energy to fully heal, he only required 2 or 3 days to completely recover. Big Brother had even told me before that if one can cultivate it to the 7th stage, even if they were bodily handicapped, for example, broken arms, physical impairments, or even blindness, all can be self-regenerated. It's just that the 6th stage was my brother's reachable limit. The 7th stage is, after all, a realm that he could only hope for but never reach. Xianxia became more shocked as he listened on. He naturally wouldn't doubt what Jasmine had said. But he had never imagined that in this world, there actually existed such an incomparably frightening and unbelievable profound art. If these words didn't come from Jasmine's mouth, even if he chose to believe them, he would only treat it as a fantasy. If you are able to successfully cultivate Great Way of the Buddha, that would be equal to you having the evil god's profound veins and the physical body of the rage god. No matter the evil god's power or the rage god's power, what you have experienced and heard is only a tiny corner of the iceberg. The powers left by the true gods of the primordial era are much more formidable than what you can imagine. I granted you the evil god's profound veins. The biggest reason was to save my own life. As for teaching you how to cultivate the Great Way of the Buddha, I only want you to never give up the heavy sword, and to never forget your original intention for choosing the heavy sword. Yes! Xianxia nodded without any hint of hesitation as excitement surged in his heart. If the Great Way of the Buddha was really as frightening as Jasmine had described, there was no reason for him to refuse at all. You had battled with that Feng Yue earlier and is still somewhat exhausted. Rest today for now. Revitalize your condition, head to the profound gathering tower tomorrow, and then start cultivating the Great Way of the Buddha. One night passed, and the matter of Xianxia's arranged battle against Murong, Yi of the Inner Palace, had also spread throughout the entire Blue Wind Profound Palace. Almost everyone knew about it. Ha! A new disciple that had just entered the palace actually wants to challenge Murong Yi 3 months later. Did his head get squeezed by a door or kicked by a mule? Cough, cough, this brother, what you are saying is not right. That Xianxia's head was obviously squeezed by a door and kicked by a mule at the same time. That said, what kind of cultivation does that Xianxia have? Ha! Nascent Profound Realm? Damn. Challenging the true Profound Realm rank 9 Murong Yi at Nascent Profound Realm. And moreover, proclaiming to let Murong Yi do whatever he wanted if he lost. You're not joking, are you? I heard that palace chief Qin personally testified to this matter, and even said that he would personally go see this arranged battle 3 months later. What's more ridiculous is, for the sake of fairness, Palace Chief Qin actually allowed Yun Qi to directly enter the inner palace for these 3 months, and enjoy the same cultivation conditions as Murongyi. As this matter was still uproaring within the entire Blue Wind Profound Palace, news that made one spray even more rice came. Big news, I heard that Yun Qi had already picked a weapon from the Sky Weapon Pavilion, and actually chose that Overlord's colossal sword that no one had even touched for who knows many years. It's definitely because that heavy sword is an earth-profound weapon, so he just choose it based on the grade. Tisk tisk, this clown. More news, Yun Qi choose 2 profound skills in the 3rd floor of Supreme Profound Hall. They're respectively Flame, Fist, and Fire Cloud Palm. PFFFD, a nascent profound realmer challenged Murongyi, chose the Overlord's colossal sword as weapon and chose 2 profound skills that couldn't be any more trashier. In conclusion, Yun Qi very naturally became the biggest clown in the history of the Blue Wind Profound Palace, in the Profound Palace disciples' mouths. And at this time, this biggest clown had just woken up from the big bed in the inner palace's living quarters and was actually awakened by the sound of door knocking. This big bed was really too comfortable. If he had not been woken up by the sound, he probably would have satisfiedly slept until almost noon. "Who is it?" Yun Qi got up and said while stretching. He speculated that the person outside would definitely be Sikongdu because, within the inner palace, the only person who would come find him could only be Sikongdu. Contrary to his expectations, a girl's voice came from the outside. "Junior brother Yun, it's me. Senior sister Zuruo." Yun Qi hastily fixed his clothing, jumped off the bed, and opened the door. Outside the door, Lan Zuruo stood there with lively charm. Her blue attire fluttered as she wore soft, breezy smile on her face. "Senior sister, why did you come here?" Seeing Lan Zuruo, Yun Qi was naturally joyful. However, he remembered Qin Huaiyu saying that Lan Zuruo was a disciple of the Blue Wind Profound Palace's middle palace in name, so why would she come to the inner palace? Lan Zuru smiled softly and said, "Instructor Qin told me that you were here, and even temporarily gave me the qualifications to enter the inner palace. Junior brother Yun, first of all, let me congratulate you on becoming an official disciple of the Blue Wind Profound Palace. Only I didn't imagine that so many things would actually happen yesterday. For you to defeat Feng Yue, I am not surprised in the slightest. But I had never thought that because of Murongyi would actually deal with you by striking out, and even forced you to arrange a battle with him 3 months later. This incident, the Blue Wind Profound Palace from the top to bottom had all heard the news. Discussions about you are everywhere right now. Moreover, they are essentially all voices of mockery." After she finished speaking, trepidation was revealed on Lan Zuruo's face. Yun Qi let out a laugh and said, "Senior sister, no need to worry. I am not the kind of person who would let himself suffer losses. Amen. I also understand that junior brother Yun is not the kind of person who is insolent and arrogant without any sense of propriety. And so, even though challenging Murongyi is very exaggerated, I actually don't feel too worried about it." Lan Zuruo made a slight smile and took out a piece of yellow-colored jade and a stack of talisman paper. "The reason why I'm here is to give you these. This is your sound transmission jade. The sound transmission imprint is already set. Instructor Qin Huaiyu's sound transmission imprint as well as mine are also added in. And these are 30 sheets of 100-mile sound transmission talismans and 5 sheets of 1,000-mile sound talismans. If any urgent matter arises in the future, and you need to seek me and Instructor Qin, you just need to transmit sound to us using the sound transmission talisman." Yun Qi received them and carefully stored them away. As a matter of fact, if Lan Zuruo didn't come and give these to him soon enough, he would have also gotten a piece of sound transmission jade himself. After all, it was something that could transmit sound over a distance of hundreds or even thousands kilometers. It really was too convenient. Lan Zuruo examined Yun Qi's room and said with a light smile, "Even though I've been in the Blue Wind Profound Palace for a while as well, it's still the first time I've ever entered the living quarters of the Inner Palace disciples. It really is unexpectedly extravagant, better than the Middle Palace disciples' living area for who knows how many times. Just this big bed, it wouldn't even be a problem for 2 or 3 people to sleep on it." As she said till here, Lan Zuruo's voice suddenly froze. Unbeknownst to what she had suddenly recalled, 2 touches of red glow emerged lightly onto her face. Yunqi's gaze blurred as he gently looked into Lan Zuruo's eyes. Even though the bed is very big, I didn't sleep very well because I kept on feeling that something is missing in this emptiness. Senior sister, did you feel a little unaccustomed when sleeping last night? In the 10 days during their travel toward the Blue Wind Profound Palace, they had always shared the same bed and slept together. 10 days was enough for a dubious habit to quietly develop. What Yunqi had said was blatantly asking her, "Are you not accustomed to sleeping without me to keep you company?" This question of Yunqi's directly struck the insides of Lan Zuruo's heart, because she still had not been relieved from the emptiness and feeling of loss in her heart before sleeping and waking up. Her expression became slightly flustered, and she shook her head in a somewhat discomposed demeanor. "In my own home. Of course I would very accustomed. I'll be leaving first. I still have important matters to do and won't disturb your cultivation anymore. Every minute of cultivation time in the Profound Gathering Tower is valuable. At least in these 3 months you need to work hard." After she finished speaking, as Lan Zuruo was preparing to leave, Yunqi caught the hastiness within her complexion. Clearly, she really was going to busy with something. "Senior sister," Yunqi went up to stop her and asked with concern, "What are you going to busy with? Can you tell me? Maybe I could be of help." "It's all right." Lan Zuruo slightly smiled as she shook her head, hesitated for a second, and said with a whisper, "It's just that my father's body has always been ill. When I went to visit this morning, I discovered that father's condition turned for the worse again, so I'm going to go invite a doctor back." Even though he didn't know what Lan Zuruo's identity is, to be able to influence Qin Wusheng, who was the vice palace chief of the Blue Wind Profound Palace, her background must be extraordinary. Having such a background, yet she needs to personally go invite a doctor. This made Yunqi unable to hold back, and he asked while slightly knitting his brow, "Senior sister, there's no need to find anyone. Let me accompany you to see your father. Even though I'm still quite young, I am an authentic genius doctor. You've also seen my medicinal skills. If you bring me, your father's illness will definitely be quickly cured." Lan Zuruo froze for a bit. Then her face revealed a slightly strained expression. She shook her head once again and reluctantly smiled. "It's okay. My father's illness is from constant overwork, and it has already been like this for many years. Over these years, it has always been that doctor who nursed him. It would be good for junior brother Yun to stay here without worry and properly cultivate. There's nothing to worry about on my side. After everything is completely settled in my family, I'll come visit you more often." Lan Zuruo's charming eyes fixated onto Yunqi for a second. Then, along with a smile, she turned around and left. After Lan Zuruo left, Yunqi stood in the same place. He slightly knitted his brows and remained speechless for a long time. Because from within Lan Zuruo's gaze, he saw many things that he didn't want to see: anxious, worry, hesitation, and there was even a bit of melancholy. "Senior sister, what exactly happened in your family?" Yunqi muttered to himself in his heart. But it was obvious that Lan Zuruo didn't actually want him to be involved with her family matters. He also didn't plan on snooping around for Lan Zuruo's background. He was waiting for that one day when Lan Zuruo could completely open the window of her heart to him and voluntarily tell him everything he wanted to know. But at least up until now, what he could be completely positive about was that even if Lan Zuruo was concealing something from him, or if her actions up until now was for the purpose of contriving something from him, she definitely wouldn't do anything that would try to harm him. After all, her gentle and kind nature would never change. The Profound Gathering Tower was situated right at the center of the inner palace. Its existence could be seen from anywhere in the inner palace. Hence, Yunqi did not need anyone to guide him and was able to find the entrance to the Profound Gathering Tower easily. The inner palace's profound energy was already especially rich. However, the moment he stepped into the Profound Gathering Tower, profound energy that was several times richer than before blew across his body, exciting Yunqi's 54 profound entrances and caused them to spontaneously expand and contract. There is indeed a natural profound pulse beneath this Profound Gathering Tower. No wonder this place was where the country's imperial profound palace was situated. If a sect were to settle down here within 300 years, a small sect would definitely develop into a renowned and mighty large sect. Jasmine said. Yesterday, Sikangdu told Yunqi that his profound cultivation room was the 101st room, which was the first room on the 10th floor. The moment Yunqi was about to walk forward, he suddenly noticed densely packed names on the right wall. A dense aura of profound energy surrounded those names. Evidently, the names were inscribed with profound energy and could be altered at any time. Heavenly, profound, ranking. Looking at the three big words at the very top, Xianxia's spirit shook. He went closer to the wall and started to inspect the names on the wall seriously. On the wall was exactly 100 names. In other words, they were the names of the 100 disciples in the inner palace who were also a part of the inner palace's heavenly profound rankings that everyone in Blue Wind Profound knew of. Xianxia started looking from the bottom to the top, and his eyes swept across every single name on the wall. These 100 people were super elites among the countless elites in the Blue Wind Profound Palace. They were existences that all Profound Palace disciples looked up to, and were all renowned figures in all of Blue Wind Imperial City. Although there were 100 people there, the difference in their profound strengths were very small. From the 78th to 100th place, their profound strengths were at the 8th level of the true profound realm. From the 41st to 77th place, their profound strengths were at the 9th level of the true profound realm. And from the 4th to 40th place, their profound strengths were all at the 10th level of the true profound realm. On the 73rd place name, Xianxia found Murongya's name, Murongya, 20 years old. True Profound Realm 9th level. On the 33rd place name, Xianxia found Sikongdu's name. Sikongdu, 20 years old. True Profound Realm 10th level. The age of these two people confirmed that this would be their last year in the Blue Wind Profound Palace. And among this 100 Inner Palace disciples, their ages were mostly 19 and 20 years old. After all, in the same set of conditions, the level of profound strength was usually a direct ratio to the disciples' age. From the 4th to 100th place, only two people were below the age of 19. Both of them were at the age of 18, and they were both ranked at the 96th and 99th. After all, the heavenly profound ranking was precarious, and the ranks could always be replaced by others whenever. Xianxia's gaze then landed on the first three names. 3rd place, Fang Feilong, 20 years old, Spirit Profound Realm 1st level. 2nd place, Feng Bufin, 20 years old, Spirit Profound Realm 1st level. From 3rd place onwards, the strengths suddenly leapt into a whole new level. From the true profound realm, the three disciples crossed into the spirit profound realm. Even though, by simply comparing the levels, they were only a single level higher than the 10th level of the true profound realm, the difference in strength from crossing into a whole new realm cannot be compared to the difference from simply gaining a single level. When he saw the 1st place, his eyes were fixated there for a long time. 1st place, Fen Juchen, 17 years old, Spirit Profound Realm 2nd level, Xianxia. Looking at the name of the very top position of the Profound Sky ranking, Xianxia was in a state of turmoil. He was not shocked by how this person's profound strength was a level higher than the 2nd and 3rd place, rather. The age of this Fen Juchen was actually only 17 years old. He was the only person out of this entire heavenly profound ranking who was under 18 years old. And he actually took 1st place on the heavenly profound ranking. A 17-year-old who was at the 2nd level of the spirit profound realm. What shocking talent! What a monstrous genius! At the age of only 17, he actually reached the spirit profound realm. Although his profound strength was only a level higher than the 2nd and 3rd place, his shocking age proved that his talent was much deeper than the disciples who took the 2nd and 3rd places. The publicly acknowledged #1 genius in New Moon City, Zhao Luocheng, who reached the 10th level of the nascent profound realm at the age of 16, was not even worthy of being his attendant. Wait a minute, Fen Juchen, Fen? Xianxia's brows slightly twitched. According to what he knew, the surname Fen could only belong to the Burning Heaven clan. Only the members of the Burning Heaven clan would have the surname Fen. But why would a member of the Burning Heaven clan enter the Blue Wind Profound Palace? Burning Heaven clan's inherited arts, heritage, and resources were all much better than Blue Wind Profound Palace. Putting aside the fact that these greatly attached clan disciples would not betray their clan in their entire life. Even if Blue Wind Profound Palace were to hand out invitations personally, disciples of the Burning Heaven clan wouldn't even pay any mind to Blue Wind Profound Palace at all, unless the surname Fen did not only belong to the members of the Burning Heaven clan. Right at this time, at the entrance of the Profound Gathering Tower, two people entered. On the right was a young man dressed completely in white. His handsome face revealed a hint of femininity, and the scattering gaze from his half-opened eyes emitted a cold chill. When he saw Xianxia, he frivolously whistled. "Hugh, I actually see an unfamiliar face. Little brother, are you new here?" Xianxia gave a sidelong glance and was shocked to see Murongya standing beside this man in white. And when Murongya saw him, he was startled for a second before laughing loudly in disdain. "Ha ha ha ha, and here I thought who it was. Isn't this the little mouse who declared that he wanted to challenge me? Ha 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 ha." "Oh," the man in white rolled his eyes. His interest grew as he looked at Xianxia. "So you're that Xianxia. Tusk, you actually have a good complexion, but it's a pity that you don't have a good brain. I really wonder if your brain was damaged when your mother gave birth to you." The profound energy coming from the man in white was evidently stronger than Murongya's. And it was not just by a little, rather, it was comparable to Sikongdu's. Even though he looked handsome, he gave Xianxia a very uncomfortable feeling. And his words were even extremely vicious, causing Xianxia to frown. Killing intent began to rise in his heart. "Feng Beiyi, watch your words." Sikongdu walked in from the profound Gathering Tower's entrance with a sullen face. Feng Beiyi. Hearing this name, Xianxia quickly recalled his heavenly profound ranking, 36th place. He was 3 ranks higher than Sikongdu. Feng Beiyi turned around and looked at Sikongdu with a smile. "Yo, isn't this brother Sikong? I heard you brought in a little mouse from outside. Tusk, you have to keep a good watch of it. If a mouse were to run about in the inner palace, we will be thoroughly disgusted. Brother Murong, don't you agree?" Murongya grinned and said while shaking his head. "Speaking of this little mouse entering our inner palace, I'm greatly responsible for it as well. If I knew this would happen, I would have immediately crippled this little mouse's limbs yesterday. Since it have already became like this, Brother Sikong, heed my brother Feng's advice and keep a tight leash on your little mouse. Prevent him from running around and polluting our eyes and mood. Ha 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 ha, Brother Feng, let us go." Giving a last disdainful look at Sikongdu and Xianxia, Murongyi and Feng Beiyi laughed loudly as they entered the profound Gathering Tower. Sikongdu heaved out a long sigh and forcefully suppressed his anger. He then walked over to Xianxia and said calmly, "Don't mind them. Feng Beiyi's and Murongya's families have a marital relationship, and usually they sing to the same tune." Xianxia laughed lightly, showing that he did not mind. Then his gaze moved towards the heavenly profound ranking, and asked with a skeptical expression, "Big brother Sikong, what's the situation regarding the heavenly profound ranking's first place, Fen Juchen? The surname Fen, doesn't it belong to only the Burning Heaven clan?" Sikongdu nodded and replied, "That's right, Fen Juchen is indeed a member of the Burning Heaven clan, and he's also the youngest son of the current Burning Heaven clan master, Fen Duanhun." "Mn?" Xianxia glanced at Sikongdu with an expression full of shock. "It's just as you thought. Currently, Fen Juchen has left the Burning Heaven clan." Sikongdu slowly explained. "Fen Juchen's talent is absolutely frightening. He's a worthy genius, but at the same time, he's an extremely arrogant genius. He never tolerates failure. And a year ago, he lost terribly to his brother, Fen Jubai, and was humiliated. Because of his anger, he left the Burning Heaven clan and swore that he would never return until he defeated Fen Jubai. Even when his father persuaded him, it was of no use. Of course, this kind of absence does not consider as a form of betrayal. As one of the sons of the clan master, there shouldn't be any betrayal to talk about to begin with." "Then why did he enter the Blue Wind Profound Palace?" Xianxia asked curiously. Sikongdu glanced at Xianxia and said, "Looks like you really don't understand the current stormy situation in the Blue Wind Imperial Palace." Blue Wind Imperial Palace. How are they related? The reason why Fen Juchen entered the Blue Wind Profound Palace was the third prince's idea of forming a good relationship with the Burning Heaven clan by allowing Fen Juchen to cultivate in this profound Gathering Tower. Sikongdu sighed and then explained simply, "Currently, the Blue Wind Emperor is bedridden, and there's rumors that he won't be able to last another 3 years. To fight over the emperor's seat, the Crown Prince Kang Lin and the third Prince Kang Shuo went to seek help from the Xiao sect and Burning Heaven clan, respectively. So as to gain more support from the Burning Heaven clan, Kang Shuo obviously had to do all he could to get into their good books." That basically sums up everything. Anyone with a discerning eye is able to see that Blue Wind Imperial Palace, and even the entire Blue Wind Empire, is about to undergo a great change. Even this inner palace is being drawn into the change that's about to come. The second place, Fang Bufan, and third place, Fang Feilong, are backing the Crown Prince and third prince, respectively. Currently, they're acting rather arrogant as well, so it's best that you don't mess with those two for now, and you can't afford to mess with them anyway. Xianxia pondered for a moment and said, "If that's the case, Big Brother Sikong, the Crown Prince and Third Prince must have tried to rope you in as well, right?" Sikong Du nodded and replied, "In this year, I have received dozens of invitations of different kinds from the Crown Prince and Third Prince, but I had been finding excuses to turn them all down. After graduating from this place, it would no longer be possible for me to stay in this imperial city. I should be returning to New Moon City the moment that happens. If there ever comes a time you enter the inner palace, you will also experience receiving these sorts of invitations. When that time comes, what choice you make will be up to you to decide. Go cultivate. 3 months' worth of time isn't that short and isn't that long either. You gain a sliver of hope for every second you fight for." Sikong Du looked deeply into Xianxia's eyes and then entered straight into the profound gathering tower. Xianxia also followed after him from behind and headed directly towards the 10th floor of the profound gathering tower. The 101st cultivation profound room Sikong Du spoke of was just right in front of him. The profound room in the profound gathering tower was much bigger than Xianxia expected, and it was surrounded by a strong, profound energy seal. When entering the room, it felt like an entire new world compared to the outside. The atmosphere and sound from the outside could not be heard in the room. The atmosphere of the profound energy aura was also saturated to a shocking extent. A red figure shook in front of Xianxia and slowly, Jasmine appeared. She eyed the environment and gradually nodded. "Not bad. This place is completely isolated from the outside world. We aren't affected by any sound or movement from the outside. It's an exceptionally good place to cultivate. After 3 months, it will be your arranged match with Murongyi. If you rely on all 54 open profound entrances of your evil god's profound veins, and train hard on improving your profound strength in this 3 months, with the aid of evil soul and power of the phoenix flame, you might barely beat Murongyi. However, while training your profound strength within these 3 months, if you are able to achieve the first stage of cultivation of the great way of the Buddha, at that time, it would not be a case of where you can barely beat him. Instead, it would be a crushing, absolute victory that transcends ranks. However, great way of the Buddha is an extremely difficult skill to cultivate. If one's comprehension ability is insufficient, merely understanding the skill would take huge amounts of time. Even an absolute genius like my brother took an entire 33 days to be able to initially comprehend it. Therefore, for you to obtain the first stage of cultivation for the great way of the Buddha, in just 3 months might indeed be a difficult task, but it's not impossible. Initially at the grounds of the Phoenix trial, you were able to bypass the initial stages of the power of the Phoenix's flame, and forcefully understand the 5th and 6th stage of the World Ode of the Phoenix's flame techniques. This proved that your comprehension ability isn't weak. As Jasmine finished, she placed her tender hands behind as her petite figure stood upright in front of Xianxia. There was coldness behind the extreme cuteness on her face, and her tone was aged. "Now, sit on the floor, close your eyes. I will imprint the profound formula of the great way of the Buddha's first stage into your mind. How long it takes for you to actually comprehend and find out the methods of cultivation is based on your level of comprehension." Xianxia sat down in the center of the profound room, calmed himself down, and closed his eyes. Jasmine went forward, held out her youthful thin finger, and gently poked Xianxia on the head. In the silence, the profound formula of the great way of the Buddha's first stage was imprinted in Xianxia's mind. When he intentionally interacted with the profound formula, Xianxia entered a state extended confusion. Even though the profound formula was so clear in his mind, it still seemed to be so vague. Whether he used his heart, his concentration, his profound strength, no matter what method he used to try to understand the profound formula, whenever he touched upon it, he felt that it was a clearly visible yet untouchable mist. The more he probed, the more vague and scattered it became. Xianxia's heartbeat and breathing became lighter and slower. It was as though he had become more calm. His 5 senses were completely isolated from the outside world. All of his conscious focused on capturing the profound formula. However, the more he focused, the more vague it became. He felt that his mind was in the center of the vast ocean, and he did not know what to do in order to find the shore. Then an elderly voice suddenly rang inside his mind. 16-year-old youngster, do you really have the ability to comprehend the great way of the Buddha?" The voice did not come from his ears. Instead, it came from deep inside his soul. "Yes," Xianxia replied in his mind. "Then what is your understanding?" the elderly voice continued to ask. I desire strength, the strength that exceeds everyone. The strength to protect all those I want to protect. That is what I have comprehended. Xianxia replied truthfully. Very good. The elderly voice revealed some admiration. That is indeed the comprehension the deepest part of your soul has. You are truthful enough. However, if you really want to practice the great way of the Buddha, you must first understand what is the great way and what is Buddha. Then can I ask you to tell me what your understanding of the great way and Buddha is? What is the great way? What is Buddha? Xianxia thought about it long and hard before slowly saying, the great way is the fundamental law that governs heaven and earth. The way exists within nature and all beings. It exists in every space and time between heaven and earth. A person is born as a baby before he grows up. If he were a normal person, his lifespan would not exceed 100. And that is the way. The fact that water can extinguish fire, grass is unable to grow taller than a tree, the world having not just earth but also the skies and the seas, these are the way. It is the most fundamental law that governs this world. When these ways come together, they become the base of this world, supplementing the contents of the world. It causes the world to have law and order, allowing the world to function based on the way. That is my understanding of the great way. As for Buddha, it is the symbol that represents the epitome of kindness, benevolence, forgiveness, and similar qualities. Hey. The elderly voice laughed calmly. Young one, at your age, you already have such a comprehension of the great way. This is rare. How about I bring you on a journey through your life, Xianxia? The darkness in front of Xianxia suddenly vanished and was gradually replaced by a vividly colored image. It was a place of scenic mountains and rivers. The grass was green and the river flowed noisily. A kind-looking man who was nearly 50 carried a medicine basket and walked along the small river until he saw a small baby by the river. The baby looked to be not more than a few days old and was completely naked other than an intricate ornament hung on his neck. Master! Seeing the man walk towards the baby and carefully picking him up, Xianxia uttered out loud. The elderly voice rang again. That is Azure Cloud Continent. This scene was from the 3rd day of your birth. What is the way you have encountered? Xianxia remained silent for a while before answering. The way is the rule. I have been abandoned, but I did not die there. I was fated to meet Master. These are all the doings of the great way. These are all the way. Very good. The scene in front of him promptly changed, and soon what he saw was the front door of Floating Cloud City's Xiao clan. He was walking out of the door with a rigid expression. He was suffering from insults, looks of disdain, sneers, and gloating from others. That was the scene from when he was expelled from Xiao clan. Even now, he still clearly remembered the rage he had in his heart and the worry he had for his grandfather and little aunt. He also felt angry and contempt at his own inability. That is profound Sky Continent. You're already 16 years of age and had yet accomplished anything. Being expelled by your clansmen, other than your close relatives, the others all view you in contempt. They all sneered at your expulsion and would soon forget you. The you then was so pathetic that you were not even worth remembering. The you then, what is the way on you? Perhaps that was a trial and test sent by Heaven's way. Xianxia replied faintly. He, based on what you understand from the Great Way. The Great Way is the law that nature lives by. That means you think that whatever you do in this life, even in your previous lives and your future lives, could never escape the control and the plans of the Great Way. Because no matter what you do, what you say, who or what you interact with, these are all planned by the Great Way. These are within the laws and control of the Great Way. Am I correct? This stunned Xianxia, and he did not reply even after quite some time. The scene in front of his eyes changed yet again. Now he saw the greenery of a forest, except that the forest seemed to have gone through a thunderstorm and was now in a mess. There were broken trees everywhere, and in the midst of it, he was carrying a quiet, weak girl and was crying devastatingly. However, the girl had already passed on and could no longer answer his call. Linger. This was the only person you have ever loved on the Azure Cloud Continent, Su Linger. In the entirety of your soul, this was the most painful moment. Even until now, the pain has not yet vanished completely. This pain is etched deep within your soul. If you truly believe everything in this world does not escape the Great Way, then, if you had a second chance, do you still believe that you and her would still be unable to escape the plans of the Great Way, and that she would still leave you at the same time, at the same place? Xianxia, the scene yet again changed. Now it showed a cliff where one could not see its summit, nor could one see the bottom of the abyss. And he was not plummeting down in despair. This was your last moment in the Azure Cloud Continent. You had been forced into despair and jumped into this bottomless abyss after swallowing the sky-poisoned pearl. You believed that that was the last moment of your life. However, when you woke up, you realized you had been reborn. Furthermore, you were reborn in a person that had already died on another continent. Your rebirth, what you went through, what is the way in that? If you had just died, what would be the way in that? After your death, what does the way give you? Xianxia. Soon, the scene in front of him vanished and the elderly voice also stopped. Xianxia's mind was in a chaotic mess right now. His conscience was writhing and his soul was in turmoil. The things that he previously thought was the truth, the things he subconsciously knew could not be changed. All these were in chaos in his mind. His entire subconscious became the raging waves of a storm and was unable to settle down. The profound formula for the great way of the Buddha seemed to have washed away with the waves and disappeared amongst the chaos. This chaos lasted for some time. An uncertain amount of time passed before Xianxia's thoughts finally calmed down. After calming down for some time, he suddenly laughed. He laughed with extreme satisfaction and relaxation. It was as though he had let down a huge boulder in his heart and released the emotional lock in his heart. "How was it? What have you realized?" the elderly voice said. "I understand." Xianxia smiled faintly. At this moment, he felt that his body and soul was ever so relaxed. Even how he viewed the outside world had already changed. It was as though he jumped from one world into another entirely different one. In this world, there is no such thing as the Great Way. If one insists on there being one, then the Great Way is myself. Because I was born, that was why I was able to speak of the Great Way in my heart. If I do not exist in this world, then the Great Way would not even concern me. This is because I am not born because from the Great Way. Instead, the Great Way is born because of my existence. All the elements in this world, water, fire, wind, lightning, earth, light, darkness, time, space, they all exist for me, providing me the means to survive. The people, beasts, things I encounter enhance my life and also exist for me. My loved ones, the people important to me, all of them supplement my emotions, igniting my passion and determination. Similarly, they exist for me, and I am the center of all things, the ruler of all these. Everything in this world is for my use. Every being in this world exists because of me. This is my great way and the only great way. And Buddha similarly exists within me. I can create it at any time and destroy it at any time. It is all controlled by my desires and cannot be interfered by anything else. Because I am the great way. H-A-H-A-H-A-H-A, the elderly voice laughed heartily. Young one, you surprise me. No wonder you had 2 lives, no, 3 lives. You actually realized it so quickly. Then from now onwards, let heaven and earth be within your control. Let all beings in this world exist only because of you. Go and seek your own great way and Buddha. Xianxia, who had already been sitting in the profound room of the profound gathering tower for 3 whole days, suddenly laughed. When he smiled, a faint silver light suddenly appeared from the surface of his body. At the same time, a miniature silver pagoda appeared on his head, before slowing descending and entering Xianxia's body. Jasmine silently looked at this scene in a state of great shock before softly uttering. That year, Big Brother used 33 days to comprehend it, but he only used 3 days. Under the comprehending process, the profound formula that was originally uncertain in his mind clearly revealed itself. And this also meant that the fundamentals of the great way of the Buddha was successfully completed. From now on, he was now able to start to cultivating without any hindrances. At the same time, Xianxia's spirit and body became extremely relaxed. Originally, towards the incomparably immense world and nature, Xianxia, as well as every living soul, would all carry a kind of innate awe. However, at this moment, not the slightest hint of this awe existed in Xianxia's body. Because I am my own way of heaven, I do not exist relying on you or under your grace. In my world, I am the ruler of everything. At least during the time of my birth, everything in the world existed because of me. The awe before turned into pride. All of Xianxia's 54 profound entrances opened, and even the hair follicles on his entire body were opened. They proudly faced all the elements within the world, and unscrupulously absorbed the profound energy and world's essence from the atmosphere. Xianxia opened his eyes and noticed Jasmine unblinkingly staring at him. He smiled lightly and said, "Jasmine, I have successfully crossed the threshold." Jasmine nodded slowly and said, "I know, and not just that, you only took 3 days. 3 days, what? 3 days? Xianxia suddenly froze. At this time, a feeling of hunger came from his stomach. Only then did he believe that 3 whole days had actually passed. While he was in silent comprehension of the great way, he couldn't sense the flow of time. To him, it felt like only several breaths' time had passed. Jasmine said with a face devoid of expression, "This time you have far exceeded my expectations, but you have only stepped through the threshold. As for when you'll officially enter the first realm of the great way of the Buddha, it'll be up to your own comprehension and dedication. If you're hungry, you should go eat right now. After that, the true cultivation of the great way of the Buddha will officially begin." Xianxia nodded and retrieved a small pile of rations he had prepared earlier from the sky-poisoned pearl. With a burst of voracious devouring, he was completely full in a short time. Then he sat on the ground, closed his eyes, and rapidly entered a meditative state. "I am the great way, Buddha exists in my heart, everything in the universe are all my captives." A layer of silver light loomed on the surface of Xianxia's body. Then it gradually became more and more clear and rich as it attaching to the surface of Xianxia's body, and lingered for a long time. The air around him also started to become agitated, and gusts of the world's pure vitality quietly flowed into Xianxia's body like a stream of water. The purpose of the first stage of the great way of the Buddha is to absorb the vitality of the world, to allow the world's vitality to fill, refine, and transform the body, including the flesh, hair, blood, bones, organs, and marrow, allowing the body to be born anew. Every following elevation of the realms in each stage will also result in a new reformation of the body. And every new reformation of the body signified a slight separation from the mortal realm. One's lifespan would also increase exponentially. And during this process, with the profound energy-filled profound gathering tower, as well as Xianxia's completely opened 54 profound entrances, the cultivation of his profound energy was also similarly advancing. In the silent, profound cultivation room, the only sounds that could be heard were Xianxia's even breathing and the sound of his heart beating. Under the total silence in the profound cultivation room, it was impossible for cultivators to detect the flow of time. However, Xianxia could clearly feel the changes in his body. He felt a warm current wrap around all his cells, and he could feel his body slowly transforming in the midst of the warm currents. Unknowingly, 20 days passed. In these 20 days, Xianxia didn't even take half a step out of the profound cultivation room. Other than being awakened by hunger, all of his time was spent in a state of cultivation. Even when he was sleeping, the profound entrances and all the pores in his body were still completely open, and the rich, profound energy and pure vitality of the world continued to unceasingly flow into his body. Cultivating without a sense of time or day, even Xianxia himself didn't know how much time had elapsed. This day, his silent consciousness was awoken by the bizarre fluctuations in a gust of profound energy. He activated his inner vision and suddenly discovered that the profound pulse seemed to be in the process of breathing as it gently expanded and contracted. After consuming the fire seed of the evil god, the color of his profound veins had turned into a crimson color. Yet now, his crimson-colored profound veins emitted a brilliant glow, giving them an appearance similar to a glistening crystal. Xianxia's face instantly revealed a delighted expression, because this was a clear sign that his profound strength was about to rise a level. And this was an elevation spanning realms. Xianxia quickly calmed his heart, focused his mind, and guided the profound energy in his body back into his profound veins. Then he released it again and let it wander around his entire body. The 3 drops of phoenix blood also seemed to sense the change in his profound strength's nature and started to burn with excitement within his body. The noble essence belonging to that of a primordial divine beasts brought about an unparalleled supremacy that filtered inside the entire body's profound energy and urged on the qualitative change that was about to take place. Profound energy circulated in his body and then returned to his profound veins. Every time a complete revolution occurred, his profound veins would visibly expand a little. In the midst of the silence, 2 hours crept by. Xianxia's profound energy had already circulated around his body over 60 times. This time, just as the profound energy returned once again, his profound veins suddenly expanded greatly, and after a moment began to contract even more until the profound veins returned to its usual size. Then the turbulence stopped, almost as if it had solidified, and the crimson glow around the profound veins became even more rich and strong, as if the entire profound vein had turned into a bright and eye-catching red crystal. This red glow persisted for several breaths' time longer until it gradually dimmed. Once the light completely disappeared, A stream of profound energy gushed out and spread throughout his body. This profound energy was much stronger than before, and also much more rich and powerful. As for the source of profound energy in his profound veins, whereas it could be considered a tiny creek before, in this short span of time, it had expanded into a huge river. A wave of comfort spread across Xianxia's body, and he couldn't help but let out a comfortable moan. After entering the profound gathering tower for 23 days, his profound strength had directly completed the crossing over a great realm. From the nascent profound realm, he had splendidly entered the first level of the true profound realm. This was also under the condition where he was simultaneously training the great way of the Buddha, because otherwise, he would have taken much less time to do so. HMPH, you finally entered the true profound realm, even though you were a little slower than I had expected. Now that you've entered the true profound realm, you can finally easily control evil soul. It wouldn't be a problem even if you kept the first realm open all the time. Xianxia opened his eyes and looked at Jasmine, who was currently in front of him, and revealed a slightly confident smile. The clothes on his body had long since been drenched by sweat and stickily clung onto his body. However, after these 23 days of closed-door cultivation, the greatest change was nevertheless his external appearance. Xianxia was currently 16, so his skin was naturally supposed to still be tender. But at the moment, his skin was actually as white and tender as a woman's. No, it was just like that of an infant's. It was so white and tender that pinching it once would discharge water. His face had a slightly significant thinness during his profound strength promotion. The great way of the Buddha had not made him more masculine. Instead, it added an additional prettiness and gentleness. His eyes became even more clearer, like perfect gems that had been soaked in water. Xianxia was not surprised in the slightest when he saw his current appearance. He firmly gripped both fists and felt an immense power and vitality course through his body, and his face revealed a confident smile. He retrieved a common dagger from the sky poison pearl and stabbed at his own palm. The sharp dagger pricked the palm of his left hand. If he had used the same amount of force before, his palm would have been splattered with blood and possibly could have been directly punctured. But this time, Xianxia only felt a trace of slight pain. After removing the dagger, only a white mark remained on his palm. Even the outer layer of his skin had not been punctured. "Now do you believe in the power of the great way of the Buddha?" Jasmine asked lightly. Xianxia nodded. "It is indeed worthy of being a forbidden heavenly tome. I have only crossed the threshold, yet it has already produced astounding results. If I proceed at my current pace, I believe that within a month's time, I can officially enter the first stage. At that time, even if my profound strength does not increase, I would still be able to defeat Murong. The shocking power that filled Xianxia's body brought him this confident feeling. Jasmine, with the air of a tiny adult, nodded with dignity and said, "We'll temporarily stop cultivating at the profound gathering tower for now. Your profound strength just broke through, so you'll need a period of time to get used to it." When Xianxia found out from Jasmine that he had stayed in the profound cultivation room for 20 whole days, he was also a little surprised. After looking through the sky poison pearl, he discovered that he had completely consumed all of the rations he had prepared before. Xianxia touched his stomach, which was flat from hunger, changed into a set of new clothes, and left the profound cultivation room. After all, he was only in the true profound realm, far from the realm where, with the support of profound energy, he wouldn't need to eat or drink for a long time. But now that he was at the true profound realm, he would finally be able to do something with the stuff on the body of the Emperor Profound Realm Fire Dragon. For example, with his current profound strength, he would probably be able to withstand a dragon blood pellet made with small quantities of dragon blood. Other than dragon blood, 4 types of herbs and a type of precious crystal was required to create a dragon blood pellet. He had found all 4 of the necessary herbs from the Xiao branch sect's treasury, but he was still missing a cyan crystal. "I should be able to purchase it from the Black Moon Merchant Guild," confidently surmised the nouveau rich Xianxia, who had pocketed 50,000 purple profound coins. He walked out of the profound cultivation room and traveled from the 10th floor to the 1st floor. Just as Xianxia took a step out of the profound gathering tower, a young man slowly walked over. The young man was clad in black, and he looked to be around the same age and height as Xianxia. His face was cold. His thick black eyebrows were like 2 inclined sharp swords, and his gaze was as calm as a pool of still water without any waves of motion. Xianxia's gaze fell on his body, and his eyelids jumped a little. This was a very arrogant person, and arrogance is usually presented in one's demeanor or eyes or actions or language. However, one could not detect a trace of arrogance from his outer appearance, because that air of arrogance had already been ingrained in his bones. He walked past Xianxia without even giving him a glance. Even the corner of his eyes didn't move, for he acted just as if Xianxia didn't exist. After brushing shoulders, Xianxia slowly turned around and watched the silhouette of the young man while lost in deep thought at such an age, and that suffocating aura of profound energy which he deliberately released from his body, along with that searing fiery power, without a doubt. This person was the first on the heavenly profound ranking, who also had the status of being the burning heaven clan master's son. Fen Juchen. Sikongdu had said he was an extremely arrogant man, and it looked like his evaluation was not exaggerated in the slightest. The inner palace was the deepest place in the blue wind profound palace. If one wished to leave, they must cut across the middle palace and outer palace after leaving the inner palace. The moment Xianxia stepped into the outer palace after passing through the middle palace, he was immediately recognized by the people there. "Quick, look, that's Xianxia. I saw him at the examinations for the new incoming disciples. He's the one that's challenging Murongyi in 2 months. So he's that history's #1 clown? He looks pretty normal." He indeed looks pretty normal, but his brain is definitely abnormal. Otherwise, why would he have the audacity to challenge Murongyi, who is from the inner palace, and even chose a heavy sword and 2 of the trashiest profound skills? In 2 months, he will definitely be abused by Murongyi like a dog. I reckon that Murongyi doesn't even take him to heart and simply sees him as a circus monkey. Ha 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 ha. Different forms of sarcastic remarks could be heard from afar. Xianxia turned a deaf ear on them and proceeded forward. When he entered the outer palace's cultivation area, Xianxia saw Xia Yuanba with a single glance. The big and robust body Xia Yuanba had was obvious no matter where he was. Even if Xianxia tried, he wouldn't be able to miss his figure. He quickly walked over and greeted him. "Yuanba!" The moment Xia Yuanba saw Xianxia, his 2 eyes widened and ran over excitedly. "Brother-in-law, why are you here? Aren't you supposed to be in the inner palace? I'm exhausted from my cultivation, so I came out for a walk," Xianxia said casually, and then inspected Xia Yuanba. He realized he did make some improvements in his profound energy, and he was not too far off from breaking through into the 7th level of the elementary profound realm. "Yuanba, did your acceptance into the outer palace go smoothly? Did you tell your father that you're here?" He. Instructor Qin did not go back on his words. "On the 2nd day you entered the inner palace, he finished the arrangements of accepting me into the outer palace. I have already sent a letter to my father, and I received a reply a few days before. Father was very happy to know that I was able to enter the Blue Wind Profound Palace." Xia Yuanba was full of smiles, and then he praised. As expected of the Blue Wind Profound Palace, it cannot be compared to the New Moon Profound Palace at all. The experts here are far too many. While I'm here, I have experienced many things that I could not hope to see in the past. Oh, right, brother-in-law, look. Xia Yuanba opened up both of his hands, and in his hands was a box of fresh pellets which emitted out a medicinal smell. Today is the day the Outer Palace's Profound Pellet Pavilion distributes the pellets. The pellets distribute here are much better than the ones in the New Moon Profound Palace. There's 30 small Profound Recovery Pellets, 10 small Profound Opening Pellets, and even 3 Bone Quenching Pellets and 3 Profound Quenching Pellets. I wouldn't even dare to imagine something like this in the past. No wonder he was this excited, so they distributed the pellets today. Xianxia laughed and said, "Yuanba, work hard. Even though you started off a little late, I believe that as long as you work hard, you will definitely not be worse off than anyone else. In any case, we must work hard together." After saying that, Xianxia casually patted on Xia Yuanba's robust arm. He did not use a lot of strength, but the moment his hand made contact with Xia Yuanba's arm, he withdrew his arm as if it was shocked by electricity. Xia Yuanba groaned, and his face revealed a pained expression. Startled, Xianxia quickly took a step forward and pulled the sleeves on Xia Yuanba's left arm up. He suddenly realized a large half of his left arm was reddish-green. Especially on his shoulder joint was a large swell. With a single glance, Xianxia was able to discern that it was dislocated not too long ago. "What happened?" Xianxi's brows sank. "How did you get injured?" Xia Yuanba hurriedly pulled down his sleeves and let out a smile. Without paying it any mind, he said, "It's nothing. I was sparring with the seniors. Since my profound strength is bad, it's very normal for me to be injured." and they're not serious injuries, so they will completely recover in a few days. What Xianxia said made sense. Spars are unavoidable while training in the outer palace. It was hard to prevent injuries if one were to spar a lot. But Xianxia felt that Xianxia's injuries were too unusual. His gaze landed on Xianxia's neck, and he once again frowned. Then what's with the bruise on your neck? You guys even target the neck during your spars? Xianxia quickly shrank his neck and even pulled up his shirt. He hurriedly showed the same indifferent expression and laughed. Brother-in-law, I know you're worried about me, but I'm really all right. Although I usually get injured during my spars, I would always gain new insights and improvements after getting injured every time. So even if I'm injured, I'm still very happy about it. And I'm not the only one injured. No disciples in the outer palace is injury-free. If we don't spar, how are we supposed to improve? Hee. Xianxia's expression was somewhat relieved, as if he believed his words, and nodded. Although cultivation is important, do not break your body because of it. Also, even though your profound strength can be said to be the weakest in this outer palace, it definitely does not mean that you should be bullied by others. If anyone were to bully you, you must definitely tell me. Hee. Understood, brother-in-law. Xianxia smiled sillily. The seniors are all very nice to me. Why would there be anyone bullying me? You don't have to worry. In 2 more months, you will be fighting against that Murongye. You must work hard with your cultivation in the inner palace. But I believe that even if it's that Murongye who is rumored to be really strong, brother-in-law will definitely be able to defeat him. Then, brother-in-law, I will be going back to the cultivation room. I won't hold up any more of your time. Amen, go on then. Looking at Xianxia's quickly disappearing figure, Xianxia's expression sank slightly. He did not head for outside the profound palace, rather, he changed his direction and slowly walked towards the cultivation room Xianxia was heading to. Xianxia's cultivation room was the 2296th room. Every cultivation room had 5 outer palace disciples. Xianxia soundlessly walked over, stood beside the window, and looked inside. The cultivation room was not large, as it was not even at the size of profound cultivation room in the profound gathering tower. When Xianxia entered, the other 4 disciples were already inside. Seeing Xianxia's return, they looked at each other in the eye and revealed a teasing smile. Yo, big lunk, you're back. You even retrieved the pellets, right? A blue-clothed youth who was originally sitting down on the floor cultivating stood up. He laughed as he looked at Xianxia and cynically said. Xianxia's neck evidently shrank, and his face revealed a scared expression as he forced out a smile. Senior Han Feng, this time, is it possible to leave me a few pellets? A few of them is enough. The expression of the disciple called Han Feng instantly changed. He grinned at Xianxia and said, Oh, you actually learnt to bargain? Are your bones itching again and you want us to loosen them for you? Cut the crap and give us all that you have. Every day, the 4 of us have to give pointers to you, a trash who is only at the elementary profound realm, and you actually forgot to show even the basic form of respect. The other 3 disciples also began to laugh coldly in disdain, especially the seemingly handsome male youth dressed in white, who was sitting in the middle. Just simply by how he glanced at Xianxia, it was as if he was looking at a lowly clown. Xianxia's face was furiously red. He gritted his teeth, but still obediently handed over the pellets he received. Han Feng grabbed all of them with a single hand and did not leave even a single one of them. Then he praised smilingly, That's better. Don't worry, as long as you listen to us obediently and show us the proper respect, we will treat you, our little junior, well. In our future spars, we will definitely hold back ha-ha-ha. While laughing complacently, Han Feng took 10 small profound recovery pellets. Then he distributed 10 small profound recovery pellets each to the other 2 disciples. Finally, he arrived in front of the youth in white, bent his waist, and said fawningly, Senior Kui Yang, here's 10 small profound opening pellets and 3 bone-quenching pellets. Please kindly accept them. The youth in white called Kui Yang was 19 this year. His profound strength was the highest among the 4, as he had already broke through into the true profound realm and was at the first level of the true profound realm. Among the 50,000 disciples in the outer palace, he was also a leading figure whose ability is enough to be placed in the top 2,000. He stretched out his hand to receive the pellets, and then stood up. He approached Xianxia and suddenly grabbed onto Xianxia's left hand, snatching away the 3 pellets he was tightly holding onto in his palm. He actually hid 3 quenching profound pellets. Kui Yang squinted as he laughed coldly. Then his leg suddenly flew, and it landed on Xia Yuanba's lower abdomen, causing him to tumble. "Welp, if you dare to be dishonest next time, believe me, I will rip your legs apart," as expected of Senior Qi Yang. Han Feng and the other two disciples hurriedly laughed as they sucked up to him. Being kicked in the lower abdomen, Xia Yuanba fell onto the floor. His body painfully spasmed, but he did not let out a cry. Rather, he propped himself and stood up. His red face was ashen, but even though he dared to be angry, he did not dare to say a single word as he slowly moved to the corner of the cultivation room. Yun Qi burned red with fury. A surge of bloodlust exploded from his chest. He could not watch any longer as he took a step forward and kicked the door of the cultivation room. Bang! The cultivation room's sturdy wooden door was shattered with Yun Qi's single kick. The wooden scraps scattered in the air, startling the 5 people in the cultivation room. Seeing furious Yun Qi standing there, Xia Yuanba panicked for a moment. He hurriedly stood up, stuttering. Brother-in-law? Yun Qi ignored Xia Yuanba. His gaze swept across the 4 standing outer palace disciples as he said in a low voice, "I shall give you 2 choices. 1, hand over all the pellets you have, then break your own right arm and then prostrate in front of Xia Yuanba and admit your mistakes. 2, die." They were actually about to ask who was the person who came to challenge them. After hearing Yun Qi's words, they were stunned for a moment, and then all of them laughed loudly. "Where did this whelp come from? Daring to act wildly here? You want me to prostrate? You want us to break our own right arm? Did you forget to take your medicine today? Ahahaha. Yo, this guy looks a little familiar. Yo, whoa. Isn't this that extremely famous Yun Qi, the #1 clown in Blue Wind Profound Palace history, who shouted that he wanted to challenge Murongyi the moment he entered the palace? Amen. So he's that Yun Qi?" When the white-clothed disciple Qi Yang heard the name Yun Qi, he began to laugh scornfully. "I heard that Yun Qi was half insane, but from the looks of it, the rumors weren't the least bit untrue. What was it? You want us to kneel? Hee. If you were to kneel in front of us now and beg for forgiveness, I could still break one less leg of yours later." The moment Qi Yang finished uttering those words, his vision suddenly blurred. A surge of bloodlust came pouring down on him, causing his entire body to stiffen. His expression paled for a moment, but before he could even react, Yun Qi's ice-cold face already appeared right in front him. Bang! Qi Yang felt like his chest was directly struck by a 10-ton sledgehammer. His entire body convulsed, and a violent energy of incomparable strength instantly assaulted all of the profound veins in his body. He spit out a mouthful of blood, and his body flew from the kick, landing heavily onto the wall of the cultivation room. With a short tremor, a large crack formed in the wall of the cultivation room, and Qi Feng's entire body was embedded in the wall. It was only after a long while did his body slide down like a dead dog. "See, senior brother Qi Yang?" The 3 other disciples were shocked by the sudden scene. None of them expected Yun Qi to suddenly attack. The speed of the attack was ghastly and did not give them a chance to react. What made them even more shocked was the fact that Qi Yang, who was at true profound realm, was severely injured in one blow. He sprayed out a shockingly vast amount of blood. After sliding to the ground, his entire body twitched, and he was unable to stand up until a long time. How dare you sneak attack senior brother Qi Yang? Let's attack together, cripple him." Han Feng's expression was hideous as he pulled out a longsword. He and another disciple rushed ahead and tried to stab his chest, while another tried to slash his head. "Brother-in-law, careful." After Xia Yuanba's sudden cry, he heard a craw sound. The longsword in Han Feng's hands had already been broken by a kick from Yun Qi, while the other disciple's longsword was disarmed bare-handedly by Yun Qi, after which he landed 2 solid punches on their chests. Crack! The chests of the 2 caved in, and their sternum was fractured as they flew into the same wall as Qi Yang while shrieking in pain. The remaining disciple was about to attack, but as he saw the others being severely injured, he was shocked that his pupils contracted and his whole body shivered, not daring to come forward. After a weird cry, he ran out like a scared mouse. However, Yun Qi turned around and stared coldly. Putting out his left hand, a scorching hot flame dragon shot out from Yun Qi's palm, instantaneously surrounding the escaping disciple. As he closed his palm, the escaping disciple was thrown back to the wall violently by the fire dragon while screaming. Brother-in-law." Xia Yuanba, who was standing at one corner, had been stupefied. He knew the 4's profound strength well. Qi Yang was already at the 1st level of the true profound realm. Han Feng was in the 9th level of the nascent profound realm. The two others were also at the 8th level of the nascent profound realm. Their profound strength levels were what he longed and thirsted for. Although he was bullied, he did not dare to retaliate, nor did he have the ability to. He also did not dare to tell Xianxia, for fear that Xianxia might impulsively seek revenge for him. How could Xianxia have defeated the four of them? However, he did not expect his brother-in-law to have already become so powerful. The four of them were practically like trash in front of Xianxia, and they were casually beaten like a dead dog by Xianxia. Xianxia, you're finished. Han Feng sat up using the broken wall as a support. He wiped off the fresh blood at the corner of his mouth. Although he was still rattled by the overwhelming strength of Xianxia, he forced himself to coldly laugh. You actually dared to injure us outer palace disciples. Instructor Qi is Senior Kui Yang's uncle. The fact that you injured senior brother Kui Yang. Instructor Qi definitely won't let you off. You just wait to be crippled and thrown out of Blue Wind Profound Palace. The killing intent on Xianxia's body still had not vanished. The entire cultivation room was now as cold as the freezing winter, and made the four beaten disciples shiver as they laid on the floor. He did not bother with what Han Feng said, and slowly walked in front of Kui Yang, who was still vomiting blood. Seeing him approach, Kui Yang revealed a face of terror, but he immediately suppressed it. He forced a laugh. Xianxia, if you kneel down and apologize now, I can consider letting you go. If not, my uncle will make you suffer a fate worse than death. Xianxia eyed him slightly before saying in a muffled voice, When you kicked Yuanba, it was the right leg, right? Once Xianxia finished speaking, he did not wait for his reply and suddenly raised his leg and mercilessly stomped on Kui Yang's right ankle. Crack, a painful cry that seemed like pigs being slaughtered was heard. Kui Yang's right ankle had been forcefully broken by Xianxia. Xianxia slowly removed his foot. His expression was as calm as ever, as if he had just snapped a normal twig. He coldly stared at Kui Yang, who held his right leg while rolling and howled in pain, before turning to face the three other disciples. As Xianxia swept his gaze, Han Feng's face had already turned pale white. They originally believed that Xianxia daring to harm people here was already extremely audacious, and he would stop after they mentioned the relationship between Kui Yang and Instructor Qi. Not only did they not expect Xianxia's strength to be so unexpectedly frightening, they had not anticipated that he would be so decisively vicious. He did not even hesitate to break Kui Yang's ankle. Then, if he wanted to cripple them or even take their lives, they were sure that he wouldn't even blink at that. How could Han Feng possibly dare to say any other malicious words? His entire body was already shivering from fear. As Xianxia walked towards him, his trembling body went limp, and he laid paralyzed in place as he panically pleaded. Xianxia, I know I was wrong, forgive me. Don't kill me, spare me. As if suddenly remembering the conditions Xianxia said earlier, he took out all the pellets that he had stolen earlier and turned to face Yuanba while kowtowing repeatedly. Junior brother Yuanba, I know my mistakes. I shouldn't have treated you like that. I'm a beast, I'm a bastard. I deserve death. Please forgive me. I won't dare to do it again in the future, never dare to do it again. In an instant, Han Feng kowtowed more than 10 times and repeatedly banged against the ground. The other two disciples frantically knelt down, removed all their pellets and kowtowed as well. Xianxia revealed a cold sneer before turning back to Kui Yang to coldly speak. What about yours? Or do you feel like not having both your hands? To dare break his ankle without hesitation meant that snapping off his hands was an even simpler task. Although Kui Yang was suffering from an abyssal pain, he still had his consciousness. He frantically rolled and crawled in Xia Yuanba's direction before knocking his head on the ground several times. Then he handed over all the pellets he possessed with his trembling hands. Xianxia walked over and collected all the pellets they returned and coldly spoke with indifference. Since you all are still quite obedient, I'll spare your pathetic lives for now. However, if you dare to bully Xia Yuanba again, I'll make you regret coming into this world. We won't dare to ever do that anymore. Next time we will treat Yuanba exactly like how we treat our fathers. We won't dare anymore, Han Feng said in a frightened manner. Then about today's matter, what are you going to say? Xianxia squinted as his gaze filled with killing intent. It was injuries we suffered during sparring. It is not the slightest bit related to junior brother Yuanba or junior brother Xianxia, Han Feng replied cautiously. HMPH? Xianxia coldly snorted before saying, Lastly, don't let me hear anything outside that I don't want to hear. Otherwise, I will come take your lives at any time. The four people, including Han Feng, remained silent. After seeing the frightening strength and ruthless methods he employed earlier, they did not dare to doubt what he had said. But even if you guys spread word of this, it doesn't matter anyway. Xianxia began to laugh scornfully. Do you know why Palace Chief Qin allowed me to enter the inner palace straight away? Do you really think that Palace Chief Qin would break a 1,000-year-old precedent just for a slightly special battle? Truthfully speaking, my relationship with Palace Chief Qin is one that you all cannot imagine even in your dreams. If rumors were to really spread, know that the ones being punished won't be me, but you guys. It may even be possible that you guys may evaporate from this world without a trace, for the dead cannot testify as witnesses. Yuanba, come out with me. As he finished, Xianxia turned and left the cultivation room in heavy steps, leaving the four injured people trembling with faces still filled with fear. The last words Xianxia said were naturally made up, but he believed that it was sufficient to make the four cower. Because if the four really spread word of today's incident out, although he didn't care one bit about it, he was afraid that it would affect Xia Yuanba's future prospects in Blue Wind Profound Palace. Xia Yuanba drooped his head like a child who had done something wrong as he followed behind Xianxia. Xianxia kept walking until he arrived under the shade of a big tree before stopping and turning to face Xia Yuanba. Ooh, brother-in-law, I was wrong, Xia Yuanba timidly said as he lowered his head. Sigh. Xianxia let out a long sigh before returning the pellets he retrieved back from the four to Xia Yuanba. Just take these. Although they're not any sort of high-quality pellet, they just happen to suit the current you. Xianxia refined numerous pellets using his sky poison pearl. However, they were too high in quality, and they were too unique and unsuitable to be of use to Xia Yuanba. Xia Yuanba received the pellets and shrunk away nervously while mumbling, Brother-in-law, I know I was wrong, don't be angry at me. I didn't mean to lie to brother-in-law, but I was afraid it would cause you to lose focus and affect your match in 2 months' time. Xianxia shook his head before patting Xia Yuanba on his arm and calmly replied, Yuanba, the fact that your bullet is actually not surprising to me. It's because your profound strength is still too weak. Perhaps letting you stay in Blue Wind Profound Palace was a wrong decision. The differences in your profound strength and this sacred training ground is too overwhelming. However, I will not ask you to leave because of this. In fact, I hope that you continue to stay here. Yuanba, in this world, the only people that won't be bullied are the strong. If you are strong enough, no one would dare bully you, nor would anyone have the ability to bully you. How those four trash acted towards you was because they were stronger than you, much stronger than you. If you don't want a bullied, become stronger than them. Becoming stronger than anyone. I understand. Xia Yuanba tightly clenched his fist. I will definitely use you as my role model and work hard. That's not the main point. Xianxia shook his head before saying sternly, what I truly hope for you to understand is that one can have weak, profound strength. He can even be weak. He can even be looked down upon by others, but he cannot lose dignity and uprightness. I am not angry that you hid it from me. I know that you are thinking about me and don't want me to get into trouble. I am just angry. Why did you not retaliate and not resist? Even if you weren't the other party's match, you should have resisted. I didn't dare. Brother-in-law, I know I was wrong. I won't be like this next time. Xia Yuanba drooped his head even lower as his face filled with guilt. Xianxia exhaled deeply and let out a helpless sigh in his heart. Xia Yuanba's temperament was one that he was familiar with. Even though he looked rugged and tough, he was actually overly kind. He even had the weak immaturity of a child that had yet grown up. That was expected, as he was not even 16 yet. Changing his personality with a few words was definitely impossible. Yuanba, let me see your profound veins. Oh. Once a person reached the true profound realm, under the condition that they had permission from the other party, one could inspect the other party's body using profound energy. Xianxia stood in front of Xia Yuanba, pressed his hands on Yuanba's chest, and slowly closed his eyes. Then, he instantly removed his hands from Xia Yuanba's chest with an undisturbed complexion. But in his heart, he was extremely shocked, because Xia Yuanba's profound veins were just too strange. They were more than 2 times thicker than a normal person's profound vein, and the vein was a kind of creepy grayish-black color. His profound entrances were also located at completely different locations when compared to an ordinary person's. It was as if he was an entirely different entity. Why were Yuanba's profound veins like this? Could they really be the tyrannical emperor's profound veins that Jasmine had mentioned before? These profound veins possessed such a domineering name, but why were they so weak? After sending Xia Yuanba back to the cultivation room, the four people were already gone. It was not known whether or not they crawled off to the medicine hall to treat their wounds. Afterwards, Xianxia left the outer palace and headed towards the Black Moon Merchant Guild, with his heart heavy with thoughts on the way there. "Are you thinking about Xia Yuanba's profound vein?" Jasmine's voice sounded in his mind. Xianxia's footsteps stopped for a moment, and he asked seriously, "Are Yuanba's profound veins really the tyrannical emperor's divine veins you spoke about? If they really are, then exactly what kind of profound veins are they?" Jasmine's response was brief but cruel. "His profound veins are, without a doubt, the extremely rare tyrannical emperor's divine veins. In the profound sky continent, he is the only one I've seen that possesses the tyrannical emperor's divine veins. Only the tyrannical emperor's divine veins are a set of divine veins for some people, but for him they are just useless veins. Why? The reason that the tyrannical emperor's divine veins is known as the tyrannical emperor's divine veins is not because once it is awoken, it would provide a power capable of tyrannizing the heavens, but because one needs to possess the heart of a tyrant and the desire to become the emperor in order to awaken it. One also needs a tremendous desire for power, a desire so great it overwhelms all other aspirations. Once the tyrannical emperor's divine veins is awakened, the owner must dominate everything and proclaim himself emperor. But if one cannot awaken it, while it is not evident in the elementary profound realm, once one enters the nascent profound realm and profound energy matures, to rise in one level will require 10 times the effort of any regular person, and one will only be able to enter the nascent profound realm. It is impossible to break through to the true profound realm. Xia Yuanba's personality is not weak, but it is definitely not strong either. Furthermore, he does not possess the heart of a tyrant or the desire to become emperor. As for profound strength, he only longs for it, at most obsesses over it, but he is far from the extent of crazy desire one must have. The tyrannical emperor's divine veins in his body will never awaken, so not only is it of no help to him, it will actually serve as the biggest deterrent. Even if he spends his entire life trying, he shouldn't even think about entering the nascent profound realm. Xianxia was speechless for a long time. He would never doubt Jasmine's words. He was even more clear about the fact that the heart of a tyrant and the desire to become emperor were things that could not be brought up in someone. Even if he told Xia Yuanba that he could obtain a miraculous power by igniting his desire for great strength. But this desire is not something that can be stimulated through language. If, and I'm saying if, Xia Yuanba's tyrannical emperor's divine veins awakens, will his profound strength increase explosively? Xianxia asked tentatively. Jasmine was silent for a moment, then calmly said something that greatly startled Xianxia's heart. In one night's time, his profound strength will directly break through the Emperor Profound Realm, possibly even the Tyrant Profound Realm. Blue Wind Imperial City's Black Moon Merchant Guild was the headquarters for the Black Moon Merchant Guild in the Blue Wind Empire, and it was also the largest establishment in the empire. Since it was located close to the Blue Wind Profound Palace, before entering the Imperial City, Lan Zuruo had specifically brought him here. Because of this, he was able to locate the Black Moon Merchant Guild quickly. Compared to New Moon City's Black Moon Merchant Guild, the Imperial City's Black Moon Merchant Guild could only be described as utterly magnificent. The Black Moon Merchant Guild was several tens of feet tall, and it occupied an area with a radius of several hundred feet. The entire Merchant Guild building released a feeling of indescribable luxury. A pitch-black crescent moon was suspended in midair above the main entrance. The 4 words, Black Moon Merchant Guild, on the horizontal placard shined with brilliance under the sunlight. Xianxia arrived in front of the main entrance to the Black Moon Merchant Guild. The doors automatically opened, and a tall and pretty welcoming maid walked in front of Xianxia and lightly smiled with a dignified air. "Esteemed customers, welcome to the Black Moon Merchant Guild. Please enter." The Black Moon Merchant Guild in New Moon City was only a small branch establishment. Regarding the quality of their services, they naturally paled in comparison. As Xianxia entered the Black Moon Merchant Guild, he was immediately shocked by the magnificent and grand air of the interior. Only, other than the many beautiful maidens in the hall, there weren't many visitors, making the whole building seem deserted. But Xianxia didn't find that odd at all, because the Black Moon Merchant Guild did not sell common items. This was especially so for the headquarters of the Blue Wind Empire. No matter whether something was being purchased or sold, everything was calculated with the standard purple profound coin. One simply could not purchase an item for less than a purple profound coin here. So even though there weren't many visitors in the Black Moon Merchant Guild, any transaction was a golden bucket full of profit. "Esteemed customer, may I ask what you need?" The maid, who had welcomed Xianxia into the building, politely asked with a light smile. "I need 3 cyan profound crystals," Xianxia stated straight to the point. "Precious crystal merchandise are located on the 3rd floor. Please follow me." The maid slightly bowed, then walked in front with a willowy posture and brought Xianxia to the 3rd floor. The 3rd floor was deserted, without a single visitor present. The moment he entered the 3rd floor, Xianxia instantly felt an incomparably strong aura pave over. With a glance, he discovered that the huge 3rd floor was filled with all sorts of exquisite jade boxes and wooden boxes. With one glance, one could tell these jade and wooden boxes were definitely not common items. Yet these items of high value were only here for storage purposes. It was plain just how precious the items kept here were. At the same time, gusts of fluctuating, profound energy also spread over. Xianxia quickly noticed that the room was filled with invisible formations, some of which were defensive formations, while others were attack formations. Once anything out of the ordinary occurred, these formations would instantly start up, of course. This was provided someone would actually have the guts to act wildly in the Black Moon Merchant Guild. "Elder Kaio, this guest would like 3 cyan profound crystals." The maid walked in front of the old man and said with respect. The old man glanced at Xianxia lightly and got up emotionlessly. A moment later, he brought 3 jade boxes containing cyan profound crystals, placed them in front of Xianxia, and asked mechanically, "3 purple profound coins apiece, for a total of 9 purple profound coins." Xianxia placed 9 purple profound coins on the trading desk, and then put away the 3 cyan profound crystals, thus completing the transaction. "Esteemed customer, may I ask if you need anything else?" the maid asked with a light smile. In this Black Moon Merchant Guild establishment, every guest was aided personally. Once one entered, a maid would be present for aid the entire time until one left the establishment. Just as Xianxia was about to say that he didn't need anything else, his nose suddenly twitched. To the left of his line of vision, he noticed a jade box locked firmly not far from the right hand of the old man, and said, "What's the price of that devil's flaming blood crystal over there? If it's acceptable, I'll buy it." The old man, whose expression had been rigid the entire time, showed slight surprise as he looked at Xianxia and finally said, "Young man, the devil's flaming blood crystal is formed in extremely volatile grounds of yang attribute. They are scarce in the world, and those that have seen it are few in number. How did you know that this jade box contains a devil's flaming blood crystal?" Xianxia smiled faintly and said, "By chance, this junior once came in contact with a devil's flaming blood crystal and had a deep impression of the extremely volatile and yang aura. Even though it is covered by the jade box, and its aura is quite weak, this aura belongs solely to the devil's flaming blood crystal. Junior was still able to identify it in an instant. He, I'd have never thought someone as young as you would have such a broad range of experiences. I wonder what you need this devil's flaming blood crystal for. You don't seem to be a fire attribute profound practitioner," the old man said slowly. Xianxia said calmly with a smile, "Does the Black Moon Merchant Guild need to know what the merchandise they sell is for?" The old man smiled faintly and didn't press any further. He brought the box over and placed it in front of Xianxia. 600 purple profound coins." Xianxia immediately took out his profound currency card. After deducting 600 purple profound coins, he opened the box and stored the devil's flaming blood crystal away. The devil's flaming blood crystal was very beneficial to the phoenix fire power in his body. In certain dire circumstances, if he forcefully consumed the devil's flaming blood crystal, the power of the flames he released would drastically increase for a short time. At the same time, because the devil's flaming blood crystal was extremely volatile and extremely yang, it could dispel all sorts of ice-related poisons. With his objective achieved, Xianxia left with the guidance of the maid. Right as he arrived at the end of the stairs, a maid with a woman clad in white walked over. This was a woman masked with an ice silk gauze veil. Her body was covered with a pristine snowy attire, and a thin ice veil masked her appearance, only revealing a pair of ice-gold beautiful eyes. The small patch of skin revealed was as white as suet white jade, and also like a patch of flawless snow. Under the snowy dress, her figure was graceful and moving, extremely delicate and indescribably beautiful as she released a kind of faint ethereal attitude. She was elegant and noble like a goddess from the ninth heaven, without a trace of taint from the mortal world. It was almost as if one extra glance at this figure was blasphemy. Xianxia could not help but freeze for a moment as he stared. Even though he could not clearly make out her appearance, this was undoubtedly an extremely beautiful woman. Even though her appearance was hidden, just her temperament and figure alone was extremely beautiful, capable of making one's mind waver uncontrollably. Other than Xia Qingyu, this was Xianxia's first time encountering a woman who emitted such an incredible feeling. At the moment, if someone had told him this woman was a goddess who had descended to the mortal realm, he wouldn't have had any doubts. It was as if the woman had no perception whatsoever when facing Xianxia's attentive gaze. That pair of ice-cold, beautiful eyes didn't move even a bit. As she had passed Xianxia, she brought a gust of cool, fragrant wind. Xianxia's gaze also unconsciously turned. Only after appreciating the dreamlike beauty of her silhouette for quite a while did he reluctantly follow the maid downstairs. This great pleasure from admiring beautiful things was something Xianxia could never suppress. This tiny blue wind empire is indeed a crouching tiger and hidden dragon. Jasmine's voice sounded out of the blue. Xianxia said thoughtfully, "You're talking about, could it be that white-clothed beauty that just walked by? When you looked at her before, your heartbeat visibly quickened, and your soul also produced some desirous fluctuations. HMPH, perhaps this is the quality people find most annoying in men. However, you must not think about hitting on her. At least for now, the level between you and her is as far as the heavens and the earth," Jasmine said coldly. "You mean, peak of the 10th level of the Sky Profound Realm, a half step from the Emperor Profound Realm, strong enough to be considered one of the top 10 practitioners in Blue Wind Empire." Xianxia was so shocked his legs went soft on the spot and almost face-planted onto the stairs. After Xianxia went downstairs, the white-clothed woman arrived in front of the old man with the maid's guidance. The maid respectfully said, "Elder Cairo, this esteemed customer would like a Devil's Flaming Blood Crystal." The only Devil's Flaming Blood Crystal we had in stock was just purchased by that young man. The old man sat there playing with an azure-colored jade and did not even look up. But suddenly, the hand playing with the jade stopped, and he abruptly raised his head. He looked at the white-clothed woman behind the maid with an expression of shock. Afterward, his whole body stood up from the seat as if he had been shocked by electricity. His demeanor had also become especially respectful. "Esteemed customer, please forgive this little old man's rude behavior. There was indeed one piece of Devil's Flaming Blood crystal in the store, but it was just purchased by that young man. I cannot be of help, esteemed customer. I am very sorry. Please forgive me. How about esteemed customer leave behind a sound transmission imprint? If another shipment of Devil's Flaming Blood crystal arrives, we will definitely inform you first." The reason for the old man's sudden attitude change was very simple. It was because he had casually probed this woman's profound strength and actually discovered that her profound energy aura was as vast as the sea, making it impossible to find its limit. Without a doubt, the profound strength of this woman in front of him was at least a great realm higher than his own. How could he not be shocked? Seeing this old man suddenly become so respectful and even a little terrified, that maid's attitude also became much more respectful. Just as she was about to speak, a white silhouette in front of her flashed, and the white-clothed woman disappeared like a ghost in front of her eyes. Xianxia left the Black Moon Merchant Guild and returned to the Blue Wind Profound Palace through the same path, but his footsteps were not as hurried as before, walking at a leisurely pace. At the same time, he was making an unusual bet with Jasmine. "I bet that little fairy from before will immediately come to seek me." "Her? Seek you? Where's your confidence from? With her level, she wouldn't even give you more than a glance. Do you want to bet with me then? I don't believe it." Just as Jasmine finished speaking, a gust of cold wind blew past Xianxia's body. The scene in front of him blurred for a moment as white clothes fluttered, and the snowy veiled woman appeared in front of him like an illusion. A pair of beautiful eyes emotionlessly stared at him. Xianxia's gaze had been attracted to her the moment she appeared, because everything around him, even the sky and the earth, lost its color in comparison. "Sell me your Devil's Flaming Blood crystal. I'll pay double the price." The woman's voice was very soft, but an ice-cold feeling permeated through the softness. The cold directly pierced his bone marrow, and an irresistible oppression was entrapped within the cold. If Xianxia was only a normal, true, profound realm, profound practitioner, he would have been frozen with nervousness under her cold gaze and oppressive voice, wouldn't dare to make eye contact with her, wouldn't dare to rebuff her statements at all, and would have obediently given the devil's flaming blood crystal to her almost out of free will. Because this power that was half a step away from the Emperor Profound Realm was not something a true Profound Realm, profound practitioner could resist. But Xianxia clearly could not be classified as a normal, true, Profound Realm, profound practitioner. He did not evade her gaze with shame. Rather, he stared directly at her without any subtlety. His gaze revealed an unabashed look of amazement and appreciation. After a moment, he shook his head and said slowly, "I am definitely unwilling to sell something I just purchased for twice its price. But I advise you not to try to buy this. The ice poison you are infected with is simply not something a devil's flaming blood crystal can dispel." This young man in front of her only had profound strength at the true Profound Realm. But under her coercion with power that was half a step away from the Emperor Profound Realm, he actually didn't look nervous in the slightest and was completely unperturbed. This behavior surprised the white-clothed woman a little, and his following words made her crescent-shaped eyebrows crease slightly. "How do you know I've been infected with ice poison?" Xianxia smiled lightly and said leisurely, "Not only do I know you've been infected with ice poison, I also know that the ice poison you've been infected with is a poison of origin. If I didn't guess wrong, you must have fought with an ice attribute profound beast a few days ago. And not only did this profound beast have an ice attribute, it also had a very powerful poison attribute. You killed this profound beast, but in the instant before its death, you were infected by its poison." White-clothed woman, "I believe, with your profound strength a half step away from the Emperor Profound Realm, that poison from that ice poison profound beast shouldn't have affected you at all. However, you must not have that much experience with high-level poison profound beasts. It is useful to know that several powerful poison profound beasts' profound cores will generate a type of poison of origin. This poison of origin is the source for all of its other poison, and is also its life source. Its toxicity is incomparably frightening, so in the case it releases it, it would automatically die. As a result, unless it is facing certain death, the poison of origin would never be released. The ice poison beast you fought against must have been facing its looming death and desperately released its poison of origin. I'm guessing you had assumed it was just a common poison, so you didn't take it seriously. Once you realized it was impossible to suppress this poison, you thought of searching for a devil's flaming blood crystal to dispel it." The white-clothed woman revealed an expression of shock for an instant, because everything Xianxia had said was completely accurate. 7 days ago, she had indeed fought and killed an ice attribute poison profound beast, and was infected by its poison right before its death. After, outbursts of the poison had occurred rapidly, and her abundant profound strength could only forcefully suppress it, but was completely unable to dispel it. It was only at this point that she began searching for a devil's flaming blood crystal, which could dispel all sorts of ice poisons. And in her lone travel, no one else knew about her condition, yet everything had been described by this young man in front of her. He had even described her profound strength without a single mistake. "What are you?" The white-clothed woman's gaze at Xianxia had changed, and did not use the same gaze she used on a true profound practitioner. For 1.5 step to the Emperor Profound Realm, with profound strength strong enough to be recognized as top 10 in the Blue Wind Empire and the pinnacle of profound practitioners, to cautiously ask a true Profound Realm little being, "What are you?" One could only imagine how pleasurable this must have felt. Xianxia revealed a mysterious smile and said, "My name is Xianxia, and I am only a common disciple from the Blue Wind Profound Palace. Additionally, I have another identity. I am also a genius doctor. Looking at the symptoms of your poison, you can only utilize about 1/3 of your usual profound strength. With your incredible profound strength, there will be a day when the poison of origin in your body dissolves, but it may take 20 or 30 years for that to occur. Also, in this time, your profound strength will not increase at all, and you will only be able to fully utilize 1/3 of your total profound strength. As for this poison of origin, it simply cannot be dispelled by the devil's flaming blood crystal. On the contrary, you cultivate an ice attribute profound art, and the devil's flaming blood crystal contains a rich accumulation of the flaming blood's volatile fire. If you rashly consume the devil's flaming blood crystal and something bad happens, it is very likely your profound veins will be injured, or even permanently damaged. I've said everything needed to be said. If you're still set on acquiring this devil's flaming blood crystal, you can go search for it elsewhere. For your best interest, I'm not going to sell this devil's flaming blood crystal to you, no matter how much money you offer. After Xianxia finished speaking, he glanced at her for a moment, then took a half-step forward. He passed by the white-clothed woman and continued walking towards the blue-wind profound palace. How did you know she was infected by a poison of origin? Jasmine asked with surprise. Regardless of the poison, symptoms will always show on one's expression. If I can't even tell whether she was infected by a poison or what poison she was infected with, it would be embarrassing to call myself a genius doctor. Xianxia replied. Then how did you also know she cultivated ice attribute profound arts? That's even more simple. That little fairy's profound strength is so scary that it is obvious she didn't go out and personally hunt a profound beast for money. This means the only reason for her to do so is that the profound beast possessed something greatly beneficial to her. She was infected by an ice poison, so the profound beast she killed must have been an ice attribute profound beast. And the item on the ice attribute profound beast must be beneficial to profound practitioners that cultivate ice attribute profound arts. It's just like that time when the Burning Heaven clan, which cultivates fire attribute profound arts, mobilized their strongest members to kill that flame dragon. Xianxia patiently explained his thought process, but his attention was completely focused behind him. He felt that this goddess had already turned around, and her ice-gold gaze had landed on his back. Wait! Xianxia finally heard the sound he was expecting come from behind him. He paused his footsteps, cracked a smile, and then naturally turned around. Did goddess call me over for something else? The white-clothed woman's crescent eyebrows furrowed as her bright eyes cleared and said lightly, Since you can tell I've been infected by a poison of origin at a glance, and claim to be a genius doctor then, do you also know how to quickly dispel the poison in my body? Xianxia was waiting for her to say these exact words. He nodded very casually and said, Of course I know. Although this poison of origin is quite troublesome, there is indeed a relatively quick method to dispel it. The treatment only takes around 10 days and doesn't have any side effects. Goddess, you couldn't be asking me to dispel the poison for you. After hearing Xianxia's words, the white-clothed woman's eyes brilliantly shined. She slowly nodded and said, Then I'll have to trouble you to dispel the poison in my body for me. I will reward you greatly after you do so. Xianxia's face revealed a surprised expression and then a hesitant expression. After quite a while, he finally said, Goddess, not only is your profound strength immensely great, you are also the incarnate of an angel. I am but a lowly profound palace disciple. Aren't you afraid that I'm plotting something? Your eyes are pure. At the very least, you are not a villain. The white-clothed woman responded evenly. Xianxia started laughing, happy she had spoken about her trust in him. He nodded. All right then, since Goddess trusts me, I will try to dispel the poison in Goddess's body. However, I am a disciple of the Blue Wind Profound Palace after all, and I cannot leave for long periods of time. How about this? I'll head back to the Blue Wind Profound Palace first, and you can come find me at number 101 in the Inner Palace Disciple Quarters at dusk. I believe that with Goddess's capability, bypassing the guard for the Blue Wind Profound Palace should be easy. Also, the houses for Inner Palace disciples are very quiet, so it is also a good place for Goddess to rest. The white-clothed woman didn't speak and faintly glanced over at Xianxia. She then flew into the sky and her sleeves fluttered as she suddenly disappeared from Xianxia's line of sight. She left just like that? Damn, she left just like that. If you're going to leave, at least say something. Xianxia bared his teeth as he stared at the beautiful silhouette that had vanished into the sky. Did that little fairy think I was a trickster? Ah, whatever. Xianxia shook his head and walked back to the Blue Wind Profound Palace. He passed through the outer and middle palaces and entered the inner palace, walking all the way to his courtyard. Xianxia stretched a little and then pushed open the door to his house. Just as he took a step in, his entire person instantly froze on the spot. Because in front of the bamboo window in his house, dressed in a snowy attire and possessing a dreamlike beauty, stood a woman's silhouette. How did you get in here? Xianxia's brain lagged for a second and even stuttered as he spoke. Weren't you the one who told me to come? The white-clothed goddess's charming eyes turned as she emotionlessly replied. But aren't you too fast? Xianxia silently swallowed down a mouthful of saliva. Holy smokes! It wasn't weird for her to be able to silently enter the middle palace. However, the inner palace's entrance had an extremely strong warding seal, as well as elder-ranked figures of the profound palace keeping watch all day and night. She was actually able to enter just like this, and was even faster than he himself. The blue-wind profound palace belonged exclusively to the imperial family, and had existed for thousands of years. Other than Qin Wusheng, there must also be other masters of the sky profound realm who stood guard. Yet she evaded the eyes and ears of everyone in the profound palace, and came here as if entering a place bereft of anyone. Could the difference between someone half a step into Emperor Profound Realm and someone of the Sky Profound Realm actually be this great? When will you start the detoxification? The white-clothed goddess obviously didn't want to speak with him much and spoke coldly. Xianxia walked in and closed the door. He thought for a bit, then said, "We can start right now. However, you've also first-handedly experienced how powerful this ice poison of origin is. It couldn't be detoxified even with your profound strength. Surely, you also understand that detoxifying it is definitely not an easy task. You and I are strangers. If I were to just detoxify the poison for you without any reason like this, I trust that you wouldn't feel at ease either. And as for myself, I am also not selfless to that extent. I've said before I'll repay you greatly. What kind of great repayment? What do you need?" As the white-clothed goddess spoke, her gaze revealed a kind of bone-piercing chill from beginning to end. It was like a never-melting 10,000-year-old profound ice atop a snowy mountain. "I want you to agree to 3 of my requests," Xianxia said bluntly. Not waiting for the goddess to reveal a scowl, he continued to explain right away. "But don't you worry, I am definitely not a person who would force someone to do something they don't want to do. These 3 requests I would never violate any of your principles or conscience. They especially would not be mixed in with any criminal activity, greed, and the like, and would never harm any of your interests. Not only that, if you ever feel like any request is too much, you can immediately turn it down. Are you certain that you can completely detoxify the poison in my body?" When the white-clothed goddess heard him say 3 requests, her beautiful eyes distinctively became even more coldly penetrating. Only after hearing his following words did they finally somewhat ease up. "Not very confident," Xianxia said, "probably around 99.999%. Because during the process, I can't guarantee that a bolt of lightning would not suddenly come from the heavens and strike me to death." It was a sudden, sick joke, but it did not raise any trace of emotion from the goddess in front of him. What answered him was only a flat, ice-cold word, "Speak." "Then I'm going to say it." Xianxia silently pouted in a dull demeanor and secretly thought in his heart. Even though Qingyu, my wife, also has an ice-cold personality, she is still a 16-year-old young girl in the end, and would at least have some kind of reaction when teased. This little fairy is simply just a chunk of profound ice. The difficulty to melt her open is abnormally high. The first request is for you to tell me your name." Xianxia said in all seriousness. "This should be something that couldn't be any easier, right?" The goddess went silent for a bit, then shook her head. "No, hey. Even though your appearance is as beautiful as a goddess, you still can't be so stingy. If I detoxified the poison on your body, I'll be considered as half your savior, yet you actually wouldn't even tell me your name. I've already told you my name a long time ago. If nothing else, you wouldn't even tell me your name. How am I supposed to call you?" Xianxia disgruntledly clamored. "Call me whatever you want." The goddess spoke coldly. "All right," Xianxia revealed reluctance. "If that's the case, then let me change my first request a little. I won't ask for your name anymore, so just let me call you Little Fairy from now on. This has to be fine, right?" "Little Fairy?" The goddess's elegant brows slightly rose a little and said coldly, "Absurd. With my age, it's enough to be your elder." Xianxia fiercely jumped up and said with a face brimming with fury, "Even if you were an actual goddess, aren't you a little too high-handed like this? I am someone that will detoxify the terrifying ice poison of origin for you and save half of your life. I didn't demand anything from you at all, and only wanted to know your name, yet you refused. All right, I endured that one, and you had also told me to call you whatever I wanted from your own lips. Now I only wanted to call you Little Fairy, and yet you refused again. You are too unreasonable. And you even lied about your seniority on purpose to take advantage of me. I'm almost 17, and you also look to be at most 20. In what fashion can you be considered my elder? It's too unfair. Forget it, I'm not detoxifying this poison anymore, not going to do it." Like a little kid who had been wronged, Xianxia sat his butt down with his back to the goddess and a grumpy expression on his face. The goddess went silent. Then, as if she also felt that she was being a little too unreasonable, she softly spoke. In that case, just call me whatever you wish. Xianxia turned back around with a whoosh, and all of the anger on his face had all vanished without a trace. He said with a grin, "Now that's a good girl. Little fairy, I'm about to say the second request. Take off the veil that's covering your face. I want to see your true appearance." "I refuse." The goddess immediately refused without hesitation. "Hey, I had only wanted to know your name. This also isn't going too far, right?" Xianxia said with dissatisfaction. The goddess spoke in a cold tone. "You and I had only met by coincidence. If you were to really able to detoxify the poison in my body, I will naturally repay you greatly. After that, we will not owe each other and return to our respective paths, perhaps never to meet again. It is not necessary for you to know my name, and more so my appearance." While clearly asking a favor from others, her voice was still so unyielding and ice-cold. Her demeanor and aura also repelled others thousands of miles away. If not for this little fairy's terrifying strength and beauty, Xianxia would have definitely just washed his hands off this matter. He said helplessly, all right. Since it's like this, then I'll switch my second request a bit too. If I were to perfectly detoxify the ice poison in you, I wish that you can protect me for a while after 2 months. The time span of protection doesn't need to be too long either. Just 3 or 4 months is good enough. Any problems with this?" Half of the goddess's loftiness came from her nature, and the other half was because her position was already so high that it was unreachable. However, the more that someone was like this, the more they wouldn't want to owe others anything. Toward this request of Xianxia's, she only thought for a short period of time before directly nodding. "Okay, this I will accept. After 2 months, I'll start to protect you in secret for a period of 3 months. Then it's settled?" Xianxia nodded with a joyous expression. "As for the third request, I haven't decided upon it yet, and I'll tell you after I've decided. Of course, you still have the right to decide whether to accept it or not. Now then, let's start detoxifying the poison." Xianxia stood right before the goddess, extended his hand toward her, and said very seriously, "Little fairy, extend your hand out first. I must first ascertain the condition of the ice poison in your body." Towards the name Little Fairy, the goddess was extremely uncomfortable. But since she had reluctantly promised Xianxia, she could only accept it with a frown. However, what Xianxia said after, as well as the motion he made, caused her face to become as cold as condensed ice. "I had never and will never allow any man to touch my body," Xianxia said while beaming. "Don't worry, as a genuine genius doctor, how could I not know how to feel the pulse without touching? I promise that I won't touch any part of your body at all." The goddess's ice-cold gaze swept over him once, and she finally extended out her right hand. Her palm was excessively white like snow and also faintly revealed the glistening of ice. It made Xianxia, who caught sight of it, dizzy for an instant and caused him to somewhat not dare to believe that this was actually a woman's hand. He was more willing to believe that this was a flawless work of art meticulously carved and polished by the heavens. Xianxia calmed his state of mind, extended out his palm and made a strange hand posture that suspended above the goddess's jade hand. His profound energy was gently released, touched onto the goddess's wrist, and then slowly crawled along the wrist, spreading to the meridians in her entire body. Of course, even if he had 10 times the guts, he still wouldn't dare to misbehave in any way with his profound energy in the goddess's body. Or else this goddess could end his life with just a single palm strike. As he probed on, Xianxia was secretly shocked in his heart, because the severity of the ice poison of origin she was inflicted with had far exceeded his expectations. Such a terrifying poison of origin. It appears that what this little fairy had killed was at least a sky-profound beast. Xianxia's heart slightly cramped for a bit to kill a sky-profound beast alone. How terrifying was this little fairy? Xianxia's profound energy continued to spread. As it reached the vicinity near the profound veins, Xianxia's brows suddenly tightened, as his expression immediately changed right after. Because in the heart of her profound veins, there was a very small ball of a fog-like thing that continuously squirmed as it emanated an icy and ghastly chill outwards. Xianxia was only touching it with profound energy, yet he could still feel how shockingly terrifying the chill emitted by that ball thing was. This is a poison spirit. This poison of origin that came from a powerful ice-attribute poison beast was actually terrifying to the point of gaining awareness and formed into a poison spirit. Clearly, this little bit of awareness must have been injected into the poison of origin by that ice-attribute poison beast before it died. Originally, it would be very simple for Xianxia to detoxify the acute poison for her, as he only needed to purify using the sky poison pearl. However, after surprisingly discovering the existence of the poison spirit, it was already too late to simply be purified with the sky poison pearl. Because a poison spirit was an acute poison that grows by consuming the host's profound energy, lives within the profound vein, and to a certain extent, had already fused with the profound vein into one. If one were to forcefully purify it, then along with eliminating the poison spirit and acute poison, the profound vein would receive permanent damage. As Xianxia's profound energy touched the poison spirit, the goddess had also noticed as her expression immediately swayed a little. Xianxia retracted his palm and said solemnly, "Little fairy, you should have also felt it just now. The acute poison in your body actually produced a poison spirit. To rid of this sort of acute poison, the poison spirit must be eliminated first. And to destroy this ice attribute poison spirit, the bond between the poison spirit and profound veins must be severed by flame energy that's pure enough. The poison spirit then needs to be forced out of the profound veins and sucked out by force using flame energy. This poison spirit hasn't fully taken shape yet, and my flame energy can barely accomplish it. But if we wait for it to continue developing, then it would become extremely dangerous. Don't move." Xianxia shouted in an almost commanding tone. His gaze concentrated as the phoenix blood in his body boiled, and scarlet red-colored flames began to burn on top of his palm. "Phoenix Flame, you are someone of the divine phoenix sect." As an incomparably strong being who was half-step into the Emperor Profound realm, how extensive was her experience. She had exchanged moves with disciples of the divine phoenix sect before, and possessed some understanding toward the phoenix flame's special attributes. As the flame ignited on top of Xianxia's hands, she instantly recognized that this was clearly the phoenix's flame. Moreover, it was even several times purer than the phoenix flame she had seen before. "This is indeed the phoenix flame, but I am definitely not someone of the divine phoenix sect." The Blue Wind Empire possessed extremely great reverence and fear toward the divine phoenix sect. Xianxia clearly knew this, so he casually threw out an explanation. From a distance of a few centimeters, his palm aimed at the center of the goddess's chest, and the phoenix flame traveled through the air and slowly extended into her body. Everything of the ice attribute dreads fire, and the fragile ice attribute poison spirit was even more so, not to mention that this was an extremely high-grade flame of the phoenix. The instant the phoenix flame burned in the goddess's body, the bond between the poison spirit and her profound veins was forcefully severed, and the flame energy directly wrapped toward the poison spirit. Next was to force the poison spirit out of the profound veins. Xianxia closed his eyes completely. Because in order to chase away the poison spirit, he must completely concentrate his mind. Little Fairy closed her eyes as well, and as she felt Xianxia's phoenix flame energy move within her profound veins, surprise rippled through her heart. She was now even more certain that this was without doubt indeed the phoenix's flame. He said that he wasn't someone of the divine phoenix empire, but if he isn't, how could he possess the phoenix flame? The poison spirit struggled and fled in the midst of its fear. In just a few short breaths of time, it had already been forced out of the profound veins by the phoenix flames. "Very good," Xianxia let out a long sigh of relief. The phoenix flame's speed suddenly accelerated and completely wrapped the fleeing poison spirit inside it in just an instant. "Good, come out for me." Xianxia made a low shout in his heart. The phoenix flames abruptly flung, and his right hand that was controlling the flame quickly grabbed toward his front. The moment his palm touched the poison spirit, it also fully grasped onto a towering hill of softness as his open fingers deeply sunk in. The poison spirit was only a type of primitive spirit with low levels of awareness. Colorless and formless, it was similar to a simple soul body. After being forcefully sucked out by Xianxia's phoenix flame, it combusted as the phoenix flame wrapped around it, a terrifying poison spirit that was enough to render almost all the doctors in the world useless, had been settled in merely a few minutes under Xianxia's hands. This was something that should make one excited, but the moment Xianxia realized what his right hand was grabbing, his heart abruptly went cold, and 3 words flashed in his mind, FCK. "I'm dead." As he had expected, the moment his palm covered her chest, the goddess's body stiffened. Her slightly closed eyes suddenly flew open, as her body instantly emitted an incomparably ice-cold killing intent and boundless profound energy. With her profound strength at half-step from the Emperor Profound realm, there were only a few in all of Blue Wind Empire that could touch her without her permission. And until now, she had always been like a snowflake that had yet to touch the ground. Let alone her body, no man had even touched the corner of her clothes before. This had to do with the profound art she cultivated and also with her own personality. Only she had also detected the poison spirit in her profound veins earlier. While focusing her consciousness to observe the movements of the poison spirit, she had temporarily let her guard down against Xianxia and had actually gotten grabbed on the chest by Xianxia with one hand. Oh, that's not right. It was a grab, and it was a very forceful grab at her chest. Anger and killing intent was mixed into her profound energy aura, which had completely exploded outwards subconsciously. But as the goddess saw the lump of poison spirit in the conflagration, her heart suddenly softened and forcefully retracted the profound energy aura back into her body. But Xianxia was too close to her, and how could the profound aura, which had been released with anger and killing intent, be easy to retrieve? A small portion of her residual energy still swept onto Xianxia's body. Even though it was not even 1% of her residual energy, it was still from someone with a terrifying strength at the peak of the 10th level of the sky profound realm. How could Xianxia possibly withstand it? With a bang sound, Xianxia's body was struck as if hit by a heavy hammer. He felt that his entire body become overturned and all of his internal organs had ruptured in a split second. After that, even his consciousness began to disperse. Bang, bang. Xianxia's body flew outwards like a cannonball, smashed through the wall, snapped a tall tree in the courtyard that had the thickness of a bull's mouth, and continued to fly for several tens of meters before heavily crashing onto an ancient boulder. The huge boulder cracked and split into pieces, and Xianxia bounced off onto the ground as he bled profusely from his entire body. Not long after, a large pool of blood had already gathered under him. All of Inner Palace disciples usually stayed in the profound gathering tower. They normally operated with complete freedom and were restricted by none. Perhaps it is also because mutual sparring was a common occurrence within the Inner Palace disciples, so these noises were commonplace. Thus, even though such a huge sound was emitted, not a single person rushed over, even to the extent that no one had noticed the sound at all. A white shadow flit past a distance of several tens of meters in a flash and landed in front of the already unconscious Xianxia. The goddess's gaze was extremely complicated. Her left chest still retained the feeling after his forceful grab that made her feel ashamed and angry. But she was even more clear that Xianxia did it completely unintentionally. In fact, the reason why he had committed such a blunder was actually to expel the terrifying poison spirit for her. Yet she had instinctively spread her profound energy aura and directly killed the person who had just saved her. Even though he had touched her taboo, he had, after all, done so in order to save her. A hint of guilt flashed through the goddess's eyes, and she faintly sighed. She gently raised her snowy hand, and plumes after plumes of beautiful dreamlike ice aurora fluttered under her hand and fell toward Xianxia, attempting to freeze his body. But just as the first glimmer of the ice aurora touched onto Xianxia's body, all of the ice aurora instantly vanished, and the goddess's brows swayed slightly. He's not dead yet. A youngster at the first level of the true profound realm was actually still alive after colliding with her aura, and his signs of life were not faint at all either. This amazed her. With a brush of her right hand, Xianxia's body was carried by a gust of cold wind back into his room. When Xianxia regained consciousness, he felt as if his entire body was immersed in ice. However, this cold feeling was not uncomfortable at all. Rather, it gave him a very comfortable feeling. HMPH, you finally woke up. Jasmine, after detecting the awakening of his consciousness, said snappily, "If you didn't cultivate the great way of the Buddha, you would have been dead to the point where you can't be more dead long ago." Xianxia opened his eyes and thought back to what had happened before right away. His heart was immediately filled with lamentation. Only he wasn't lamenting about his brush with death once again, but it was about the feeling of this goddess's breast was really too wonderful to trade half his life for just one grab. Why did he feel that it was kind of worth it? "You're awake," an ice-cold voice came over. Xianxia turned his head to the side and saw the goddess who was currently standing in front of his bed. The corners of his mouth moved, revealing a touch of very light smile. "Unexpectedly, I'm still alive. I am also very surprised that you are still alive." The goddess's eyes were cold. Her gaze was like two daggers made of ice that pierced toward Xianxia's eyes. "After colliding with my aura, you actually didn't die, and with such a heavy injury. I'd originally thought you would at least be unconscious for half a month." Yet you awoke just after being unconscious for 3 days, and a small portion of your injuries have already healed. Perhaps this has to do with Phoenix Flame's strong regeneration properties. Your life is much more sturdy than I had thought. Facing her cold stare, Xianxia smiled bitterly. What I did before was really an accident. I had only wanted to grab the poison spirit out. I didn't think that. If it wasn't because you were saving me, do you think you'd still be alive to talk with me right now? The goddess said coldly. Xianxia shook his head and said, After desecrating little fairy, I fully deserve this kind of punishment I have received. If you don't want to force me to kill you, then completely forget what happened 3 days ago and don't ever mention it to anyone. The goddess's voice became even colder, but didn't possess that piercing, killing intent anymore. After few days had passed, she no longer had that desire to kill Xianxia, otherwise she wouldn't have let him live till now. I will definitely not speak of this to anyone, Xianxia swore. He examined his body for a moment. Even though his body was injured both internally and externally, none of his injuries were untreatable. With his medical skills, he would be able to fully recover given enough time. On the other hand, he had detected the origin of that ice-cold aura he felt. Even though this aura was ice-cold, it hid an incomparably thick, profound energy, leaving no gaps while protecting and restoring his internal organs. Not only did his internal injuries not worsen over the past few days, they instead had actually recovered much faster than his external injuries. And after 3 whole days had passed, she hadn't left either with her status, against someone who had profaned her. She could have just completely cast him away and leave, but she actually didn't do so. The only explanation was that underneath that external appearance akin to profound ice, her heart was similarly cold, but by no means merciless. Little fairy, thank you. You're not killing me is already kindness, and you even saved me, Xianxia said weakly. HMPH, don't be so sentimental. I only saved you because I still need you to dispel the ice poison in my body. The goddess turned her snow veil-covered face to the side and spoke with a cold and stern voice. Actually, I lied to you about something, Xianxia said slowly. I had said before, detoxifying the poison in your body required around 10 days' time. Actually, to me, it will only take me a few breaths' time to completely dispel the poison in your body. Also, I wanted to help you out of my own selfish motives, since you are at the pinnacle of profound strength, a level high enough to look down upon the entire Blue Wind Empire. I wish to have you owe me a favor by saving you. Even in the worst case, we would still have had 10 days of crossing paths. For my future, it would create a possible great power of assistance. Haha, indeed, tricking a girl and such a beautiful little fairy at that is something I should suffer retribution for. Little fairy. After Xianxia finished speaking, he lifted his left hand, palm facing the goddess. He strugglingly circulated his profound energy, and in an instant, the sky poison pearl's purification ability brushed upon the goddess's body along the flow of his profound energy. The goddess's brows furrowed for a moment, but she did not reject or obstruct. The purification power expanded into the goddess's body, and under Xianxia's guidance, completely dispelled the ice poison of origin in her body in the short span of a few breaths of time. A sky profound realm profound beast's poison of origin was naturally, incomparably terrifying. But with the sky poison pearl being a heavenly profound treasure, comparing this kind of poison with the poison that Jasmine was inflicted with, it can't even be said as a speck of dust in front of an iceberg. Even the poison Jasmine was inflicted with could be slowly purified by the sky poison pearl, let alone this insignificant ice poison of origin. All right, like this, the poison should be completely detoxified now. Xianxia retracted his hand and let loose a breath of relief as a hint of exhaustion was added onto his ill-looking face. The toxic poison she couldn't dispel with all her profound energy was actually dispersed in an instant. The heart of the goddess, whose emotion rarely swayed, was immediately filled with shock. She had a vast range of experiences, and there were few in the entire Blue Wind Empire that could compare to her. But she had never heard that there was actually a method to completely detoxify such an acute poison in an instant. Even Blue Wind Empire's #1 genius Dr. Gu Qiuhong would definitely be incapable of such a feat. And this person was merely a youngster who had just entered the true profound realm. If she hadn't been poisoned personally, and also experienced this personally, she simply wouldn't be able to believe that all of this was real. Finally seeing a trace of emotion on little fairy's face, Xianxia smiled somewhat complacently and said, I have a unique poison-dispelling method. I implore little fairy to keep both this and the phoenix flame in my body a secret, or else I would definitely instigate a great deal of trouble. However, if little fairy was ever to be inflicted with an incurable poison again in the future, you can look for me, and I will definitely help dispel it." The goddess's gaze was complicated. She could no longer link this heavily injured youngster together with a minuscule blue wind, profound palace disciple of the insignificant true profound realm. No matter his ability to identify this poison of origin, or his calm and unmoving gaze that was profound to the point where even she couldn't see through, or his ability to exterminate the acute poison with a mere lift of his hand, she was inflicted with just a glance. All had made her deeply feel his mysteriousness and unusualness, as well as with an unknown origin, a faint sense of danger. "The poison on my body has been dispelled, and your injuries are no longer life-threatening. Such being the case, I no longer have any reason to stay here." After she finished speaking, without waiting for Xianxia to react, Spirits of Ice was already floating on Goddess's body, and her graceful body that was encased in the ice spirit slowly turned into mist and completely disappeared in front of Xianxia. "Hey, little fairy!" Xianxia hastily scrambled up, but her silhouette was gone before he was even able to speak. Xianxia's voice paused and turned into a few dejected words. "She really left just like that?" At this time, strands of a gentle yet cold voice descended from the sky. "In 2 months' time we will meet again. At that time I will protect you for 3 months as you had wished." The voice dispersed away like smoke. Xianxia froze for a moment, then laid back onto his bed, exhaled with extreme comfort and closed his eyes. He faintly smiled, and a very silent whisper was uttered from his mouth. "She should be someone from frozen cloud Asgard. It's also been almost a year since I separated from Kingyu, my wife. I wonder how she's doing over there." Xianxia had only comprehended half of the first realm of the Great Way of the Buddha at most, but its regenerative abilities were still incredibly shocking. Xianxia had been dealt with in one blow by little fairy. His injuries could be considered very severe, but over the course of a few days, regardless whether it was an internal injury or external injury, he had almost fully recovered from all his injuries. Even though his medical expertise played a big role, if he didn't have the Great Way of the Buddha, no matter how skilled he was in medical arts, he would have required at least 1 month to have healed to this extent. After recovering from his injury, Xianxia prepared some food and headed back to the Profound Gathering Tower. He spent almost all of his time in the Profound Gathering Tower, and the cultivation of his profound strength and the Great Way of the Buddha progressed hand in hand. Lan Zuruo would visit him once every several days, but she wasn't able to locate him most of the time, so she could only silently leave some good food and hand-picked clothes in his room. Sometimes, just as he was returning to his living quarters, he would meet Lan Zuruo, who had come to visit him. Lan Zuruo didn't stay for long and would leave hurriedly. Even though she was always smiling warmly, Xianxia could see an ever-deepening worry in the deepest recesses of her eyes. Lan Zuruo never took the initiative to speak, and Xianxia never inquired about her worries. He focused all of his energy solely on cultivating. This day, Xianxia, in the midst of cultivation, suddenly opened his eyes. The silver light coating his body expanded, and a small silver pagoda appeared above his head. While rotating, it slowly sunk into his body. In that instant, he felt as if he had been exposed to another world. Even though it was still that extremely familiar, profound cultivation room, what he saw, heard, smelled, and felt were completely different. It wasn't the surrounding things that had changed, but his entire body that had reformed. His eyes had become more pure, and was able to discern every speck of dust on the ground. After calming down, he could even faintly hear the sound of air flowing about. His skin had become even more soft and tender, similar to that of a newborn baby's, and his exterior also contained a shiny luster. Don't mention sturdiness or roughness. Even the masculinity that a male must have had completely disappeared. His appearance was so delicate and refined that it was enough to make a woman green with envy. The first stage of the Great Way of the Buddha had been officially mastered. To have only used 2 months' time, you have left me speechless again. Jasmine, who had been napping against the wall, raised her eyes and looked at him. Xianxia's devilish comprehension ability made it impossible for her not to be shocked. Xianxia stood up, suddenly had an idea, and summoned the Overlord's colossal sword from the sky poison pearl. He firmly grasped it with both hands and held it horizontally in front of his body. This time, he didn't open evil soul. yet was able to steadily hold the 1,950-kilogram heavy sword. Even though it was as heavy as before, he still would never be in a state where he couldn't control it. It was as if he was holding a 250 or 300-kilogram weapon. As Xianxia waved his arm, the heavy sword danced, drawing a huge pitch-black arc in front of his body. Whoosh, this almost 2,000-kilogram heavy sword, while being brandished, brought about a sound akin to a roaring storm. Even Jasmine, who was several tens of steps away from Xianxia, felt a heavy force roar over. The airflow in the profound cultivation room instantly became chaotic, and even the protective seals in the profound cultivation room faintly tremored. When wielding a light sword, its power was incisive and threatening, but it would never possess this power of total annihilation, feeling of peerless tyranny, and ability to devastate the heavens and rend the earth. Of the 10,000 types of weapons, only the heavy sword was capable of this. That sound that even made the air shudder and whistle caused Xianxia's eyes to open wide. The blood in his entire body began to boil as his body turned, and he swung the heavy sword in his hands about recklessly. Horizontal sweep, inclined chop, striking upwards, heavy strike, every brandish was executed in a manner as grand as a rainbow, was utterly tyrannical, and brought about a deafening whistling sound. It made Xianxia feel that even if a large mountain stood in front of him, he would be able to slice it in half in one strike, and even if 10,000 horses were charging at him, he would be able to stop their rampage in one strike. Ha! On the last strike, Xianxia heavily struck the ground. Boom! The floor of the profound cultivation room, which was similarly protected with profound energy and incomparably sturdy, was definitely not something the profound strength of the true profound realm could damage. But under this one strike from Xianxia, the entire floor shook violently, and in the midst of a tremendous noise, a crack several meters long instantly appeared on the ground. Only after a long time did the crack slowly fade. After 10 or so continuous strikes, Xianxia was already soaked with sweat and breathless. While supporting himself with the heavy sword, he sat down on the ground and wiped the sweat off his forehead as an excited smile hung from his face. After wielding this sword, he sincerely believed that selecting it had been the right decision. Jasmine walked over and said while nodding, "As I expected, now that you have officially entered the first stage of the Great Way of the Buddha, you are able to wield this heavy sword. But being able to wield the sword does not necessarily mean you can completely control it. Just now, you used it for such a short period of time, yet you are already this tired. You're not even close to the extent of being able to fight against another person. So, for the following month, your mission is to get comfortable with the weight of this heavy sword and be able to control it proficiently," Jasmine said solemnly. "From now on, you may not store it into the sky poison pearl. Every time you train with the sword, you must train until you're completely exhausted and unable to get up. And the moment you stand up, this heavy sword must be in your hand. Even if you are eating or need to leave this place, you must carry this heavy sword. It must not leave your body for even a moment. You must do this until you are so used to its weight that you won't even feel it, and so comfortable with it that it would feel like your own arm or leg." "Okay." Xianxia didn't hesitate at all and nodded directly. Even if Jasmine hadn't brought it up, he still would have done the same thing. But right after, he shook his head. "No, in the profound cultivation room, it won't leave my body for even a moment, but when I leave occasionally, I can't carry it on my back." "Why?" Jasmine raised her slender eyebrows. "Do you know why I selected those 2 useless profound techniques at the Supreme Profound Hall earlier?" Xianxia responded with a question, then began to explain. "The reason is very simple. One reason is that I had never intended to cultivate profound techniques in these 3 months. I had only wanted to focus on raising my profound strength, while also cultivating Star God's broken shadow. I had casually picked 2 trash profound techniques to purposefully let people ridicule and underestimate me. Because I am very clear about the disparity between me and Murongyi, and even more clear that if I concentrate on cultivating in these 3 months, defeating him will still be quite difficult. I can't let him have even a shred of wariness towards me. Because Murongyi is an inner palace disciple, he definitely cannot lose to me. And if he has even a shred of wariness, he might employ some other side-handed tactics before the fight or during the fight. I simply have no way of anticipate what he might try to do if he does that. I selected this heavy sword and the 2 trash profound techniques so that he and the others would mock me, and to make him believe that I am an arrogant, ignorant, and laughable person. Also accounting for the great disparity in our strength, he will not have any wariness towards me. During our fight, there will also not be any unforeseeable accidents. But if I carry this 1,950-kilogram heavy sword outside, it would definitely cause a commotion, because even Murong cannot bear the weight of this sword effortlessly. So once he hears about it, he will definitely be alert and vigilant. After Xianxia finished speaking, Jasmine, however, gave a disdainful snort. You usually present yourself with an air of arrogance, acting arrogant and conceited, yet now you're acting so cautiously. So contradictory. No, this is not contradictory at all, Xianxia said as he smiled. Acting conceited and arrogant is merely a show for others, but cautiousness must always be hidden in the heart, and it's not necessary to reveal it to others. The former can allow me to live entirely free from worry, and the latter will allow me to live longer. There is no contradiction whatsoever. HMPH, do whatever you want outside the profound cultivation room. But within this month, you must not put down the heavy sword for even a moment while in the profound cultivation room. Whenever you are completely exhausted and unable to get up, you still have other things to do. Once Jasmine finished speaking, her eyes flitted away for a moment and seemed to recall a deeply imprinted memory. Even her voice softened considerably. With all your effort, try to comprehend the prison god's serious tome. Prison god's serious tome? Xianxia immediately thought. Is that what you spoke of before, the heavy sword art your brother cultivated? Correct. Jasmine nodded slowly and turned her little face, not allowing Xianxia to see the deep grief inside the depths of her charming eyes. She said with a remote coldness, Big Brother said, the prison god's serious tome is the strongest heavy sword art in this world. Cultivating it will allow one to exhibit the superiority and strength of the heavy sword to the greatest extent. And in this world, only Big Brother and I have seen the prison god's serious tome. When I watched Big Brother train, I had flipped through it in curiosity. After an entire year, I unintentionally comprehended the art's fundamental stage and serious first sword style. But because my weapon of choice was the dagger, and the only reason why I had comprehended it was out of my love for Big Brother, so there would never be a day when I can put it to use. Now, I will entrust the sword art's fundamental stage and first sword style to you. In the next month, how much you comprehend will be up to your own comprehensive ability. The art's fundamental stage covers how to wield a heavy sword, the advantages and disadvantages in using a heavy sword, and the way to maximize the advantages while minimizing the disadvantages. Only when you're completely at home with the fundamental stage can you say that you are truly able to and completely wield the heavy sword. After, you will be able to comprehend the first sword style, Sky Wolf Slash. Even though this is Prison God Serious Tome's fundamental sword style, its immense power will definitely exceed your expectations greatly. While Jasmine spoke, she raised her finger and pointed at the space between Xianxia's eyebrows, imprinting the sword art's fundamental stage and the first sword style of the Prison God Serious Tome into his mind. To want to completely comprehend the art's fundamental stage in 1 month was simply impossible for others. But Jasmine had long since been shocked by Xianxia's astonishing comprehensive ability multiple times. She believed that if it was Xianxia, he may be able to make it happen. As the profound formula entered his mind, Xianxia only lightly swept over it on purpose, but had a deeply shocking feeling. The profound art originally seemed dead, but from this Prison God Serious Tome, Xianxia clearly felt an overbearing feeling, a firm fierceness, a sense of tyranny, and an unparalleled imposing manner. It was only a profound art, yet it contained such tremendous power. It was truly remarkable. Is there only the art's fundamental stage and first sword style? Xianxia couldn't resist asking. I only know the art's fundamental stage and the first sword style. I don't actually know what comes after that. Jasmine shook her head. Big Brother always carried the Prison God Serious Tome on him. After Big Brother passed away, the Prison God Serious Tome should have also disappeared from the world with Big Brother. You are perhaps the last inheritor. Sky Wolf Slash Ha! With an explosive roar, a tremendous wave of aura like the rough sea was suddenly released from the Overlord's colossal sword. Instantly, the surrounding space stirred and the air was forcefully split open. The instant the heavy sword slashed downwards, an illusionary image of a blue wolf roaring towards the sky flashed momentarily behind Xianxia. Boom! The heavy sword slammed onto the ground, and the profound room, which had a strong, profound energy resistance, greatly shook. Countless wide cracks spread at an extremely fast pace as large amounts of fragmented rocks scattered into the air. A thick cloud of dust filled the entire profound room in an instant, if not for the protection of the strong, profound energy in place. With this one blow, the entire profound room would have been shattered into pieces. Success! Xianxia grasped his heavy sword and slowly knelt onto the ground. He was panting heavily, yet an extreme excitement could be seen from his expression. Finally, I have succeeded in executing the Sky Wolf Slash. Jasmine had originally believed that for Xianxia to comprehend the fundamental stage of the prison god's serious tome in 1 month was already his limit. She did not expect that not only did Xianxia completely comprehended the main stage, he was even capable of executing serious first sword style, the Sky Wolf Slash. And within this period of time, other than the times when he occasionally left the profound room, the heavy sword had never left Xianxia's side. He even carried the heavy sword on his back when he slept. And when he was practicing with the heavy sword, he was extremely harsh on himself. Every single time, he had to thoroughly exhaust himself to the point where his fingers were not even able to move at first. He thoroughly exhausted himself 10 times in a single day. Then after, the number of times decreased. The Overlord's colossal sword also became lighter and nimbler in his hands, and the strong winds brought about by the dance of his heavy blade were even more tyrannical than before. The cloud of dust in the profound room did not disperse for a long while. Behind the cloud of dust, Jasmine silently looked at Xianxia's blurry figure with eyes that were already filled with the glint of her tears. It was for this very moment that she taught Xianxia the great way of the Buddha on impulse, and even taught him the prison god's serious tome earlier, when Xianxia executed his first complete Sky Wolf Slash. The swing of his sword, his roar, his stance, and even the sound caused by the slamming of his heavy sword was so similar, causing her to suddenly see the figure of her dreams. But her reasoning mercilessly told her that the person currently in front of her was not her brother. Her brother would no longer appear ever again. A single Sky Wolf Slash emptied every bit of strength Xianxia had. He knelt onto the ground and did not get up for a long time. At this moment, the sound transmission Jade in the Sky Poison Pearl suddenly flashed, and Zuruo's voice resounded in his mind. Junior brother Yun, tomorrow is the appointed date for your arranged battle with Murongyi. Remember to finish your preparations early. It would be best if you have a nice rest for an entire day. Early tomorrow morning I will come over and call for you. Lan Zuruo's voice caused Xianxia to open his mouth widely. Tomorrow. Tomorrow is the appointed date of my arranged battle with Murongyi. When one fully concentrates on cultivation, it was hard to perceive the flow of time. Sometimes, when one enters a state of meditation, a few days' worth of time may fly past. Without realizing it, since the first time Xianxia had entered the profound room, an entire 3 months had passed. During these 3 months, other than the time he went out once when he met Little Fairy and had encountered a little accident, he basically spent the rest of the time in the profound room. 3 months could be said to be a long period of time, but it could also be said to be short as well. And in these 3 months, the results he obtained were fairly large. With just the cultivation in both the Great Way of the Buddha and Prison God's serious tome, it had caused a complete reformation of his body. Since tomorrow was the appointed date of his arranged battle, Xianxia naturally would not continue his cultivation. He was already satisfied with his mastery of serious first sword style. After recovering a little of his stamina, he changed his clothes and left the profound gathering tower. He returned to his quarters, leapt onto his bed, and slept. Half a month ago, his profound energy had already reached the peak of the first level of the true profound realm. In his sleep, Xianxia's profound energy ripened under the calmness and made a quiet breakthrough into the second level of the true profound realm. During his stay in the profound room, Xianxia had only slept 4 to 6 hours every day. However, this time, he slept from noon all the way into the morning of the next day, and was only woken up by the knock on the door. "Junior brother Yun, are you in here?" Xianxia woke up from the knock on the door. He had an exceptionally sound sleep, and after waking up, his mind and spirit were extremely refreshed. He stretched his waist, and after leaping off the bed, he straightened his clothes and went to open the door. Lan Zuruo was standing outside the door spiritedly with a light smile with a big lunch box, which was emitting out a delicious aroma, in her hands. "Wow, what is this? It smells so good." In this period of 3 months, Xianxia had been eating different types of dry rations. Although he usually wasn't bothered by that fact, he was hooked by the aroma of the food in front of him, and his entire stomach trembled. "Your breakfast?" Lan Zuruo raised the lunchbox in front of his eyes with a wide smile. Opening the lunchbox, 4 exquisite dishes and a soup appeared in his eyes, overflowing with fresh aroma. Ever since he left the Zio clan, he ate whatever he could find in the wild for the first half a year, and ate dry rations that were simply only capable of satisfying his hunger for the second half of the year. Such delicacies had not appeared before him for so long. Xianxia sat next to the table and started to eat wildly. After eating a few bites, he suddenly thought of something and said embarrassingly, "Senior sister, have you eaten yet?" Lan Zuruo slightly smiled and replied, "I've already eaten. Take your time, it's only 8 in the morning. There's still an hour till the appointed time of your arranged battle." Xianxia then began to wolf down his food again. With her chin resting on her 2 hands, Lan Zuruo silently looked at his childlike behavior and unconsciously smiled lightly to herself. In less than half a quarter of an hour, Xianxia had already cleanly finished his meal with not even a single bit left. She blinked her eyes and asked with a smile, "Was it delicious?" It was very good. It seems to be comparable to the food my little aunt makes." Xianxia patted his stomach and said satisfyingly, Then that's good." Lan Zuruo cheerfully nodded as her brows revealed a hint of comfort and joy. Her slight change in expression startled Xianxia, and then he probed, "Senior sister, did you personally make these dishes?" Lan Zuruo nodded and then smiled. "It's good that they suited your taste, but when you're eating you really look like a little child." "I'm already 17, how am I a child?" Xianxia pressed the tip of his nose, raised his head, and with a hint of shallow anger directed his gaze into Lan Zuruo's beautiful eyes. "Senior sister, you're so beautiful and gentle, and yet you're able to cook so well as well. I wonder which man, who is lucky enough to even be struck by lightning from the high heavens, will obtain your favor in the future, ahem. Are you really not going to consider a married man who is also younger than you?" "Here you go again." Lan Zuruo gave him a helpless look. "If you dare to tease your senior sister again, I'm not going to make you any more food in the future." In other words, as long as I don't tease you, senior sister will still frequently make me food in the future." In an instant, Xianxia made a surprised expression and smiled. "It depends on your performance." Lan Zuruo lightly smiled. Within her tenderness, she unconsciously brought out a bit of her feminine charm. She took out a set of a clean white silk garment from her spatial ring and placed it in front of Xianxia. "This is the training uniform I made for you earlier. It should fit well with your body figure." This training uniform underwent special handling. Not only does it allow convenient movements, it also has a certain degree of defensive ability against attacks. Wear this for your match with Murong Yi later. When Xianxia took the uniform, he did not immediately wear it. Rather, he lightly sniffed the scent on the clothes. Although it was faint, the scent was familiar, as it was the exact gentle and touching fragrance on Lan Zuruo's body. He smiled and said, "Did senior sister personally make this set of training uniform for me as well?" Lan Zuruo's lips moved, and snow-white skin revealed a slight blush of red. She avoided his gaze as he said, "This is the first time I made clothes for a man, so I'm not really sure if it will fit you in any case. Try it out." After saying that, Lan Zuruo turned her back against him. Looking at Lan Zuruo's back, Xianxia started to slightly smile as a feeling of warmth surged in his heart. With his fastest speed possible, he took off the clothes he was wearing and changed into the training uniform Lan Zuruo had personally made. "Senior sister, I'm done changing." Lan Zuruo turned back to face him, and when she saw Xianxia, who changed into the white training uniform, a strange luster suddenly bloomed in her beautiful eyes. Compared to 3 months ago, Xianxia was now a little bit taller. When Lan Zuruo was sewing it, she took this point into consideration. Hence, the training uniform fit his body completely, and there was not even a single feeling of discomfort. But in these 3 months, it was not only Xianxia's height that changed. From the reformation of his body brought about by the great way of the Buddha, his eyes, skin, aura, and temperament underwent slight changes. His eyesight were now even more profound. With just a simple glance, it was as if he could see the boundless starry sky. In the midst of the warmth in his smile was an indescribable strange feeling, and his maturing face displayed an abnormal charm. She had seen countless of handsome men, and her heart had never been moved by any of their looks. But when she looked at the current Xianxia, her vision suddenly blurred, and her heart flopped about erratically. She hurriedly shifted her gaze slightly to the side, and with a slight fluster she said, "It fits well and looks really good." Xianxia raised his arms, lightly sniffed the scent on the sleeves, and said with a smile, "This is a set of clothes personally made by senior sister. I will definitely cherish it well. Thank you, senior sister." Then, how are you going to thank me? Lan Zuruo's eyelids slightly curved and asked a little saucily. Well, let me think. Yun Qi raised his head and went into deep thoughts. Then he suddenly smiled mysteriously and said, Senior sister, first close your eyes. Amen. Lan Zuruo's beautiful eyelids blinked and then obediently closed while waiting for Yun Qi's thanks. She guessed that Yun Qi was going to give her a surprise. Girls, no matter their personalities, will always irresistibly look forward to things like surprises without fail. She had only just closed her eyes and felt the scent of a familiar male suddenly approach. Then after, a pair of arms suddenly wrapped around her waist. Before she could even react, in an instant, her lips had already been kissed, and the thick scent of a man came from right under her nose. Lan Zuruo instantly opened her eyes wide. Her tender body suddenly stiffened as her mind completely blanked out. Then after, she instinctively struggled, and a whimpering sound similar to what an injured little animal makes leaked out from her mouth. But Yun Qi was hugging her really tightly, and her weak struggle was basically not enough to escape from his embrace. The feeling of the warm touch on her lips was becoming clearer, and the scent of the man that was at such close proximity to her heavily tugged her heartstrings, causing her heart to beat erratically. The strength in her body slowly dispersed. Her struggle was becoming weaker and weaker. Before her raised, small hands were about to fall on Yun Qi's chest, they gently drooped down, her body stiffened, and she no longer dared to move. Finally, her eyes slowly began to close. Lan Zuruo's reaction had also caused the nervousness in Yun Qi's heart to vanish, and a hint of a smile curled up on the corner of his lips. He was no longer satisfied with the simple contact between their lips. He began to greedily suck on her delicate petal-like lips. This invasive, aggressive action caused Lan Zuruo to breathe erratically, and the pounding of her heartbeat became even more frantic. She, who had no prior experience to this, was basically unsure of how to defend against his advances. Yun Qi's long tongue easily bypassed her set of light, jade-like teeth to finally touch her soft, lilac tongue. Ooh, Lan Zuruo's body trembled as if her entire body had been electrocuted. Thin strands of scented saliva entered Yun Qi's mouth, and the taste was surprisingly sweet, tempting him to demand even more. His two hands held tightly onto her waist as he encroached into every corner of her mouth. Lan Zuruo slightly opened her eyes. Her vision blurred, and she was breathing heavily. Under Yun Qi's increasingly aggressive advances, she stretched her delicate neck up high. From her subconscious retreat to her unconscious quiet response, the hot air that she breathed out had been landing on Yun Qi's face. The temperature of her body had begun to increase, and unknowingly, her slender arms were also tightly wrapped around Yun Qi's body. Yet one of Yun Qi's hands quietly left her slender waist, and misbehaving landed on Lan Zuruo's silky, towering breasts. Grabbing onto that plump ball of softness, he began to gently rub them through her not very thick clothing. Ah! The strong stimulation caused Lan Zuruo's body to stiffen. Her beautiful eyes widened as she suddenly emitted out a short moan. Her body instantly escaped from Yun Qi's embrace in a panic, as she subconsciously raised her hands to cover the part of her body where she had been violated. Her eyes were misty, her expression was flushed red, and her hair was in a slight mess as she heavily panted. Senior sister, Yun Qi's mind also instantly cleared up a little, realizing that he had violated her too abruptly. Lan Zuruo bit her lips and did not dare to look at Yun Qi. No matter what she did, she was unable to suppress the franticness in her heart. Bad man. She had originally wanted to lecture Yun Qi, but the moment she started talking, the situation that was similar to one between an annoyed girl and her own lover caused her entire face to flush red. As if to escape from her dilemma, she ran out of the room. Senior sister, wait for me. Yun Qi hurriedly chased after her and caught onto Lan Zuruo's small hand. Lan Zuruo instinctively tried to break free from his grasp, but no matter how many times she tried, she was unable to break free. She had no choice but to allow him to hold on to her as they walked side by side together. Her head fell and drooped. She did not dare to look into his eyes the entire time. The center plaza of Blue Wind Profound Palace's outer palace was immensely big. There would usually be numerous outer palace disciples sparring at this location, attracting the attention of even more disciples. This plaza was also the location of all sorts of profound strength competitions of the outer palace. And today, the plaza was tens of times more livelier than any other day. Numerous crowds of people densely packed with the stage at its center. Of the 50,000 or more outer palace disciples, there were actually more than 80% of them gathered here, causing the central area to be wrapped so tight that it was impenetrable. Their attention was focused on the stage. They were waiting for the arrival of today's main character. Today was the date of Xianxia and Murongyi's arranged battle. However, the main character in the heart of these outer palace disciples was most certainly not Xianxia, but rather Murongyi. The majority of these disciples who were present today came to catch a glimpse of an inner palace disciple's elegant prowess. As for Xianxia, he had always existed in their mouths as a laughingstock for the past 3 months. Originally, a newly joined outer palace disciple overestimating himself and challenging an inner palace disciple was not something that would instigate so much attention. However, what was crucial was the fact that this arranged battle had actually disturbed the palace chief, Qin Wushang. Furthermore, Qin Wushang had even personally become a testimonial for this arranged battle. As such, it was impossible for this battle to not evoke the attention of the entire profound palace. The promised time for the battle drew nearer and nearer by the second. Less than a quarter of an hour remained. However, neither Xianxia nor Murongyi had appeared yet. Right at this moment, a disturbance suddenly appeared from the east side of the plaza, and waves of exclamations resounded. "Look, it's Palace Chief Qin. Palace Chief Qin has arrived." The crowd separated, and a group of people slowly walked over. The leading middle-aged man wore a purple robe. He had a benevolent and peaceful appearance, and he walked carrying an aura that caused awe in one's heart. He was precisely the Blue Wind Profound Palace's vice palace chief, Qin Wushang. Next to him was Qin Waiyu, who wore a slight smile, and following behind them were several elders, as well as instructors of the outer palace. Qin Wushang and company sat down in a pavilion not far away from the stage, gazing indifferently at the empty stage. All the disciples subconsciously moved back. Their gazes that looked at the pavilion were filled with reverence. Palace Chief Qin really came. Rubbish. Who did you think Palace Chief Qin is? Of course he'll keep his word. But why would Palace Chief Qin agree to personally witness a battle like this? Xianxia is an entire great realm below senior brother Murong. Even if 3 months had passed, it would be impossible for the gap to be a lot closer, and perhaps it even got further apart. Even a fool could imagine the conclusion of this battle. Palace Chief Qin's intentions naturally aren't something that we could understand. There's also the chance that Palace Chief Qin did this merely on a whim. Some time had passed since the arrival of Qin Wushang, yet Murongyi and Xianxia still had not shown up. It was only a few minutes away from the time of the battle, and the chattering in the plaza had also grown increasingly louder. Then, at this moment, large burst of shouting came from the north side of the plaza. "Murongyi! Murongyi is here!" Under the gazes of countless disciples that brimmed with excitement, Murongyi had finally appeared. To his side was a man donned in all white who followed along shoulder to shoulder. The man's facial feature was handsome yet feminine, his eyes were narrow, and his gaze was undisciplined and cold. Look at the person next to Murongyi. That's Feng Beiyi, who's ranked 36 on the Heavenly Profound ranking. Whoa, ranked 36? The screams of the outer palace disciples suddenly increased by another few notches. The arrival of Murongyi and Feng Beiyi had caused outer palace disciples in the jam-packed plaza to completely sink into an uproar. The reason why the majority of the outer palace disciples came pushing into the crowd today was just to personally see the legendary inner palace disciple. Each and every one of them were tiptoeing as their gazes burned with fervor. "Elder cousin, you must certainly teach that Xianxia a lesson this time, at best. Beat him until he's crippled. That grudge from last time I had already endured for a whole 3 months. Murongyi, who was in the crowd, spent an immense amount of effort before he finally pushed through to Murongyi's side, and said while gritting his teeth, "Rest assured that Xianxia is only a little rat that doesn't know the difference between heaven and earth. If I want him to be round, then he'll be round. If I want to flatten him, then he'll flatten. If you want to personally vent your anger, then humph." Murongyi sneered disdainfully. "After I finish stepping on him, I will let you deal with him. After all, he had previously said it himself that if he were to lose, his life will be in my hands." "He." Murongyi rubbed his hands together. An unable to wait any longer expression filled his face. "Cousin, then I'll be waiting for you to mercilessly beat him into a dead dog. For the next 3 days, if there's anywhere cousin wants to have some fun at, just ask away. It's only stepping on a suicidal locust. Was there really a need for you to take it so seriously?" Feng Beiyi yawned. He had a face full of boredom. Murongyi glanced at the arena and groaned coldly. "That Xianxia still hasn't come yet?" "Not yet," Murongyi hastily replied. He then sneered. Perhaps he is simply too afraid to show up. Right after Murong said those words, a burst of rowdy clamoring suddenly came from the distant crowd. Feng Beiyi squinted his eyes and started to laugh with extreme mockery. My, he actually showed up. Yun Qi wore a set of white training clothes. He had arrived at about the same time as Murong. However, in addition to the fact that not many had actually seen him before due to the crowd's noise, and that he also walked in keeping a low profile, it took a long time for the crowd to recognize him. It was only after he crammed his way through the crowd with effort into the center of the plaza and walked onto the stage without any sense of urgency did the crowd's gaze finally turn his way. Yun Qi stood atop the arena. His line of sight swept over the area below and immediately saw Qin Wusheng and Qin Huayu in that pavilion not far away. After momentarily stopping at the pavilion, his gaze fell onto an unremarkable corner at the rear of the crowd. Lan Zuru was standing there quietly as she looked over with deep concern and nervousness. As their eyes met, Lan Zuru first smiled faintly, then uncontrollably remembered what happened earlier and blushed while quietly lowering her head. Even till now, her mind was still in a muddled state. She simply did not understand why, that even though she was treated like that and violated by him, she actually didn't feel a single hint of the rejection that she was supposed to feel. Second level of the true profound realm. Murong took a glance at Yun Qi and immediately saw through his current level of profound strength. What? Second level of the true profound realm? That's impossible. He was only at nascent profound realm 3 months ago, Murong said with his eyes wide open. Feng Beiyi was all smiles, he said. A locust that's slightly fatter is still a locust if Brother Murong wants to squash him to death. Just a pinky would be more than enough. However, if I were you, Tusk, before I thoroughly stomp him to death, I would play till my heart's content. You need to know that there's not so many locusts in this world that are stupid enough to offer themselves up to be abused. I will make him remember this day the rest of his life. Murong coldly grunted. Suddenly, he kicked the ground below him his foot, and his body soared to the sky like a large bird. After leaping over a distance of over 100 meters, he landed steadily on the arena and stood directly in front of Yun Qi. Whoa! Murong's leap made all the people who came to watch him exclaim in shock. More than half of the outer palace disciples opened their mouths agape, their face full of admiration and reverence as they fantasized the day they would reach Murong's level themselves. As expected of an inner palace disciple, he leaped over a distance of 100 meters. Sai, I reckon that it's impossible for me to reach that level before the age of 20. That one in white is Yun Qi. Tusk, he looks so soft and tender, not at all like the appearance of a profound practitioner. He is totally a pretty boy. Even a trash like him would actually dare to challenge Murong. Even I could knock him down in a single strike. On the stage, Murong and Yun Qi stood facing one another. Murong had a sturdy stature, tanned skin, and his exposed muscles mustered up into chunks. From just a single glance, one could tell that he was full of explosive strength. On the other hand, Yun Qi was slender and delicate. His skin was tender and pure, without even a hint of aggression. Even calling him a pretty boy was being modest. He's practically half a woman. How many moves do you think it'll take for Murong to take down this Yun Qi? I think just 3 moves would be enough. Say what? 3 moves? You're practically insulting inner palace disciples. If Murong wants to get even a little serious, then 1 move. Just a single move would be enough. In the pavilion not far from the stage, Qin Wusheng had a smiling face. It seemed as if he was really looking forward to the upcoming fight. He casted a side glance at Qin Huayu, who was next to him, and said, In 3 months, he leveled up 2 ranks, not bad, not bad. However, Murong is a 9th ranker of the true profound realm. Furthermore, in these 3 months, his profound strength had also increased greatly, and is not too far away from reaching the 10th level. Huayu, do you think that there's any possibility for Yun Qi to defeat Murong? This, Qin Huayu hesitated for a moment, but still shook his head and sighed. To be honest, I do not think that is possible at all. After all, there is a gap of an entire 7 realm, even though he was able to gravely injure his opponent, who was at the 10th level of the nascent profound realm with the strength of a 1st ranker of the nascent profound realm. The gap between each level in the true profound realm is completely incomparable to those of the nascent profound realm. Humph, this rascal was simply just arrogant, conceited, and overestimating his capabilities. Instructor Qi, who was in the back, said while sneering. However, Qin Wusheng only faintly smiled and said, I, however, think that Yun Qi may possibly win. Qin Huayu was immediately looked to the side and said in shock, "Elder brother, you never speak words that you aren't certain of. Why are you so optimistic toward this Xianxia? Even though Xianxia's innate talent is astonishing and can fight a person above his rank, a gap of 7 true profound realm is still fundamentally insurmountable, and I have also never heard of anyone surpassing it before." Qin Wushang gazed attentively at Xianxia and slowly replied, "Murongyi has greatly advanced in profound strength in the past 3 months. I can clearly sense all the improvements he made in the past 3 months. However, what this Xianxia advanced in the 3 months is not only his profound strength. Other than his external appearance that remained the same as it was 3 months ago, everything else is completely different. It is as if he's a completely different person. Furthermore, his body is faintly giving off an aura that I am completely unable to see through. This feeling that I am unable to fathom has also made me unable to fathom the outcome of this match. Qin Huayu, Huayu, it is time. Go and preside over this arranged battle. But no matter the results, under the eyes of many, I hope you will be absolutely fair. Any other matters can be determined at a later time." Qin Wushang said with hidden profoundness. Qin Huayu nodded and then flew up, to then land on the edge of the stage. His appearance had caused the entire plaza to immediately quiet down. All the disciples who stood around the stage held their breath. They were waiting for the upcoming scene. "The time is nigh. You two may begin now," Qin Huayu flatly said with dignity. "However, bear in mind that this is nothing more than a spar and not a battle to the death. You are not to kill your opponent. Otherwise, you will be punished severely. All right, begin." After Qin Huayu's voice faded, Murongyi still wore the same indifferent expression. To fight against someone with only the strength at the second level of the true profound realm, he had determined that there was no need for him to be serious. He cast a glance at Xianxia and said, feeling beneath his dignity, "Xianxia, have you finished thinking about how you want to be killed? That is something that I ought to ask you." Xianxia gave the same disdainful sneer in turn. "Take out your weapon." "Weapon?" Murongyi laughed loudly. "Against you is it even necessary for me to use a weapon?" "Is that so?" The corner of Xianxia's mouth raised. He swept his wrist around without any sense of urgency. "Since that's the case, there's also no need for me to use my weapon. I hope that you're still able to laugh later on." As Murongyi and Xianxia conversed, the crowd below them were already hissing with displeasure. "FCK, I can't take hearing this anymore. Does this Xianxia know who he is? Does he know who the person standing in front of him is? I heard before that there's a problem with this Xianxia's brain and didn't believe it then, but now I believe it completely. A 9th ranker of the true profound realm needs to use a weapon to deal with a 2nd ranker of the true profound realm. This trash actually dared to act so arrogant up there. Our grand blue wind profound palace actually has such a joke of an existence. This Xianxia should take a piss and use that as a mirror to see himself. A 2nd ranker at the true profound realm dares to act so arrogant in front of senior brother Murong. Bah, senior brother Murong, hurry up and beat him off the stage. Arrogant brat, today I shall let you know the difference between heaven and earth. Murongyi was angered by Xianxia's words. He felt as if a little mouse was being arrogant in front of him, a lion. He extended his hand towards Xianxia and said scornfully, "Come, let me see how you're going to amuse me." With Murongyi's identity, he obviously wouldn't take the initiative to attack Xianxia in front of such a large audience. Xianxia also stopped talking. His 2 legs kicked off the ground, reaching the absolute limit of his speed in an instant. A shadowy blur flew towards Murongyi, and a punch directly smashed towards Murongyi's chest. Xianxia evidently poured his full strength into that strike. He held nothing back and did not leave room for any follow-up attacks, which also meant that this strike of his was an actual head-on smash. A 2nd ranker of the true profound realm attacking a 9th ranker of the true profound realm head-on. All the outer palace disciples watching the confrontation almost could not hold in their laughter. If Xianxia were to use his movement skills, he might really be able to block 1 or 2 attacks. But he actually clashed head-on right from the start. He was actively seeking death. "Idiot!" Murongyi gave a cold laugh. With a wave of his right fist, the profound strength of a 9th ranker at the true profound realm was released, bringing about a whizzing gust of profound energy in an instant. He ruthlessly smashed towards Xianxia's chest and whispered these cold-hearted words, "Lie on the ground and cry for me." Boom, boom, boom. Xianxia's right fist directly collided with Murongyi's torrent of profound energy, and 3 continuous dull bangs resounded. As if it was a balloon being forcefully exploded, Murongye's torrent of profound energy scattered from the collision. But Yun Qi's attack did not weaken even a slightest, and his straight right fist was now only 5 feet away from Murongye's chest. What? Murongye, who was originally scornfully preparing to see Yun Qi heavily injured on the ground, was greatly shocked. His body instinctively retreated, and all the profound strength in his body, with his quickest speed possible, concentrated onto his 2 arms which were blocking the front of his chest. Bang! There was yet another loud sound. Yun Qi's right fist heavily collided with Murongye's right arm. In an instant, a torrent of profound energy exploded at the point of collision, blasting the two away from each other. Yun Qi flew back a distance of 15 feet and caught his balance. Then, he casually swung his right arm. As for Murongye, he retreated 3 steps back, and he stood there for a long while without making any movements. His pair of eyes stared at Yun Qi long and hard as his entire face became furiously red. At that moment, the entire hall was in a state of silence. All the disciples were thoroughly dumbfounded. No one expected that the result was actually like this. In a duel with such a great disparity in strength between the two sides, when their first exchange was actually a direct collision using profound strength, they initially thought Yun Qi would lose terribly in an instant, and even suffer heavy injuries. But those two actually looked to be evenly matched. How was that possible? And as to whether it was actually an even match, a few were able to see that even clearer. In the pavilion, Qin Wushang's face revealed a shocked expression, and slowly it grew into a smile. Although Yun Qi flew back by 15 feet while Murongye was only pushed 3 steps back, there wasn't any change in Yun Qi's expression, and the atmosphere emitting from his body was as calm as ever. As for Murongye, his right arm was evidently slightly trembling, and his 5 extended fingers were displaying a slight numbed state. Evidently, his hand was numbed directly from the collision earlier between his hand and Yun Qi's fist. His expression was even uglier to behold. This is a lie, right? That Yun Qi is obviously only at the 2nd level of the true profound realm. Senior brother Murongye must have definitely only tested Yun Qi casually, and did not even use a 10th of his profound strength. That must be it. Why aren't you laughing anymore? Facing Murongye, whose expression was ugly to behold, the corner of Yun Qi's lips curved as he asked sarcastically. The numbing sensation of Murongye's right fist finally calmed a little. With a sullen face, he forcefully laughed. Do you think, because you were able to take one of my attacks, victory is in your grasp? What a joke. Earlier, I did not even use a half of my profound strength. In my eyes, you're still a laughable little mouse. Die. Murongye's body shook, and his profound energy was released without any restraints. All the muscles in his body expanded. His bones crackled, and below his feet, a violent wind suddenly swirled as he charged towards Yun Qi with shocking speed. It's the high-grade profound movement skill, shadow chasing steps. When Murongye uses it, it's basically being executed to perfection. Senior brother Murongye even used his profound movement skill. Is he preparing to defeat Yun Qi in a single blow? Murongye's body became a speeding shadow. His speed was surprisingly quick. In half a second, he had already charged right in front of Yun Qi. Then suddenly, his shadowy figure flashed. He strangely transversed by half a step, and he instantly tilted his attacking target from Yun Qi's front to Yun Qi's side. Fiercely crashing towards Yun Qi's ribs with his elbow, the onlooking disciples cried out of shock from that instantaneous change. With such a shocking speed, it was already hard for people to immediately react. But he still managed to swiftly change his posture. While using this mysterious, profound movement skill, it would not be possible for the opponent to react at all. But in the next moment, what everyone saw caused them to hold their breath. Yun Qi's reaction speed was quick, much quicker than everyone's predictions. He seemingly straightened his left arm, blocked his side, and thus collided heavily with Murongye's elbow. Within the spread of profound energy ripples, the faint sound of bones crackling resounded. Although Murongye was shocked that his attack was actually blocked, he once again revealed a cold smile a blow using his full strength. So what if he blocked it? The only outcome that would happen next was his opponent's arm being broken, his entire body severely injured from his own powerful rush of profound energy, and getting sent flying while vomiting a mouthful of blood. But his cold smile only lasted for a moment as his face completely stiffened. Because the recoil he felt after his elbow collided with Yun Qi's arm was so overbearing that all the blood veins and organs in his body writhed for a moment. The floor under Yun Qi's feet largely cracked, and his 2 feet also sank deeply into the ground. but he was not pushed back by even a single step. He actually blocked that attack completely and thoroughly. How is this possible? Murongya's entire body stiffened, his pupils contracted and violently trembled. From his and Yun Qi's first exchange, the outcome was that they were on equal grounds. This made him greatly feel embarrassed. Hence, this strike was completely unrestrained and used 100% of his strength. It was a surprise attack accompanied with a profound movement skill. He obviously wanted to end Yun Qi with that single strike. But not only had his full-powered attack been totally blocked by Yun Qi, he did not even get pushed back a single step. Impossible. This is impossible. This is definitely a coincidence. Or maybe he's just holding it in and had actually already suffered heavy internal injuries. Murongya was howling wildly in his heart. He was unable to accept the fact that his full strength had actually been completely blocked by someone who was simply at the second level of the true profound realm. He roared out loud as his body quickly turned to the opposite side. With his left first raised, another full-powered attack struck towards Yun Qi. This attack was once again thoroughly blocked by Yun Qi and did not even manage to push him half a step back. Murongya became agitated. With a solemn face, he stomped his feet and activated his profound movement skill to its limit. His two fists, elbows, shoulders, knees, and legs were all in an offensive position. He infused every part of his body with a raging profound energy and ruthlessly attacked Yun Qi. Those fierce attacks that fell like a violent storm brought about a relentless windstorm on the stage that roared unceasingly. Yun Qi's expression was as tranquil as water. He dealt with all of Murongya's attacks in a calm and composed manner. Whenever the blows of the two collided, they would always be accompanied by thundering explosions. The stage below them had long since been shattered and was in pieces. Even more cracks were still forming and spreading at an alarming rate. And all the onlooking disciples were already completely dumbfounded. If they were only evenly matched from their first exchange, where they clashed head-on, the onlookers could understand if Murongya deliberately held back. But now Murongya's expression was fierce. His muscles flexed, his veins were clearly seen. Evidently, he was using his full strength, and he was even fully executing his profound movement skill. But after colliding simultaneously with Yun Qi, he was not even gaining a single advantage over his opponent. Although he was currently on the offensive, and Yun Qi was focusing entirely on defense, Yun Qi was actually displaying a relaxed expression, and there was not even half a hint of pressure shown on his face. Everyone was utterly stupefied. Between the two of them, they had a difference of 7 levels in the true profound realm. Forget about the disciples. Even the elders and instructors watching from the pavilion had faces full of shock. As to whether Murongya was using his full strength, they were able to see it very clearly. But an outcome like this made them stare for a very long time with tongues tied. The difference between 7 levels of profound strength in the true profound realm were undoubtedly large. But with evil soul and the weight of 1,500 kilograms brought by the great way of the Buddha, the difference had already been made up, even so much that it had been surpassed. His dozens of full-powered attacks were not even able to trouble Yun Qi. This outcome was something Murongya would have never been able to predict. His mind was becoming more and more frenzied. Suddenly, he roared loudly as a cold radiance came from his hand. A silver spear of about 7 feet in length crossed through Murongya's hands and directly pierced towards Yun Qi. "Junior brother Yun, watch out!" At the front of the crowd, Lan Zuruo, who had been watching the situation on the ring, suddenly exclaimed nervously. And everyone else was shocked pale from this scene as well. An inner palace disciple at the 9th level of the true profound realm was not even able to do anything against a second ranker of the true profound realm, even with his full strength. Not to mention, he was also a disciple that was 3 years older than him. While this fact was shocking, at the same time, they also felt embarrassed for Murongya. But during this fierce battle, the act of him suddenly revealing his weapon was basically contemptible. The reason why Murongya would act in this way was because his frenzied mind was already at its limit. In these dozen or so of exchanges, he became more and more apprehensive. He felt that he had already completely lost face. He even had a premonition in his heart that he might even be defeated, but he could not lose, and he could not afford to lose either. If he were to really be defeated, then from this day onwards, he would no longer be able to raise his head high in this blue-wind, profound palace. This battle would also spread throughout the entire Blue Wind Imperial City. Yun Qi would become reputed in the entire city, But Murongyi, the son of the northern field marshal, would become a stepping stone for others to mock. He could not lose, no matter what. No matter the means, he could not lose. The sudden thrust of his spear was unbelievably swift. Even Yun Qi did not think that Murongyi, as an inner palace disciple, would use such despicable means in front of this large crowd. But even though he was shocked, he did not panic as his body suddenly flashed. Star God's broken shadow? In that split-second blitz, Yun Qi instantly transversed his body and dodged the strike that would not have been possible to dodge by a hair's breadth. Murongyi's cold spear thrust into a ghostly shadow, but the shadow was suddenly swept away, as if it was an instep worm. Countless spear shadows appeared from the silver spear and swirled into a frightening windstorm of spears. Yun Qi's body was firmly locked within the countless spear shadows. Die! Blue dragon stirs the sea! Murongyi's face revealed a frightening savageness, and his explosive roar reverberated through the audience. This is one of Murongyi's finishing moves. Not only did he despicably use his weapon to initiate a sneak attack, he even used a final move immediately after. This is bad, Qin Huayu cried out worriedly as he stood up with a shocked expression, but everything happened too quickly. Even he wanted to stop him, it was already too late, and as a referee, he was also not allowed to step in. Yun Qi had just activated his star god's broken shadow, so he did not even get a proper footing before being instantly trapped within the countless spear shadows. It was basically impossible for him to dodge them. With no other choices, he growled as he poured out all the profound energy within to protect his entire body. Bang! Murongyi's spear shadows ruthlessly struck onto Yun Qi's body, and loud sounds, as if a mountain was collapsing, echoed out. Yun Qi's protective layer of profound energy was instantly dispersed by the attacks, and he was struck in the ribs. Fresh blood wildly spurted out, and his body was also sent flying from the tremendous force. He flew a distance of a couple hundred meters and crashed heavily at the side of the ring. The audience at that moment cried out in shock. Outrageous! Qin Wusheng, whose complexion had been serene without ripples, furiously stood up. He slammed his hand on the stone table beside him, and the stone table shattered in an instant. Junior brother Yun! Lan Zuruo paled in fear. The moment when Yun Qi was sent flying while spitting out blood, she felt like her heart was ruthlessly stabbed with a blade and was suffocating from the pain. She painfully exhaled, and just when she was about to sprint over to Yun Qi without regards to the consequences, she suddenly saw Yun Qi, who was at the corner of the ring, actually getting up smoothly. The ruckus outside the ring suddenly stopped. Each and every eyeball bulged wide open. Murongyi's sinister grin was also completely stiffened. Even Qin Huayu's and Qin Wusheng's expressions were filled with shock. Everyone present were extremely clear about what they had seen. Earlier, Yun Qi did definitely take Murongyi's Blue Dragon Stirs the Sea head-on. That was one of the 3 ultimate moves in Blue Dragon spear arts, and perfecting it was extremely difficult. Once it was successfully executed, its strength was absolutely formidable. It was able to forcefully push back a large wave of water and shatter large sturdy rocks. When it was smashed against Yun Qi, the aftereffects were absolutely deafening. Even if it was used against a block of steel, it might even be thoroughly smashed. Everyone thought that even if Yun Qi did not die from that one blow, he would still be heavily injured. Him being in a coma for 10 days to half a month was the most understandable outcome. But no one would have thought, and would not even dare believe, that Yun Qi would actually stand up. And Yun Qi, who stood up once more, looked frighteningly calm. His handsome face only held a stern expression and did not have the paleness from being heavily injured. There were no hints of being pained, nor were there any traces of anger. He turned around and blankly looked towards Murongyi. Other than the long slice of blood at his waistline, there were no other visible signs of injury on his entire body. Even Yun Qi did not expect that the physical defensive capability brought about by the first stage of the Way of the Buddha would be so frightening. You, Murongyi's pupils enlarged. Seeing the Yun Qi in front of him, who once again stood up, his right hand, which was holding onto the long spear, trembled uncontrollably. Yun Qi slowly raised both his hands. A black light flashed between his hands, and the gigantic Overlord's colossal sword appeared in his grasp. Following the sinking of Yun Qi's wrists, it crashed onto the ground with a loud bang. After the loud sound, the ring under Yun Qi's feet immediately caved in. A heavy and dominating pressure caused everyone to suffocate. It was as if the aura of a returning Overlord enveloped the hearts of every single person present. When the Overlord's colossal sword appeared, Everyone present was momentarily shocked. Whether or not a sword's aura was threatening depended on who was wielding the sword. If it was in the hands of a 3-year-old child, even if it was a heavenly weapon, it still would not be of the slightest deterrence. But in an expert's hands, even if it was a common sword, it would still release an awe-inspiring aura. There were quite a few people present who had seen the Overlord's colossal sword before, especially the elders and instructors, who were extremely familiar with it. Because over the past several hundred years, it had silently lain under the weapons rack in the Heavenly Weapon Pavilion until it had been covered by a thick layer of dust. The disciples or instructors would only glance at it and marvel at its enormity, then look away completely in their eyes. It was only huge, cumbersome, lacking in grandeur, and completely uninteresting. Over time, people had practically ignored and forgotten its existence. But right now, grasped in Xianxia's hands, its incomparably large pitch-black sword blade released a tyrannic aura that caused one's heart to palpitate, just like the arrival of an army's emperor that could make the world cower. It made the gazes of everyone present subconsciously focus on its body. They were incapable of moving for a long time as their gazes shook, their hearts shuddered, and their chests felt suffocated. Qin Wusheng was extremely startled after watching Xianxia stand upright after receiving a blow from Murong. His blue dragon stirs the sea. But seeing the Overlord's colossal sword grasped in his hand, his heart was several times more shocked, because he was the most clear about what this feeling implied. To release this domineering aura from the Overlord's colossal sword, which has been silent for the past several hundred years, as if a fierce tiger has completely awoken. Could it be that he can actually completely control such a heavy sword? A 1,950-kilogram heavy sword, with profound strength at the second level of the true profound realm? How could this be possible? Even Qin Wusheng at the sky profound realm, a supreme realm, still did not dare believe everything he was currently perceiving. In his cognition, let alone a second ranker of the true profound realm, merely brandishing this Overlord's colossal sword freely would be a difficult task for even the second ranker of the spirit profound realm. Completely mastering it would be out of the question. But it was evident through the imposing manner of the Overlord's colossal sword that Xianxia's own aura was closely linked to it. This mutual fusion proved that Xianxia was already extremely familiar with it, and controlling it was practically like controlling his own arm or leg. What a big sword. Don't tell me, could that be the rumored heavy sword Xianxia selected from the Heavenly Weapon Pavilion? It said that weapon weighs 1,950 kilograms. That can't be possible. Xianxia's expression was completely tranquil, and it looked like other than the scar on his lower back. There were no other large hindrances. But in reality, even with a reformed body brought by the great way of the Buddha, how could a finishing blow dealt with the strength of a 9th ranker of the true profound realm be easily withstood? Although he didn't sustain any heavy injuries, his injuries definitely could not be considered light. The only external injury was the long streak on his lower back, but his internal organs had sustained several injuries that weren't light. Just as he got up, he already had to forcefully swallow a gulp of blood that almost bubbled up to his throat. And at the same time, his anger had been completely incited. Murong Yi, I originally challenged you merely to use you as a form of pressure and to test my worth. But I never would have thought that, with your status as an inner palace disciple, you would actually be so contemptible and cowardly. To throw away your face just for victory, since this is so, I also have no reason to be polite anymore. Xianxia stated in a low voice. Ha 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 ha. Murong Yi began laughing wildly, but his laugh was very dry and tedious. He then said with a gloomy face, Xianxia, you are indeed just a little stronger than I had imagined, but you are still far from being to fit be your daddy's opponent. Soon I'll let you understand the power of the peak of the true profound realm. Contrariwise, that sword in your hand, can you really wield it? Ha 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 ha. In the midst of his wild laughter, Murong Yi suddenly bellowed loudly, and the profound energy in his body crashed forward crazily like a surging wave. The thick, profound energy circulated the surface of his body like waves as it wrapped around his entire person. The air surrounding him instantly became chaotic, and it stirred up waves of ripples. This time, Murong Yi thoroughly and completely did not hold back in the slightest, because the shadow of possible defeat on Xianxia had stood up once again. The moment he had grasped the gigantic sword, his internal organs shook violently and expanded crazily, as if the grin of a demon had produced a great fear within him. He couldn't lose. No matter what, he could not lose. The forcefully released profound energy surged substantially, and Murongya's entire body rose into the air. With a roar, the silver spear in his hands thrust at Xianxia rapidly like lightning, and every time the long spear thrust forward, it left behind an array of spear shadows. In the blink of an eye, a myriad of spear shadows horizontally spread in the sky like a huge lethal storm and enveloped Xianxia, sealing off all his possible escape routes. Every spear shadow released an awe-inspiring cold light, and each possessed enough strength capable of piercing through a boulder. Once this technique was released, all the instructors and elders present revealed expressions filled with shock. The strongest ultimate technique of the Blue Dragon Spear Art's Purgatory Dragon Shadows. He actually successfully mastered it. When Murongya selected the spear back then, I had tried to dissuade him from doing so because the sword is the path for a king. I never would have thought that Murongya's comprehension of the spear was actually so incredible. In the past century of the Blue Wind Profound Palace, I'm afraid the number of disciples who have cultivated this technique before graduation does not exceed 10. Now that he has released this move, it's impossible for Xianxia to win. At least a dozen holes will puncture his body. Xianxia slowly raised his head and fearlessly looked at the inescapable trap of spear shadows that filled the sky. Just as the spear shadows fell from the sky amid the screams of countless people, Xianxia's eyes flashed and abruptly raised the Overlord's colossal sword grasped in his hands. The Overlord's colossal sword drew a humongous pitch-black arc and smashed towards the spear shadows that filled the sky. The way of the spear had a line that described a battle against the sword. No matter how many of your sword raise, I need only one sweep of my spear. Even though a sword was agile and versatile, when compared in terms of how overbearing it is and the range of its attacks, swords could never compare to spears, but this only applied to light swords. If it was a heavy sword, then the formula would be completely reversed. No matter how many of your spear shadows, I need only one sweep of my sword. In the face of the 1,950-kilogram Overlord's colossal sword in Xianxia's hands, the spear in Murongya's hands wasn't overbearing in the slightest. Along with Xianxia's one wave, the entire plaza, and perhaps even its farthest corners, all heard a tremendous whistling sound that pierced the air. Bang, 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 bang. The huge sword body collided with the countless spear shadows. In an instant, an incomparably dense crushing sound was emitted. The spear shadows that filled the sky exploded and shattered like pieces of fragile glass. In a split second, the spear shadows that Murongya had used all his profound energy to produce were swept away cleanly like leaves blown away by a fierce wind. In the end, the Overlord's colossal sword brought about a whistling sound akin to a storm wind, and heavily bombarded upon the silver spear grasped in Murongya's hands. Clang, an extremely ear-piercing sound of a strike resounded. The silver spear in Murongya's hands instantly turned into the shape of a full moon, to then directly snap with a crack sound. The tremendous power, which had not yet dispersed, ruptured the webbing between Murongya's thumb and index finger in its vibrations. In the midst of a blood-curdling scream, the broken silver spear flew out of his hand and flew a huge distance before landing at the periphery of the huge crowd. Xianxia's Overlord's colossal sword had also been lifted from his lower left to the upper right at this time, completing a perfect half-arc. At the same time, the area under the stage in which he was facing suddenly burst into chaos. Under the violent impact brought by the heavy sword, the crowd up to 10 feet away from the stage all felt as if a heavy hammer had been slammed onto their chests. A majority of the people present were directly blown backwards, turning the large crowd into a chaotic heap of people. The power of this sword, which was merely from one strike of a profound practitioner at the second level of the true profound realm, was utterly shocking. Murongya, who had been suspended in midair, finally landed on the ground. Sitting there while paralyzed in place with eyes that stared blankly, it appeared as if he could not believe that everything that had happened was reality. He had spent 2 years comprehending this sure-kill strike, and it had always been his deeply hidden last resort and trump card. But when he used it for the first time today, it had been thoroughly defeated by just one strike from the opponent. Even his beloved spear had been snapped as if he was in a nightmare. The spear he used was obviously not a common spear. It was a spirit-profound artifact, the silver dragon spear from the heavenly weapon pavilion. But the roaring silver dragon had encountered the awakened Overlord, so the only outcome was a wanton trampling. Xianxia, Xianxia, I'll kill you, Murongyi, who had been in a daze for quite a long time, suddenly roared and jumped up abruptly. As if he had gone insane, he reached out to grab at Xianxi's neck. Murongyi consumed a large portion of his profound energy and used Purgatory Dragon Shadows once more. As of now, he could at most only utilize around 70% of his strength at his peak state. In contrast to the calm and composed Xianxi who had the heavy sword in hand, what qualifications did he have to fight Xianxi? Facing Murongyi's final struggle, Xianxi laughed coldly. His body exploded outwards with a flash, with his hands still holding onto the huge, heavy sword. Yet his movement speed was not any slower compared to before. Then, without even looking at Murongyi, the heavy sword casually swept upwards. Whoosh, a windstorm swirled amid the whistling sound. The heavy sword didn't actually touch Murongyi's body, but even this frightening storm was something Murongyi could not resist at all. Murongyi's body was directly blown upwards until he was almost 10 feet in the air. At this time, Xianxi suddenly jumped up and traveled 10 feet in one leap. The heavy sword arced and ruthlessly slammed it upon Murongyi's body. Boom! Murongyi plummeted downwards like a loud cannonball. What followed was the rumbling explosion of the stage beneath him. Broken stone was scattered about, and his entire body, from head to toe, smashed into the stage. When the heavy sword had not been taken out and the two fought unarmed, they could barely be regarded as evenly divided. But once the heavy sword was taken out, Murongyi was defeated in a landslide and was crushed so badly that he simply could not fight back. If he had only been able to control the heavy sword, it would still be impossible for Xianxi to do this. But what kind of existence was the prison god Serious Tome? Once he had comprehended the fundamental stage of the prison god Serious Tome, the heavy sword in Xianxi's hands was no longer a heavy sword, but an angry celestial dragon who had been awakened. Every swing inevitably rumble the heavens and shake the earth as it cleaved stone and frightened the heavens. In the midst of everyone's dazed gazes, Xianxi landed from the air next to the area Murongyi had smashed into the ground. With a casual wave of the heavy sword, only a boom sound could be heard as the majority of the stage collapsed immediately and flew upwards. Murongyi's body also flew into the air and landed in front of Xianxi. At this time, Murongyi's clothes were completely tattered. He was covered with bloodstains. His face had been blurred with dirt and blood. Although his eyes were still open, they were already void of any expression and were as dim as dead ash. Xianxi took a step forward, plunged the heavy sword into the ground, and loftily stared down at Murongyi. "Murongyi, do you still want to fight? If you want to continue, I'll be more than happy to comply. You're a 9th-level true profound realm inner palace disciple. Yet with your full strength, you were only able to make me swing my heavy sword 3 times. Ah, you really must feel like you haven't demonstrated your strength yet.